danger has been hunted.
Crystal Arrow, the Strangleforce not going to get anybody. Double lift caught in the middle here. Biocross with a big Magnet Storm. Crashing Ball not going to find anybody, but the Piercing Arrow will. And he is monstrous. Double kill for him. Crystal Arrow goes down, but again, another fantastic wombo combo.
Welcome back to the last day of the NACL Open Qualifiers. My name is Alan, and today is a very, very important day because we have only 4 teams competing for the last spot in the NACL. Our first match today will be Tempest Gaming versus Friendly Fellas, and I have the right people to tell you a little bit about them, so let's bring in our casters! Yay! Joining us today, we have Gordo and Rudu, who will tell you a little bit about our matchup today. So how are you guys feeling? Tell us about the vibe.
Doing pretty well, Kimmy. Thank you so much for introducing us here, and it is going to be a banger couple of games that we've got for you today. 4 teams remaining in the bracket, 1 spot left for them all to compete for, and it's all elimination matches from here on out. We got 2 semifinals that are going to be played simultaneously to kick things off, and then we're going right into those finals to determine who is going to be making that final spot in the NACL.
Yeah, it's really exciting to get to conclude what has been 3 weekends of massive stake League of Legends for a lot of these teams, whether they've been running the lower bracket, whether they've dropped down. Just last weekend, there is a lot on the line for everybody playing, and I think that starting off with, as you'd mentioned, a very good hype series as well, will keep us entertained, will get us through the evening, and, you know, from myself as well across the pond, happy to bring some European influence into this show and make sure that we are able to bounce back from our loss earlier at first start, but to make sure that the Americas as well are still nice and hyped as also.
Keeping your eye out for the next imports for LEC, Rudu.
Yeah. Who can I pull over? We tried JoJo. Maybe we can argue about the.
You're going for Yukino now too, over to LFL.
That's
so
right.
could be some more.
I'm the scout. They don't know. I actually told everybody about Yukino. You know.
All right, so we have our teams today, Tempest Gaming versus Friendly Fellas. Would you guys like to tell us a little bit about the roster, maybe like their history, some like, you know, matchups going on? Maybe I'll pass it to you, Gordo.
Absolutely. So let's start things off with Tempest. Let's introduce both of these rosters. Tempest, if you tuned into the stream yesterday, you'll have gotten to see a little bit of them. This team is Hoarder, Kizno, Dark Wings, Aaron, and Manui. So 4 out of 5 players, NACL veterans who have played in several splits. Dark Wings, Aaron, and Manui all kind of been in the NACL since that rebrand a few years ago. Kizno has been in and out with some teams that have promoted and demoted, but fresh off a really successful Korean boot camp, looking to make his way back into the league. And then Hoarder, a player that we've been really hyped about at the Tier 3 level for a couple of splits in a row now, trying to finally make that last push with probably his most stacked roster he's ever played with.
Yeah, and then up against them, we've got Friendly Fellas, their roster from top to bottom. We've got Moose Hater, we've got Griffin, we've got Dunn, and we've got Wixie, we've got Tyson. So Wixie, Tyson as that bot lane duo. Moose Hater, Wiggly as well are going to be staple names if you've been following Tier 2 or really competitive League of Legends in the Americas for any matter of time. If you saw Garen have a bit of a resurgence a year or 2 ago, it was off the back of Moose Hater, the top laner that we're going to get to see today, and Wixie as well, one of these players who's been circling in this spot lane for quite a while, just waiting for that chance and having a little bit of a glimpse in Tier 2 as well.
Yeah, sounds great. Is there any specific like prospects you guys are looking for? Like, I guess, like I said, matchups and stuff, like kind of that like sense?
I want to look at bot lane, I'm going to be honest. Okay. I mean, I'm a bot laner myself, but I do want to look at the bot lane. Outside of that personal bias, I do think that the Wixie Aaron 1v1 is going to be really important. There's also the interesting story of the supports as well. We've got Tyson, who's this relatively new face to the Tier 3 scene, up against Manui, who is by no means a new name in the scene, but is new to support, right? Role swapping into the support role for 2025, and we're getting to see what the 2 very established, very much veteran of this scene AD carries can do with 2 supports who are new to this station.
And the nature of how the bracket is kind of broken means that, you know, this is a story we told a couple of times yesterday, and it's going to continue to be a story today, that there's players who are mainstays in the NACL all forced to compete against each other in this lower bracket, just because of the upsets that occurred. We've seen plenty of memes and stuff about AMI making it in, but they earned that spot fair and square. That's 5 NACL rookies coming right in who haven't gotten to play at this level before, and that definitionally means a lot of players are going to be dropping on out. Near Airport also, 5 players who weren't in the NACL last split, 10 total spots now where veterans are just no longer going to be able to find a spot for themselves. And instead, they're going to be playing against each other in this lower bracket. So, Wixie, been in the league a bunch of times. Moose Hater was in it, dropped on out, has kind of waffled back and forth a little bit. Darkwings, Aaron, Manui, Kizno, all these guys you would expect to see in that Tier 2 league, but some of them are getting eliminated right here, right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit worrisome, and I want to recognize both of the teams, so I want to know a little bit about their run, what they did to get to this point, and what would it mean for them to promote into the NECL.
So, I mean, we can start off with the Friendly Fellas. I think to start off with, looking at their run in the bracket, they almost qualified. I mean, they were in the upper bracket up until they lost, right? That qualification game ultimately up against, is it Near Airport that they went up against, which is, we've already established going to be a pretty hard road of things. They got 3-0 out of that upper bracket final, so they've had maybe an easier run of the bracket than the majority of teams, made it largely through the upper bracket, got to that 3-0 versus Near Airport, and now wait in a, they only have to play today, as opposed to some of the teams who have played for 2 best-of-3s yesterday, 2 best-of-3s the day before, have had so many more games of league that they needed to play. And for the Friendly Fellas in particular, I do think that this is a bit of a statement series. Obviously, to get themselves back into the NACL, they've got to battle up against really difficult teams, not just this series, but maybe Citadel as well after this game. And there's a lot of players on all of the rosters that are left in the league that we've already talked about, could very easily have made it into NACL, and they've got to put themselves one step above and make sure that they're that team that get in.
Yeah, and the big thing to know about these two teams, right, is they both end up down here due to upsets, but they're not upsets that occurred just in a vacuum, right? They're upsets that occurred against teams who are still in this top 4, right? Friendly Fellas got knocked down by Citadel very, very early in the bracket, knocked down Citadel early in the bracket. They are the reason that they were in that lower bracket and then moved all the way on until eventually dropping to Near Airport, whereas Tempest Gaming were knocked down by Dog fans way earlier in the bracket. So whoever they end up facing down here from the other side of the bracket, we got a chance at a couple of spicy rematches here. Friendly Fellas that barely eking out a 2-1 win over Citadel is kind of one of the big focal points of the tournament here, right? It was Citadel choking? Are the Friendly Fellas really, this big powerhouse? Doesn't seem like Citadel's choking because of how well they've performed in the lower bracket so far, so we might get to see a little bit of real power scaling here as we find out whether Friendly Fellas or Citadel or one of these other teams are really going to end up making it into the league at the end of the day.
Yeah, and briefly, as we mentioned, Tempest Gaming versus Friendly Fellows on the stream today, I also want to mention Dog Fans versus Citadel on the other side of the bracket. So if you guys would like to, discuss a little bit about their rosters, about their run, I would love to hear that.
I mean, the easy way to look at this, as Gordo quite lightly touched on just there, is the fact that Citadel got knocked down into the lower bracket very early on and have played, I think they have to play 8 best-of-3s to now qualify in that lower bracket. So, they're 6/8 of the way there. They've got 2 more best-of-3s to go to break over that barrier. But their story is maybe the most entertaining, is that, our old school bracket run that we're so used to seeing. I'm thinking back to like Cloud9 back in 2019 or something like that, with their gauntlet run through the NALCS into the play-in stage gauntlet run into taking down a quarterfinal at Worlds, right? Like that level of bracket running, it is so unfrequently seen, but it's what Citadel are looking to accomplish here. It's what they could get away with. They've got a matchup up against Dog Fans, which I think they're probably favoured for, and then they do have a difficult best-of-3 to secure their spot in the NACL.
Great analysis, Rudy. I really appreciate that. And so I want to talk a little bit about the compositions and drafts. Is there any particular champions that you guys looking for? Any potential compositions?
So when you're looking at the, I'll call it comps that we're looking for, with best of fearless style as well. We actually touched on Hoarder's champion pool a lot less yesterday, Gordo, and I think that, was it denying away, Gragasaur taking away a very big
Jax,
pick
right?
from the top side from, Jax. So Jax for Hoarder, that's something as well that maybe is going to be either stolen, picked, or considered a little bit more highly. Because it is fearless, you don't have to throw it into every composition, but denying that pick could be pretty important. Things like Ash Varus, always going to be pretty important just to see, okay, AD carry, we can give a little bit of utility to that. And when we've highlighted as well that this Aaron Wixie bot lane duo, or bot lane matchup rather, is going to be so important, those picks I think just slightly increase. You've got your Corkis, your Ezreals for damage, you've got your Varus and your Ash for a little bit of playmaking, and when you've got that veterancy as well, that's what you're looking at, is that veterancy to call the shot and find the engage.
All right, it seems that we're going to be heading very shortly into draft. So I want to talk about how this entire tournament was all fearless. So how do you think that impact how these players are able to pick their compositions and pick these champions?
Yeah, well, let's put a pin in that for 1 second, because
Sure.
we got to call out that Moose Hater just got Garen.
Okay.
Probably the first time
earlier.
this tournament. This has been absolutely perma-banned. I went and I checked the stats. I got 12 Garen bans against Moose Hater in brackets so far. Nobody willing to give this guy this pick up until this team right here. Tempest deciding to let it through, and I believe Hoarder gets the counter pick, yes, on the Camille. It was locked in first by Moose Hater as Blue 3. Tempest and R3 responds with the Camille.
So they drafted off screen. We've got a pro draft link that we're sort of pulling info from our chat on the second screen. So if you see me panning over here, it's to take a look at how the draft actually played out. Interestingly for me, I think the most notable part of this was that it was the first pick Orianna actually for Dunn. I think that's something that maybe could have been left a little bit to later on, but they got their hands on the Kalista anyway. And I remember back when the season 25 changes came in, Wixie actually, was talking a lot about how very powerful Kalista was. Gets his hands on the Kalista here again, so we may well see this, Kalista Leona duo go quite huge, go pop off as best as possible. And I think, up against a Varus, up against a Braum, that's a very devastating lane to try and play against. But when you look to try and play for those objectives, play for a little bit of the one-item power spike, we could see the Kalista go crazy.
Yeah.
I think a big point that you could say about the Friendly Fellows throughout this tournament so far is there's kind of 3 must bans against this team when they play with the full roster, right? It's been the Garen, it's been the Kalista, and it's been the Victor. Right off the bat, only 2 of those end up banned, or only 1 of those ends up banned by Tempest Gaming. 2 of them get locked in right off the bat. So, I mean, Fearless going to keep them off the table for the rest of the run. It's going to kind of open up what pools we get to see from the Friendly Fellows. But that's crazy to see these 2 picks both get on through after so many teams have been saying absolutely not the whole bracket long.
Yeah, I honestly did not expect the Garen whatsoever. I'm pretty shocked, and a lot of these composition or these champs are very nasty in these team environments. So I'm wondering if there's any specific composition you guys value more or prefer more in these 2 teams.
So I'm looking specifically at how Camille interacts versus what the Friendly Fellows have. Kalista is notable for being one of these champions that dives around, has a lot of maneuverability. Camille stops that with the Hextech Ultimatum, and I think that's something is very valuable. You've got some good lockdown with the Braum and the Maokai also. So theoretically, this Kalista shouldn't be able to go as hopping mad as we've maybe seen Wixie be able to do in the past. But looking at the damage profile for Friendly Fellas, again, they are very reliant on situational damage, if I put it this way. So they've got immediate burst from Orianna and from Shockwave. Garen, if he gets access to that backline, can do great things, but he's got to do that through Scatter, through Maokai, through Braum as well. And I don't think that's going to be an easy task for the Garen this time round. I think Moose Hater's got his work cut out for himself, taking this not necessarily early in the draft. Saw the Maokai, saw the Varus to go for it, but decided to go for it anyway. So I'm a little bit on tender hooks for Moose Hater, see what he can do. But again, if there's anybody that can play a Garen in a tricky composition, I put my faith in Moose Hater to do it.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing to call out here is these 2 junglers are about as different as 2 jungle pools can be over the course of this bracket. Kisno, I think a lot more of the hard farming guy. He's played a lot of Vi as well, but beyond that Vi, right, it's been all about the Zyra has been a really big pick for him, and he's also, constantly drawing Kindred bans because it's Kisno. He's a big Kindred player. That's been one of his key picks for his entire career.
Agreed.
Meanwhile, Griffin over on the side of the Friendly Fellas has had a lot more of tank play coming on through. He's really been focused on stuff like this Skarner, stuff like this Maokai, stuff like, he's got a little bit of Xin Zhao in there as well, but it's been a lot more about these kinds of Maokai, Sejuani, and Skarner picks. So This time, both of the junglers going for picks that maybe are a little bit more in Griffin's wheelhouse. Fearless might make that difficult for him later on in the drafts, but for right now, I think it's definitely more of a comfort selection for Griffin.
Yeah, we got a little bit of word from production that we have a little bit of technical issues, so it's going to be a little bit till we get into game. But no worries, you're going to see our beautiful faces as we talk more about this lovely draft here. And I'm wondering if you guys have like any quick predictions about these teams. Any teams that, I don't know, you're speculating that you would take this one over in the series?
We were talking in the green room, right? And the discussion, at least that I had coming in, was that this could very easily be a Game 6 kind of day, where we get 2 best-of-3s that go the full distance. I don't think that's changed my mind. Neither one of these compositions on paper looks like it's just blown the other out of the water. I think there are tools for both of these teams to take a game, and I think that for the players on paper as well, there's tools for both of them to make that difference, right? The real difference makers for me are going to come in the mid lane. I think that Dark Wings versus Dun is maybe the biggest disparity that we're looking at in terms of player value of what we would expect at the very least. I mean, Dun has proven himself versus the majority of the mid laners that he's playing up against, and even if that's not the case, has done well enough to get his team the large way through the upper bracket, only losing out to a very stacked near airport roster, right? So we have to give the credit where it's due and showcase that managed to do considerably great things for this composition and for this team. But Dark Wings has been a player who in the NACL, in the tier 3 space, has been so powerful and so sort of highly regarded that with their hands on Syndra up against Orianna, right, this is a very standard control mage matchup that you'd like to think that both of them are going to have a plenty full of experience on, that just having that higher name brand value for me does give the slight edge really over to Dark Wings.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I'm going to have a faint edge over towards Tempest. I just think they're a little bit more fresh as far as, playing at this level of competition goes. Guys like Griffin, they've reached really high highs, but they've kind of stepped out of the scene a little bit more. Was coaching AoE esports most recently in his professional career anywhere in League of Legends was Griffin. Moose Hater hasn't been in the league in about a year or so since he stepped down on Wildcard. Funny enough, eventually being replaced by Zomudo, who many players would now say is, absolute MVP potentially next up for the LTA. Funny how those kinds of things end up working out. But all in all, I think the recency of experience is definitely going to be really powerful here for Tempest. But like you said there, Rudude, I mean, it's really hard to critique players like Dun for, not having had those really big pedigrees, because he's played against about the hardest mid laners you could possibly get for him here. If you look at the sorts of players that Friendly Fellas have had to go against, he's played against Pobelter, he's played against RJS, he's played against Triple, he's played against Bradley. It's really hard to pick a harder lineup of mid laners to have had to play against, and for the most part, Dun has held his own.
Yeah, I think that's like a really valuable asset to have. A quick note that I do want to point out is we're saying Griffin, and obviously fans of NA esports from maybe a little bit past, a little bit present as well. There'll be 2 Griffins that come to mind. This is Griffin that's formerly Wiggly, or Wiggly that's formerly Griffin. We did reach out to ask which one he's going by currently. We didn't get a response, so you're Griffin for now. If you want us to change, let us know. Either way, played on CLG at some stage on their academy roster, right? So it's that Griffin that you'll be looking at, not the player who I think is over in Korea still trying to make his debut or make some really big career out there work.
Yeah, and I want to talk about these teams in the past. I don't know, I'm not very familiar if they played with each other before, like both of these teams, like maybe some particular team members played together in the past. But I was wondering, like, how do these team members are able to like work together and as a team and take this win? Like, what kind of identity do they have for themselves?
I think you have some of those on both sides, for sure. Like the Friendly Fellas, a lot of, to give a real blast from the past here, AoE Ginger Turmeric going to be a roster that a lot of folks will remember if you're watching around like 2021, 2022 Proving Grounds era for the, this was when it was still the Academy League and not NACL yet. This squad came together and was able to perform and make some surprisingly deep runs against the LTA affiliates at that time. And that core was, Griffin was kind of around as sign of a pseudo coach or a sub from time to time. Moose Hater was on that team. Wixie was on that team. So they've definitely played together a lot in those terms. And then, of course, there's the Tempest Gaming guys, dude, who, particularly Dark Wings and Aaron, have basically played their whole NACL careers together at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there you go, right? The idea of a mid and an AD carry being able to, not necessarily the roles that you think of needing to have synergy, but they are the roles that typically are your most carry focused, right? You have a carry in the mid lane, you have a carry in the bot lane. That tends to happen. I would argue 95% of the games, maybe there's a Galio mid lane, maybe back in the day you'd have a Seraphine in the bot lane, right? But you are having carries down in that bot side, carries in the mid lane, and knowing who's going where and what your resources are going to look like as well is something that it might be it's quite intangible to see what's going to happen, but having that understanding as a duo of carries, who's going where to catch what, can actually be quite valuable. So those two players having played together for so long is something that, again, I would keep our eye on as maybe just a little bit of a core that they can look to leverage.
Yeah, and for these teams, do you think there's a specific lane or a specific person they would have to play for? Because I know you said that there's dual partners and partners that played together in the past. So I was wondering if there's I don't know, something that these players are able to utilize each other and just play towards one person and just strong side the entire game. What do you guys think about that?
We talked about it a little bit, but I think Tempest should be looking to play through Dark Wings. I mean, they did that against Fisher yesterday, kind of doubled down on him, even in what was going to be a tough matchup, right? Fisher College had Wayna coming over from Europe, had been performing really well in brackets so far. Dark Wings had a bit of we thought maybe would be a bit of a challenge there. If Fisher was going to be successful, it was going to be through Wayna, able to have a big performance. Dark Wings said absolutely not, and he had an MVP day yesterday. So I expect to see some of the same here. Yes, so far it's been a really good run from Dunn. He's been really able to stand up against some of the toughest mid laners in the scene, but it's been Dark Wings on top of against every opponent you've given him so far. I don't see a reason for Tempest to change that.
Yeah, and looking at a little statistic over here, Aaron with a 9.2 KDA, just want to highlight that a little bit. That's absolutely absurd. And considering that you guys were both on the cast yesterday, I was wondering if you guys can give us a little bit of recap of what happened yesterday.
They were, honestly, Aaron was a little bit of a positive sleeper agent. He never had incredible pop-offs, but was always consistent. I think that's the best way to just sum it up.
All right. Seems that very shortly we're going to be heading into game, and yeah, these Gordo and Rudu will take you guys to the Rift as I watch from the sidelines, and I'll see you guys very, very shortly after this game.
Thank you very, very much as we get on into game number 1. It's going to be Friendly Fellas on the blue side taking on Tempest Gaming on the red. An elimination best of 3 for a spot in a qualification match to the NACL route, dude. It doesn't get any better than this.
No, it doesn't. And the best thing is that regardless of how this series goes, we have one more off the back of this as well. So there's great League of Legends for the next, I'm going to call it 6 hours of our lives, which is always exciting. Again, a reminder, for the sake of live server posterity, Chrome on the Tempest Gaming side is Erin. Everybody else looks like they've got the correct names. And then the jungler for Friendly Farers is Griffin or Wiggly. We're going to go with Griffin if that's not the case. Unfortunate. And then BBQ Blitzcrank is Wixie.
And of course, Duo Queen is Moose Hater as well. These guys, they've been out of the comp scene a little bit. You could give them an excuse for maybe not having their IGNs as their actual tags, but then again, I mean, you can name yourself anything now, right? With those hashtags that let you set whatever unique name you choose. So the excuses are kind of running out, guys. Do us a little favor on broadcast. If you're playing in a live server tournament, maybe make your name your tag if you could.
If you could. Casters will moan and I will continue to moan if that's not the case. But
I'm not above this. Yeah, I'm right with you.
No, exactly. I said this. I also said this to Gordo in the green room. I'm not above calling players out, and I will do that in the case of I don't know which tag you want me to call you. And that's an us problem that we should be working out together. Either way, though, moving into how we look to see this game playing out, I think that there's a real emphasis for the Friendly Fellas on getting some early game advantages just by nature of having Callista in your team. You tend to want to find early leads, use the Callista to generate some advantages with those neutral objectives as well, and already fighting down on that bot side, you can see a very quick short trade from Wixie down on this bot side, getting a little bit of an advantage there. The power of the Callista, of course, comes from her laning phase, comes from probably that one-item spike as well, where we are looking at Aaron matching, it looks like, with the lethal tempo. So hyper carry into the late game is going to be there for Tempest if Friendly Fellas can't carry through the early.
Yeah, an interesting question to ponder if Friendly Fellas do end up moving out on the bracket here is, what do they look like with this Garen and this Callista? Because these picks have been perma-banned against them, but they've never actually gotten to play them in this tournament so far. This is a first game in this particular tournament for Garen and for Callista for this Friendly Fellas roster, and you know, they're known for these picks, they're feared for these picks, but we haven't really seen them on this patch, in this event, on this month. So how really will they perform here? So far, it does look like Aaron and Manui doing a solid job up against this aggressive Callista lane. Let's see if they're able to keep it up.
Yeah, I think that the Braum as well is doing so much work for them. Just the nature of Braum versus Leona is so favoured toward the Braum that it makes it tricky for Tyson to really find an engage without taking, you know, half their HP as a response. Kisno already down here.
All right, making a move right off the bat, and they're going to be able to focus down Tyson. Caught on out and first blooded by Aaron. Nice move from Kisno earlier on, making his presence known against an aggressive bot lane.
Yeah, perfect play there from Kisno. Just makes his way down onto that bot side. The second that Tyson goes in is the second that Twisted Advance comes out, and there's no way out for the Leona at all. Really nice that they get the kill onto Aaron as well. So it's a double win for Tempest down on that bot side, and the Friendly Fellas, again, with that emphasis on needing to find some early advantages with the Callista, gonna feel pretty rough about that since they ended up losing out on that first blood.
Yeah, definitely. So, does look like Porter is going to be able to shove in a pretty substantial wave up on the top side and take that first reset. We'll also spot out that Griffin has been clearing around this top side to take that scuttle. So double scuttle for Griffin here. That's the cost of Kisno going for that early game play down bottom and setting his lane ahead.
Hoping that we can get a little bit of a replay just to sort of show you the state of the minimap as well, and show you quite what Kisno had done to get there that little bit faster. Maybe the power that the Maokai has, but you know, we'll wait to see whether or not that can be the case. The Fated Ash is already in the inventory, so working toward that Liandry's is a little bit of extra poke, a little bit of extra damage that we're expecting to come out from the Maokai in this game. Work towards that first item of AP. Always a little bit of extra boost, and when you've got already triple carries in the Camille, the Syndra, the Varus as well, trying to itemize the Liandry's might even be a little bit greedy, to be honest, but it's what we've got for with the first assist of the game, and helps out with the Maokai clear as well.
Absolutely does here. So going to be a little bit of counter jungling now from the Kisno side as he looks to get himself some of these stolen away birds. Move on down towards the first clear on the dragon before too long, and it will be a pickup potentially going on over to Tempest Gaming here. It doesn't look like Griffin is maneuvering to try to get over here. He's just clearing on out the Krugs for the time being.
And you just get to see as well, just waiting out that crab as well, so that he could make his move onto the dragon, potentially unspotted, as we do have a little bit of a pause here. We'll get to fly. That is going to be that replay. So I want to get you to take a look at the minimap as well. Kisno has cleared his entire jungle and is in the bot lane before Griffin is able to even get down to this bot side. So really powerful, just being able to clear your camps faster. Not something that you get to see so frequently in action, but it's nice right there that you got to see actually, you know, Kisno's cleared his camps, he's found himself a home in the bot lane, and he's able to get a gank off successfully before that Skarn is able to respond.
Yeah, you just love to see that from a prospect like Kisno, just knowing how the lane state's likely going to play out and communicating with his bot lane to set that one up. They have this brief moment where they have the push so he can sneak on into that bush, but he knows that Tyson and Wixie want to go all in. They want to make use of this aggressive Callista Leona lane, and if you give them a path onto your support, Tyson's going to take that every time. Really a nice bait there coming in from Kisno and crew to be able to pick up first blood over to Tempest.
Yeah, of course, once we know what this tech pause is for, we'll more than happily relay that back to you. Currently still in a little bit of the dark ourselves, so just bear with us whilst we make sure that all the players are happy, or that they're ready, and making sure that they are going for, you know, all the competitive integrity reasons, that they can play at their max capacity. If somebody's lagging, if somebody's got a cat jumping on their keyboard, it could be anything really.
Could be. So I'm told somebody's restarting their computer. So hopefully it's a recent build, and it'll get up there pretty fast. You know,
that won't stop a cat jumping on their keyboard, but it might help with some other things. So you know.
Yeah, no, can't bail them out from everything, but we'll do our best to make sure that they're able there. Tempest is getting called out here. We're accusing the Tempest fellas of needing to go for that reset, so hopefully they'll be able to get everything back together. Something I do want to call out, though, is this Varus coming on through for Aaron. Really performed quite well on it yesterday, getting another shot at it here. I think he was a clear major contributor in one of their games against Fisher on this very same pick, and now he's starting to get that lead early on a second time in a row. Aaron and Manui constantly showing up in these 2-on-2s. Yeah, and it is a different pace of Varus as well, right? We are seeing lethal tempo this game, so most likely going to be Blade of the Ruin King into on-hit. But it's not to say that the Varus is, a completely different champion, right? Does the same things, just slightly differently, depending on the build you've gone for. So it's going to be much more auto-attack oriented, not necessarily the poke that we got to see from him in the series versus Fisher yesterday, but it's good to see that flexibility that the Varus gives you, and I think this is why, when we got asked at the top, when Alan said how, what's the power level or what we expected to see from these champions, I think you get to see why Varus is so frequently highly prioritized, because not only does he have that ability to just edge back a couple of bot laners and have the range advantage over the majority of the meta picks at the minute, but also the idea that you can be versatile. It doesn't matter what the enemy team picks, because you have an ability to kill everybody, whether you go for on hit or whether you go for poke. Depends on what they pick, not what you do. Yeah. Something else I do want to call out, we didn't get to talk about the Garen too much, other than we talked about the Garen's history, but maybe not quite as much what it's like right here, right now. I'm very curious to see what kind of build we end up with out of Moose Hater, because he's always been one to go for some more creative stuff. And yeah, you might see what you would traditionally expect, stuff like the Stride Breaker, but it wouldn't be completely out of the question for me to start seeing a little bit more of an AD focused build, especially if he starts to think that, hey, I can kill off this Camille in the side lane one-on-one. I'm going to be the strongest side laner on the map coming into the later game, and kind of play it as a little bit more of a scaling pick. We've definitely seen him be a little obnoxious with stuff like that before in the NACL. Want to make a note mentally to ourselves right here, Rudude. Can we find out what keystone he's going for? If he's got that phase rush, he might be going the turbo split push build. Yeah, I mean, I think just in general, as we hopefully get ourselves back into the game quite soon, love to hear that from production. Garen's job has changed a little bit from being split push into kill whoever is the most fed on the enemy team. If we get to 3 items and there isn't an Infinity Edge, Kisno, okay. All right, and a fight already breaking out as soon as we get in here. It's a catch on to Kisno, looking to equalize for his bot lane play earlier on. Griffin will knock him down with a boulder and will walk away with that kill. Yeah, Wix is going to have a couple of sad things to say about that. The Skarner E knocking away from the Kallista's auto attack range, but we'll be more than happy that they find the kill anyway. Good to see that Kisno did find the dragon, and we now see that Griffin is still in a bit of trouble here. Yeah, getting outnumbered and outgunned, although there's backup coming for him over the wall. Griffin going to flash back to the rest of his teammates to stay safe, and will be able to retreat. So no trade kill for Tempest Gaming, but they do know that they've forced this Skarner out of the play, and they have blown his flash. Yeah, some nice footwork there from Griffin as he's able to just evade a Varus Q there. Yes, was coming from Fog of War, but no real angle to get in as Kisno continuing his journey of assault on those neutral objectives. Found his full clear, took a couple of camps afterwards, and now looking then to get a Drake and Void Grubs afterwards. Really nice start here for Tempest Gaming and Kisno, and this is how Tempest were able to build up their leads yesterday when we featured them up against Fisher. They were maybe not necessarily winning out on every fight, not necessarily out-handsing, but they're making good macro plays, and they're getting the picks here. Dunn just has no right to be watching them take those grubbies. He didn't buy a ticket. They're going to send him right out. Oh, okay, so we're going to get to see a little bit of a replay of, we knew Kisno prior to the pause started up this dragon. This is what happened after the fact, so you can see bot prio in favor there of the friendly fellas. Allows for a mid prio as well, because Dunn, actually playing in a 1v0 lane at that stage, is then able to walk in. Kisno commits his life, well, his flash and his life ultimately, to be able to find the smite secure. and I want to make good on my promise from earlier, Rudude. I'm looking at the picture-in-picture here. It's Ghost Phase Rush Garen for Moose Hater. He is looking to return to his old shenanigans. He's made this work against NACL teams many a time in the past. He's made this work against LTA affiliate challenger teams before in the past. Let's see if Tempest have what it takes to deal with the macro menace that is this movement speed Garrett. It is going to be crazy.
Yeah, it's a great spot there, Gordo, and I think that as well for Moose Hater, the Ghost and the Phase Rush as well, as you mentioned, so very powerful just because it allows you to, kill pretty much whoever you want. And I talked about all of these things that he's going to have to go through with the tenacity on a Garen as well. There's just a lot of tools that the Garen now has to get past Syndra, Varus, the Braum, the Maokai, right? Like, getting access is going to be a lot easier. By taking the Ghost, right, you're obviously sacrificing the TP, but you can see here that he's catching the wave so high that anytime he wants to recall, he can just take a reset, make his way back out to the map, and he will lose no minions for this. He's catching between tier 2 and tier 3, and it's a very easy strategy to execute when you've got so much wave clear.
Yeah, and you're just not willing to respond to this as Kizno, right? Like, if you come up against this in your solo queue game, you know that the top laner is crying to Kizno to come up here and stop this Garen. He's been proxying me all game long, but the reality of the situation is that this guy's going to hit Q, he's going to spin on you for 2 ticks, he's going to proc Phase Rush, he's going to pop Ghost, and he's going to sprint out of there. Meanwhile, the rest of friendly fellows are going to know exactly where 2 people are, and they're going to punish you across map.
Yeah, and ultimately we do end up with another pause, and we'll get to see now a little recap of the overstep. And I think that this is something as well worth highlighting, that Dunn just stepping a little bit too far into the river here, maybe not anticipating that Horder might be there or that Darkwings could find this scatter, but that's an example of maybe a lack of that competitive experience where you just cross a threshold that you're not quite able to and probably shouldn't have done in the first place.
Yeah, got another pause coming on through there, so looking like Tempest may not have all of their issues fully resolved, hoping that they will be able to resolve whatever that ends up being. We'll let you know whenever we receive more word on that one, but gives us some more time to talk about these comps and how this early game has gone, Rudude.
Yeah, it does. I mean, we've currently had, I'd say, about 30 minutes, 35 minutes actually for the comps. The game itself going, honestly, not at a bad pace for either side, I don't think, right? We've given the highlight that friendly fellas need to find that early game success with this Kalista. I think that Moose Hater's next job is trying to leverage his proxy into moving around the map, trying to find kills, maybe mid lane, trying to just, even if it's steal away a couple of camps like those Krugs, like those Raptors, maybe pairing up a little bit with Griffin to find an invade. There's a couple of tools that you're still looking to see. This Garen so far not actually generated any meaningful advantage in the 1 versus 1, because yes, he's proxying, and yes, he's theoretically getting a lot of tempo with every proxy, but he keeps on just catching the next wave and the next wave, and all that's actually happening is it's just feeding waves to Horder, and especially when I'm Wixie in this game in particular on this Kalista, Camille getting free farm sounds pretty awful.
Yeah, it's a big threat for sure if he starts to come on in on these flanks to really be able to punish some of the less mobile members of the Tempest Gaming squad. We talked about how it's going to be tough to move that Garen out of the side lane, but maybe you don't have to. Maybe you can just leave him alone up there. Come up with a big Camille flank and really end up being able to produce yourself enough of a win to be able to secure objectives and just outperform that Garen in the grander map state. It's not like it's an auto win button. There are answers the Tempest can go for. They are just going to need to make sure that they're able to execute on them, because if they hesitate too much, if they aren't able to get the members right, if God forbid they end up losing in some kind of 5v4 situation, then this Garen starts to become a really, really big problem.
Yeah, that's your issue, right? And I think in particular for Tempest, we actually saw them taking quite handily a 5v4 last time round, so they're no strangers to recognizing an advantage even when the numbers don't necessarily line up with that. They had a couple of opportunities yesterday where they could take a fight down in numbers, and they did so, and hopefully we'll get to see maybe a glimpse of that. Maybe we'll get to see friendly fellas punish them if that ends up happening this time round. But what I was talking about with, that advantage and what we can hope to see from Moose Hater here, hopefully going to be shown on this Raptor camp. He's now got a timer where he's taken that camp. You can already see Griffin moving his way in, now maybe looking for a gank instead.
Nice move by Dunn there, goes for the shockwave early, and that will be a flash out of Darkwings. preemptively, didn't wait for the impale critically, so he plays it as safely and conservatively as he possibly can, but that is a nice little move by Griffin to hold on to the ultimate and get the flash anyway.
Okay, now this is a little tricky here for Moosehead. He's catching the wave that little bit shallower. It might make a fight on the bot side also.
Yeah, a little engage there on towards Tyson, going to force him to get face called out. And that does mean, that's the opposite of how you want to be using face call. You want to send Tyson in, not be pulling him out. Does seem like Chains of Corruption probably snagged onto him there, and it was looking like a really dangerous trade from the Tempest side.
He's still sniffing around in this mid lane. Now Moosehater in trouble.
All right, let's see if he can get out of this one. He's got plenty of movement speed, but he is locked down by the ultimate from Hoarder. Let's see if he can get fast enough. Absolutely not. A flash after from Hoarder takes him down with precision protocol.
Yeah, and that's that power there of the Camille ultimate. Hextech ultimatum means you can move as fast as you like. You're not able to get out of that hexagon, and really solid play from Hoarder. Knows that he's got the damage with the flash, with the Q, and with, importantly, that completed Trinity Force. Moving in, knowing, biding their time, and going, okay, we don't have the damage yet, we don't have the damage. The second Trinity Force comes online, they go for the gank, and they find it.
Really nicely done there. Hoarder now 2-0 as well with the completed Trinity Force. Dangerous on this Camille. Kizno, though, going to get slammed into the wall. Does manage to secure the grub, flash out, and escape. But Manui's got some lockdown out of Tyson. This 3-on-3 is one that Tempest wants to take. Darkwings connects to scatter the weak, and Hoarder gets his third. The carry top laner for Tempest fully online. Yeah,
they are in such a good spot right now. This Camille can take over this game. The tools to disrupt her are Leona, maybe? Skarner can try to do something, but then that gives free reign to Air and to Darkwings to pop off. Hoarder 3 levels up over the person he's laning against at the minute, and with that completed Trinity Force already, going to be an absolute menace to try to take down. Get a replay. This is of the initial kill on the top side. This is Trinity Force Camille. The disparity in items, very palpable. You can see 2 fully charged Qs coming through. Really well played, really nicely executed. It's not clear, it's not flashy, it's not, mechanically intensive league, but it's the league that gets the job done.
Indeed it is. So going to complete that lane swap now. You called out it was Hoarder versus Wixie for a short bit there. Hoarder going to move on down to the bot lane, where he will continue to battle with Moosehater as Aaron and Manui make their way up towards top. Going to be there in time for the Rift Herald spawn. That is a little ways away. The full 6 grubs over to Tempest, though, going to be a huge strength for them in the side lane game if Camille does end up with some time to just wail away on turrets on her own.
Yeah, I do think as well, it's pretty good that Dunn's able to get out of here. I mean, they were just choosing which of the targets to take down. They elect to go for Tyson over Dunn, maybe thinking, okay, well, with Flash, it's going to be a lot more tricky to try and take down the Orianna, who's got that wall to flash over to safety. Even still, moving into what is now just the mid-game, where Tempest have got a really good advantage. They've got all 6 grubs to begin with. They've got a Camille who can split push effectively, and, they've now got a Drake as well. Nice to see that Friendly Fellas are able to deny one of those dragons and get a little bit of Drake stacking for themselves. But as we look at where all that gold sits, it's a even distribution, really. A lot of gold spread sparsely across solo laners more so than anything else, and 1k in the mid lane for Darkwing, seemingly out of nowhere. There's a couple of assists and a little bit of CS, really coming home to roost.
Yeah, I gotta believe there's some plates in there or something, or those were some real high-value assists. Doesn't look like there were many plates to be found at all, but perhaps just really efficient first strike usage then? Hard to tell where this huge lead is coming from, but he is very ahead in that one-on-one right now, much more than just the 20-ish CS lead would expect.
Moving up to this top side, Aaron, you can see posturing very aggressively with this fully completed Blade of the Ruined King, and it's important to take a look at those items because we have got Blackfire Torch as well. We've got the finished Blade for Aaron on that top side versus just components for Dunn and Wixie. Not something that they can particularly look to fight with, and with Rift Herald spawning theoretically in the next couple of minutes up on that top side, can never be sure with the bug on the overlay.
16 minutes. It'll be here in
16. So yeah, we get it spawning in now in 45 seconds with the bot lane in this top side. Really, they've got the choice, Tempest Gaming, of putting anybody on this top side because they've got advantages everywhere.
Yep. Moosehater keeping the split push game going here, the proxy farm game going. He will go for a reset, get himself another couple of items in the inventory, and does have that stride breaker completed, of course, so he's going to be looking for some of that more pick potential on the Garen. As he starts to hit those early power spikes. He is level 11 now, so as the rank 2 ultimate, all the more powerful to be able to pick off members. And he's actually redeploying up towards the top side. Spotted on that ward, though. They see him here.
Okay, so this is a commit, it looks like, from Friendly Fellas to try and make some sort of a fight play happen. But with their jungler down on the bot side, maybe not everybody quite got that memo. And the Herald just now spawned. All 5 members of Tempest Gaming are up here, and probably just going to be a trade for the Dragon, it looks like, with one of the Dragons spawning in 30 seconds time. So they've moved the Garen up to do very little, and without TP he has to do so. Hoarder has got teleport if he wants to catch this bot wave when it ends up getting forced under the turret, but even still, not a overwhelming sense of cohesion, I'd say, for the Friendly Fellas and what they were looking to achieve there. Why would they move Moose Hater up if they weren't looking to contest?
Yeah, agree with you there, Rudude. I mean, maybe there's a world where there's not a ward there, Moose Hater doesn't get spotted, he comes in and makes a play 3v2 on the top lane, but yeah, that definitely does not manifest itself. Still, the fact that Hoarder came up for the Herald means that it's not like they get punished too hard cross-map. In fact, it is Moose Hater who gets to hit the turret for a couple of seconds, but 6 grubbies plus Camille with Trinity Force. Hoarder takes the turret way faster, and he's the one who secures first tower for Tempest Gaming. That is going to give them the full feats, although I actually think they already had it with first 3 kills and first 3 objectives.
Yeah, now looking at this Dragon, Callista plus Smite, a very powerful duo.
Nice missed Chains of Corruption and a forced flash out of Aaron to get away from the shockwave. That does mean that AoE tool not going to be available. Into the Rift Herald goes Kisno, looking for big knockups from Shelly. 3 of them connected. Kisno is all over the backline. Tempest Gaming with an excellently played fight. Moose Hater finds his way into the backline, takes down Aaron, but he will fall right afterwards. Tempest Gaming take it 4 for 1.
And only losing Aaron. Tempest are going to be so happy with that fight. That was the big 5v5, the straw that probably breaks the camel's back in this game, because again, this Friendly Fellas composition wants to get that early game snowball, wants to be ahead. Coming into this 15, 20, 25 minute marker, they find themselves down 5k gold up against a composition that scales incredibly well, with a side lane split push that they're going to have no answer to, with teamfight menaces like a Syndra and a Varus, and yes, you've got an answer in the Garen for one of them, but this is A, a Garen that's very behind, and B, a Garen that can only deal with one of them. I love that you called out Kisno getting in this Herald because it causes so much disruption. Double knock up on the carries, into then finding CC onto Wixie. Aaron able to even go forward aggressively. Yes, he gets called out and spotted by the Demacian Justice, but it's a worthwhile trade when he's able to pump out so much damage across the backline as an AD carry.
Yeah, I don't know what's gotten into NA Amateur the last couple of weeks, or maybe I'm just lucky, but we're using Rift Herald as a team fight tool now. It was enthralled hopping in on it on the Vayne last week. If you haven't seen that highlight clip, check out the NACL Twitter from that Ducky Getters and Slated 6 series. That was a crazy play as well. And now it's Kisno getting into the Herald, getting a triple knockup and taking himself straight into the back line with Twisting Advance still available and still holding on to his flash. A crazy team fight from the jungler there to be able to find that play, and now Tempest truly set up for success here, nearly a 6k gold lead, and yeah, they can take whatever they want up on this top lane. Friendly Fellas sending multiple members up here to try to find the backup, and they're just getting fended off by Aaron and Manui.
Yeah, and with 2 Dragons now under their belt as well, Tempest Gaming looking to probably progress their way to a quite early Soul, 30 minutes on the clock, probably whilst they look to try and take that one, and that just means that they can take the majority of 5v5s pretty darn easily. I mean, at this stage in the game, they can do so anyway, but having the extra boon of an Infernal Soul in their back pocket is going to aid them no end as well. As we are seeing Moose Hater commit to this tier 1 turret on the top side, there are 4 people attempting to collapse on the Garen. We may well get to see quite why this pick is so obnoxious to play against.
Or it's just going to be an effective punish. Darkwing's going to lead with Scatter the Weak, gets him stunned up under the turret, and nearly a solo kill for Darkwings. I mean, Aaron gets his name on it just for posterity.
He wanted the cannon, man. Let Moose Hater get his cannon if he's going to die. That was the goal, or unfortunately not able to pick that one up. But yeah, they do punish. They take down Moose Hater for the 3rd time this game, who's now finished off that Phantom Dancer with another longsword in the back pocket. Maybe this is the Mortal Reminder getting picked up or something of that ilk to try and recognize my job is clear. I kill one target. If I die afterwards, then that's not a problem.
And there will be a time in this game where that play happens, and Moose Hater just flashes on Dark Wings and solos him out. So, good play by Dark Wings to recognize that that moment is not here yet, and Moose Hater clearly agrees because he doesn't even go for it. So, we'll have to keep our eyes out for if that point is ever reached, or if these Tempest Gaming squad are just going to be so much further ahead that they're going to continue to just be able to basically ignore him unless they want to come up here and farm some free kills.
Yeah, I mean, from here, like, I'm really happy and think that Tempest should be able to nip game number 1 in the bud here and take this to a series point to sending, Friendly Fellas home. But the way for Friendly Fellas to get back in is through using this Garen as a weird pick tool almost, right? To have that one-shot capability. Hope that you can maybe spot out Aaron or Darkwings, who's just that little bit too far forward. The issue is that they've all got flash. Everybody's summon a spell, pretty much back up off cooldown. And even if you get access to them, they're probably going to flash away, and that makes your life that much more difficult.
An attempted play up towards Dark Wings here, but it's going to be a spot on Griffin a little too soon, and Tempest now sending in the cavalry to try to punish. Nature's Grasp over the wall from Kisno will connect onto Griffin, and they're going to dump every skill they've got into him. A nice double shockwave connects onto Aaron on the backside, but the only person left there is the support. Tyson just getting melted down. Big knockup connects onto Wixie on the backside. He's locked down in the Hextech ultimatum, and Hoarder goes on a rampage. Tempest Gaming claim themselves 2 more and a pick on the top side.
The free farm 3-kill Camille has proven to be a little bit too much in this mid-game Gordo, and Hoarder definitely stepping up to the plate here, was given a lot of space in the early game and has really made that work. Props to Moose Hater here for being able to find something on the other side of the map, but definitely not enough to offset what is going to be a massive advantage now for Tempest Gaming, taking the Voracious Atacon with 10 seconds on that Infernal Dragon spawning. You'd like to think that they're just going to sort of barrel down through their bot side jungle, attempt to stop this Drake from going down. Question is, have they done it quick enough? Have they left it too little too late? We can see Griffin and Moose Hater already starting it up pretty much on spawn. They might be able to get this, but whether they can get out is that other question.
Well, here's the thing. It's Voracious Otacon. Even if they take this Dragon, Tempest Gaming should full send it here. Yeah. They don't really have much to lose. We just had a Reddit thread yesterday asking if this buff was removed, but somehow we find it in the game here today. Nature's Grasp thrown on out, and Tempest Gaming are full sending it. They'll successfully melt through Hoarder, but that's no shutdown gold. It's no kill. It's just a reset for the Camille. Still, 5 versus 4 on the map. Tempest Gaming do have to give up on their play. They may have gotten a little big for their britches here, but they're not done. They're still looking for a potential play onto Griffin or Moose Hater.
Yeah, so that's the tricky part, right? 15-second death timer is the effective nature of this, and granted it's not a death, right, but it's 15 seconds where you're off the map. But moving down to this bot tier 2 with that Voracious Atacon, hopefully they can take this turret Tempest, because otherwise they will have not been able to find too much purchase off of this. And without the Demacian Justice, the fighting capability of Friendly Fellas definitely significantly reduced. It means Aaron, means that Darkwings can step up with a lot more safety, right? There's no Impale, there's no Garen ulti to try and execute you either, so the way that they should be looking to step up, try to take these turrets now is with a, honestly, not reckless abandon, but definitely quite confidently.
Oh, Moose Hater with a massive chunk there from Q2 on a Hoarder Precision Protocol.
Status.
It just does so much damage, man. Yeah. He's going to be level 16 here soon. The rest of the squad going to keep this siege going. You got to use Voracious Otacon buff for something, and you can use it for these really aggressive pushes on the bottom side. Even if a fight breaks out, who really cares? You'll just get the reset off. You're not going to give up too many resources for it, and these inner turrets are just worth so much gold. They are worth it if you can secure one.
Yeah, but so far, just a little bit tempered from Tempest Gaming here. Not looking too over-aggressively. Maybe on this wave down on this bot side, they'll look to really hammer home that tier 2 turret, but Hoarder not quite here. Kisno calls the ult.
Double stun, Solar Flare comes out across right into the shockwave, but the damage is not there. Dunn has already fallen. Impale going to connect, but it's only on a Kisno who just keeps stepping forward. He tanks for as long as he can. Moose Haters arrive at the scene, spinning through the rest of the squad, but another double stun from Dark Wings will keep everyone held still. Continuing to fire through the arrows is Aaron as he takes down his opposition in Wixie. Our highlight matchup favoring Aaron all day long this game. 4-1-5 on the Varus.
They get the tier 2, and just as the Voracious Atacon wears off, they do find 2 kills for 1 off the back of it as well. Tempest continuing to push the pace of this game, continuing to find those advantages, and really starting to put game number 1 in their dust. Moving out toward that top side, they've got a 2-item Varus, they've got a 3-item Syndra. Baron will melt if they get given a few seconds left alone with it. And we're looking at that top side in terms of vision by way of what Tyson's been able to put down, and it is pitch black up there. The execute for Darkwings means that he's taking Dunn out in one swift combo, and yeah, they pull Kisno all the way back underneath that tier 2 turret, but the rest of the team, they're happy to follow, they're happy to get in there and try to help out. They lose out on their Maokai, but they get 2 big kills instead.
Oh, and now Griffin is caught in the river by the Baron.
And
this is
Baron.
disastrous for Friendly Fellas. They are now smiteless with the Baron being started up by Tempest. Yes, that Otacon buff has expired, but the numbers advantage means that they are so easily taking this Baron for free. It will go over to them here. Kisno just waiting on the smite, and Tempest Gaming now wearing purple and not slowing down. Hoarder sees Moose Hater, will chase him alongside Manui, and will cut him down.
And just no mercy for Moose Hater there. He gets flashed on by the Braum, caught up in the Hextech ultimatum, and he has nowhere to go. That's 2 people dead now with the Baron at their backs. You can see good allocation as well. Darkwings with that teleport, he's going to head up to that top side, attempt to take the tier 2 turret. If anything happens in the mid lane, he knows he can join the rest of his squad. But with the 2-item spikes, the 3-item spikes coming through, Tempest Gaming should really be looking to put this game to bed nice and swiftly. This Baron may not end the game, but it's going to do all the hard work to get them there.
And the mythos of the Kalista Nagarin, it's just not paying off for Friendly Fellas. They are getting walked around the map this game by Tempest, not able to find the lane advantages and not able to be on time for these plays, getting picked off before they even begin in earnest. It's an excellent macro game from Tempest to continue to be able to find each and every objectives right on time and continue to just strangle Friendly Fellas out of the game.
Yeah, and it's a little Q off the or W rather. The tactical sweep comes through to catch the slow, and Manui, blood in the water, snipes him out with a Flash Winter's Bite. It means that there's no way for the Garen to get out to safety. The extra tenacity not quite proving to be enough, and yes, we have got now this 3-item Garen, but we haven't really seen Moose Hater get access to any of the backline, and in these 5 versus 5s, it's just not looking good at all.
Yeah, Hoarder now looking for this one-on-one, going to lock him down, says, all right, 5 and 0 is enough, 3 items is enough, I will 1v1 this Garen all day. The BM recall, Hoarder is styling on Moose Hater.
Well, he has to burn the flash after the fact, which, you know, maybe if he hadn't have BM'd, might have been able to take the kill without it, but worth indeed, right?
Mental
The odds
advantage.
are that they will take this game, and the extra mental damage, like you're saying, Gordo, afflicted, definitely something to keep track of. As we'll move into now a concise push across all 3 lanes. You can see mid getting pushed in by Manui and Aaron, and now looking for a fight about it.
Yeah, stun up, chain CC there onto Tyson. Going to be pulled out to safety by Wixie. A nice double knockup. Hoarder is the target being focused. There's a big shutdown on him, but he's able to get back away. A triple impale from Griffin, giving them the best shot they could possibly put together, and it still isn't enough. Kisno's able to escape. Manui's able to escape. Aaron is able to escape. Hoarder is able to escape, and Tempest do not lose a single man.
It's a triple impale into triple shockwave with a Kalista free hitting the entire time, and Friendly Fellas find no one. They are down 12k gold. They do not have a say in any fight that happens, whether it's out in the open, under their tier 3 turrets, Gordo, or anywhere in between. They just can't get what they need to get anywhere near this game, to get anywhere near a fight that looks good for them. A replay of this, and again, when you get triple impale into that combo, you're expecting to be able to win the fight, but Darkwings is just off on the side. He's just safe out of range, and he pops one person, turns the fight in Tempest's favor, and completely against how that fight should have gone.
Completely against expectations, and now going to be looking like a dominant push in through the bottom lane for Tempest Gaming. Nature's Grasp already popped. They're going to take this fight. Solar Flare connects. It's only on the Hoarder. There is no follow-up. There's going to be a stun from Darkwings just to get a little bit of poke damage down on towards Griffin. And of course, Hoarder's on the split push. 6 grubs, full items, Camille. Definitely going to be some pressure on towards that inhibitor. And we know Moose Hater cannot contest them. We've seen this 1-on-1 recently.
Okay, Shockwave hits Darkwings.
Pull back in. There's going to be the Impale, dragging Manui back underneath the turret, and it will be a 1-for-1 trade, support for support, as Manui gets dropped on the opposite side. That is Shutdown Gold going on over towards Wixie. Can Wixie find a way to be able to turn this fight back around? He's still got Order on his flank, and there's still Scatter the Weeks coming out of Darkwings, keeping those health bars low. Will eventually be forced to back away. Darkwings has taken a little bit too much poke damage, so they protect their bottom lane inhibitor turret, but they lose the mid lane inhibitor.
Yeah, and the question is, do we base as a unit and TP and save TP on Darkwings, or are we gonna, continue that assault down on the bot side? And they elect to take all of their resets now. Infernal Soul spawns for them in 2 minutes time. So the play for them: control that bot side jungle, control all the vision for them in that bot lane, and make sure that they are able to get the soul in 2 minutes time. A replay of what happened underneath this turret. It's still a 1-for-1. They pull Manui in under the turret, but they lose their support as well. Fate's Call not available to save Tyson, so he falls as a sacrificial Leona for the sake of trying to find that play. We knew the inhib was going to go down. Horder was able to find that without really any repercussion. And once again, we're looking at these team fights and looking at the power that this Kalista just really doesn't have, as we see Flash forced from Moose Hater. His access to the backline now that bit lower.
Yeah, definitely. Going to be the easy clear up through the top side for Tempest Gaming. They have not missed a beat here in the last few minutes, just never taking anything too aggressively, making great use of their longer range CC tools in the Nature's Grasp, in the Chains of Corruption, and in the Scatter the Weak to just keep friendly fellas at bay as long as they possibly need to, while they take every resource available on the map. They're nearly 12k up at this point, Rooted, and we haven't gotten a big explosive 5-on-5 in a while, but you know who's going to be favored when it happens.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably to the favor of friendly fellas, to be honest. You can look at Horder, who's just... if you pressed E into that fight, you'd like to think that they probably still win even without him, right? This is a 12k gold lead. This means that probably Darkwings could be missing, and there would still be a gold lead for Tempest as they moved into that fight. But Aaron and Kisno can do this Baron as a duo, let 3 people shadow, and even still they're going to look to try and fight them for it.
Ooh, Scatter the Weak only connects on towards Wixie. Moose Hater looking for the engage, but he gets stunned up and taken down. Darkwings is godlike with the unleashed power, but still plenty of damage being found here. It's a side engage coming in from Wixie. He's able to take 1 shutdown. He's jumping through the rest of the fight. Horder's flashing after him, but getting stunned up by Tyson. Hextech Ultimatum comes on through. Horder is able to put a stop to Wixie's run through the fight, and there's enough members left to clean it up on the backside. Wixie showing some life in the last moment, but at the end of the day, Tempest Gaming, 5-for-1 ace, will close out game number 1.
And you do think that if they weren't 12, 13, 14,000 gold down, maybe Wixie could have done a little more. But the damage from Horder, the damage from Darkwings is just too much.
What a showing from these 2 squads to be able to close out on game number 1. Tempest Gaming, everybody showing up full force for this first matchup of the day, and it's looking real good for Tempest as they just pick up right where they left off yesterday, Rudy.
Yeah, not like they never really stopped, to be honest. Just, again, a nice, slow, controlled, and almost measured approach to how they wanted to play that game. They had a very early advantage. Great little gank from Kisno, really disrupts the entire early game flow of the Kalista and the Leona. And from there, the win conditions just seemed to go so quickly.
It really did. So, coming on up with the victory is Tempest Gaming. I just want to give a shout out to Horder for that game too, right? I mean, we were so concerned about the Garen, and it didn't really get its moments to shine, right? Its time spent split pushing was not able to be capitalized by the rest of the roster, but I mean, Horder just doing a great job at scooping up the resources that were available to him and eventually reaching that point where he wins out in the one-on-one. This is one of his preferred picks. He gets a counter pick in the form of the Camille, and he definitely makes good on it, so props to Horder.
Yeah, it's one of those things that he reached critical mass and was able to really push that over. I think that there's a very tangible recognition of when I'm strong and when I'm not strong, and the cognizance behind the thought process, right? The idea that actually when I've got Trinity Force, I can take a fight, but until then, trying to kill the proxy in Garen is pretty pointless. So there's always that idea in his back of his mind that he works with really well.
definitely. And with that, we're going to throw it to a quick break while we get ready for draft for game number 2. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with game number 2 as Tempest Gaming takes on the Friendly Fellas.
Open Qualifiers. My name is Alan, again joined by Gordo and Rudude, as we congratulate Tempest on their first win in the series against Friendly Fellas. So let's talk a little bit about that last game, specifically that top matchup, that Garen versus Camille. Would you guys like to talk a little bit about it?
Would we? I think yeah, you know what, let's do it, right? Like, the Garen versus Camille is like a really hard matchup for Garen anyway, so we were just talking about this. Moose Hater being, up in farm by a little bit is absolutely fine, but Garen versus, Maokai, Braum, Varusol, Syndra Scatter, that's really bad. So it's pretty difficult for the Garen to actually play the team fights, play those 5v5s in really any capacity.
Definitely. And here, how about this? Let's take it a little bit away from what happened in the game precisely and talk a little bit about Hoarder here, right? I mean, an easy player to root for in this match and on today in total. Guy who's never really gotten to play at the NACL level yet, but has been on that verge multiple times, and often known for these kind of carry-centric picks, but also often falling short at the last moment, right? And he fell short on Pulsar last split. He fell short on Team Fish Taco before that. He fell short on Team Ambition before that. Often going for these kinds of signature aggressive carry picks, not being able to execute at the very highest level, and falling short of promotion to NACL. He's doing it. I mean, this is final day right here. He's up against a former NACL player, Moose Hater, on his signature pick, and he delivers. Really going to be exciting to watch this guy the rest of today.
Yeah, and it sounds great. Congratulations to Tempest again. I want to highlight, what were their strongest points throughout that game? What were their win cons? What were they able to capitalize on to get into this win?
I think for me, the thing that they had to do was not lose early, and as simple as that sounds, they did that pretty well. The entire composition they were playing against is this really aggressive early game comp, and if they get to 5v5 territory, if they get to the late game on parity, then they just win team fights by default, and they managed to do that. I think that Kisno had a really solid early game gank, which meant that honestly the entire game plan for the bot lane, at least of the Friendly Fellas, was thrown out of whack, and the mid lane matchup never really had too much bearing on how the game played out. I think that Dunn had a couple of missteps early on, which cost him a little bit, but never felt like that was a game-defining moment. The shockwaves were still hitting, and maybe with a little bit more gold, they'd hit a bit harder, like this one under the turret, right? But I think overall, the idea that Friendly Fellas didn't execute their win condition just meant that it was too easy for Tempest.
I definitely agree with that one. I mean, these were the big scary picks that we had in our notes as, must bans against this team. The Garen and the Kalista not let through a single time against this Friendly Fellas team in the bracket, and maybe they're not all that they were chalked up to be. So now they're fearless out. Friendly Fellas is down a game in the series, and Tempest are free to ban whatever they want because they don't have those kinds of obligations that every other team in the bracket so far has felt like they need to meet facing off against Friendly Fellas.
Yeah, and although Friendly Fellas are down a game in this series, it's still a best of 3. So I'm wondering, what kind of things does Friendly Fellas need to do to come back into the series? What do they need to change into Tempest?
I think that having either a jungler that can facilitate an early game play style like that, or switching up the way they play the composition as a whole, right? When we look at, Skarner is a very good late game team fighter, really solid at being able to facilitate that space in a team fight later on, but we got to see that he was outpaced by Kisno and didn't get to have the early game impact that the Maokai had. If you're going to play those early game style champions that want to dominate early on, you need a jungler that facilitates that. Xin Zhao, Jarvan, right? There's plenty of them that exist and that are in the meta. Skarner not quite fitting that brief, and it cost them a little bit, so it's a decision. Do they want to play around late game scaling jungler to play a sort of more late game overall carry comp, or do they want to stick to their early game roots but then have a little bit of more facilitation from Griffin to do that?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point there, Rudude, is, it's going to be a couple of champions out of Griffin's wheelhouse that are now going to be off the board based on that game number 1 draft, right? He loses the Skarner, and he loses the Maokai as well, which is a pick that hasn't been huge for Kisno, but has been pretty important for Griffin. So as we get into this game number 2, I'm very curious to see how the junglers do end up selecting here. Kisno, again, It's been big on the Vi, big on the Zyra. His Kindred is a must-ban, although we've seen how must-bans have gone this series, so maybe he ends up getting it. I think this is going to be a really interesting one to check out from the draft perspective with those two particular champions off the board.
Yeah, and highlighting Tempest for their win from that last game, who do you guys necessarily choose as your MVP from that last match? Was there any players that you guys were leaning towards?
Yeah, I mean, I leaned on Dark Wings, I think, quite heavily, even though it was maybe a little under the radar, and we wanted to hype up Horder for how well they played in, what is a good matchup, but got proxied on. For me, Dark Wings earned the MVP. I think we've got the graphic for it as well. Ooh. Yeah, was the just not even a silent star, but was constantly landing very impressive scatters, dealing so much damage, and really doing what a Syndra does, right? Like, she isolates and kills one target incredibly effectively, and just the small thing of being able to kill a jungler before an objective, or okay, this one person's out of position, they're gonna die now, right? Like, Darkwings was never hesitant, always knowing exactly where he needed to be. I think he went deathless in this game as well, was just exactly on point at all times, and deserves the MVP for it.
Completely agree with you there, Rudude. Objectively, I think it's Darkwings. He did so much moving around the map. He developed such a big lead one-on-one, just outperforming Dunn in that laning phase, coming out with a 1k plus gold lead before he even really participated into any kills. You really do have to give him the credit for being kind of the engine that got this game going for the Tempest Gaming roster. I love Horder for the narrative, but you got to give it over to Darkwings here.
Yeah, congratulations to Dark Wings again. We're about to head shortly into draft. Is there any specific champions that we're looking towards, compositions we're looking towards? We got some bans going on. Let's talk a little bit about that.
So Ashe is your next utility marksman to look at. I always find it easier just to look at AD carries because you've got so few of them relative to the rest of the roles. Corki, Ezreal, Ashe are my 3 AD carries that I'm looking at, and a reminder that this is in champion order, so they are picking the champions they are playing, and Horder has locked in Vayne top. Okay.
That's what I'm here for. So it's another blue 3 top laner for Friendly Fellas, by the way, looking at the screenshot of the draft we've been sent off cam here. It is, so it's an early Zac pick. This is another signature pick of Moose haters to play the top lane Zac. And again, Horder calls him out, R4 Vayne top, to try to challenge the Zac.
Okay. Yeah, sure. That'll work. That'll do it versus a tank. I like the scaling match that Dunn has gone for though as well. So we are getting the Cassio go ahead as well. This is a champion. This is a pool rather filled with, this is like game 5 fearless looking instead of game 2 fearless looking. With Anivia locked in, Cassio, Zac top lane. Like, okay, Anivia was R5. And where did we get Ashe first of all? Okay.
Yeah, they appear to have been considering Aurora. We may find ourselves asking throughout this game why this Anivia isn't Aurora, dude, if you were to ask me. I think that champion's absolutely busted, but they decide, you know what, it's an Anivia angle for Dark Wings here, and now going to round out their draft, it's going to be Jhin Rakan facing off against Ashe Alistar. You called out that crucial utility AD carry. It slips through the bans. It's the B1 for the Friendly Fellas.
Yeah, and something I am pretty confused about is the Zac top lane. So I was wondering if you guys could elaborate a little bit more on the thought process. What do you guys think this Zac is going to be able to provide for Friendly Fellas in this composition?
So what they took it on 3. So they took it blue 3 when they see Vi and they see Jhin. The theory I'm guessing is, okay, Jhin doesn't kill tanks. Let me pick a champion that is going to be very tanky and that can get onto a Jhin very easily. It's also a flex pick for them as well, so they can maybe bait a little bit later on, and then all of a sudden they go for Viego on 4. The Vayne wasn't even R5, by the way. The Vayne was shown and given before the flex got revealed, so it was just completely read as being a Moose hater Zac top lane. And there was an opportunity for Friendly Fellas to see the Vayne go top lane and for them to say, well, we'll just play not a tank in the top lane. They decided not to go for that, and instead locked in Viego, locked in Cassio instead, and have said we can handle this regardless.
Yeah, I think it definitely makes sense for Tempest to make that call out, although that would have been a cute little strategy here for the Friendly Fellows. But I mean, it's Zach top lane. It's the Moose Hater bread and butter here. If you're not talking about Garen when you're talking about Moose Hater, then you're talking about Zach top lane. I do think, you know, they choose it on blue 3 because we see some of these junglers off the board, right? There is no Maokai, there is no Skarner. It's already a ban directed towards the Xin Zhao, so they feel like they want to put Griffin on one of those maybe more carry junglers that he plays. This Viego, very high on the list, but then you want some tankiness coming from your other roles. You round out with an Alistar at support and with a Zac in top lane.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about how Friendly Fellas, what they necessarily need to do to come back from the series. So what do you think that knowing these like comps and champions that we see now, what kind of things do they need to do to come back in the next match?
Look anguished, Rude.
So yeah, okay. I'm trying to digest because there's a lot of atypical things here.
Yeah.
Both comps scale really well, right? Like you've got Vayne late game versus Cassio late game. Those are like two very butting heads, hyper carry style of champion. You've got reset capability on the Viego as well, but then you've got the X factor of, well, actually all of this Friendly Fellas composition is very short range or mid range as far as that goes, and they're looking to play versus an Anivia versus a Rakan as well. Again, Anivia, a champion that thrives against those mid-range champions because she's got so much slow capability, so much built into her kit that prevents a Cassio from succeeding. Crystallize Max second this game would go crazy. I don't expect it to happen, but the power of that wall as we move into the late game, it is going to be incredible. So I mean, down to execution as far as it goes, it's got so many layers to how all of these champions are going to interact. Tempest have got tools, Friendly Fellas have got tools, and then you've got the Alistar to try and start off your engages to follow up on a Zac as well. So if any of those squishy targets are caught out, that reset is going to come through very quickly, because it's worth remembering that actually this composition that Tempest have drafted for themselves has no tank. They are all 5 champions that get hit by a piece of CC and will just fall.
Thank you so much,
True.
casters. I really appreciate that amazing analysis. It seems like you guys are going to be heading straight into the Rift very, very shortly, joined by Gordo and Rudude, and I'll see you guys after the match.
Thank you very much, Kimmy. It looks like we're not quite in there yet, as going to be interesting to see, particularly, call me out if I'm wrong here, Rudude, because I got 15 years of League of Legends patches kind of floating around in my brain. But I do believe you can use Crystallize to interrupt stuff like the Zac Elastic Slingshot and like the Alistar Headbutt.
Big time, big time. It's tricky, don't get me wrong, like the timing on it is very fine, but it acts as a displacement. It is effectively a Trundle pillar or something that displaces people. So if you catch the Alistar in engagement, hold on, there's no Rakan knock-up yet. Manui just used it to get over the wall.
All right, it will be a flash out of Griffin either way, though. He just is out there in a place he's got no business being. Does get spotted by the Tempest Gaming crew and will be forced to blow that flash. I mean, that's kind of the only way you make ganks happen on Viego for the first 6 minutes is with a flash Spectral Moss. So going to be kind of out of the gank game for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the worst thing in the world, to be totally honest. No, you are correct. It is not good. Yeah, I'll grant you that. It's not game warping. It's not Zac starting E for a jungle clear. You know, there are some times where like Elise starts Cocoon on a jungle clear, and you think, well, your life is now miserable. Viego can get away with starting W, and it'd largely be fine. To dial back into individual matchups, because I know this mid lane one is going to be rough for Dunn. The Anivia are going to have so much power once she reaches that level 6 marker. If ever Dunn lands a Q onto the Anivia, you're just going to get met by a wall, by an ulti, and actually getting in the range to Twin Fang the Anivia this game is going to be very, very difficult.
Indeed, it will. That's
getting
going to
into
be
XP range as
already
well.
a zone up of the wave here from Order. He's doing Vayne top things. You know, they've kind of done some work to try to nerf this pick, and much to the chagrin of top laners everywhere, the Vayne still can do this. It's really kind of hard to take this out of the game.
Finds a way up to that top side and is continuing to be a bit of a menace, and it'll be interesting to see if either of the junglers actually focus on that top side and try to punish the Vayne, or you know, benefit the Vayne as well if you're Kizno. But it looks like it's unlucky moves with it here. You're on your own. Good luck, and we'll see what you come out with again in 10-15 minutes.
Coming in behind, Dark Wings is doing all right so far in this early phases. It's very interesting to see an Anivia in 2025. I know this isn't the first Anivia pick this year. I know there was a little Anivia action from the European side at points throughout this season, but definitely an interesting champion. It's kind of like the Caitlyn in mid lane in some ways. It does have this really strong early game where you got a lot of burst damage from Flash Frost, but then you do have a bit of struggles up until you're that hyper wave clear monster later on.
Yeah, and I mean, what the good thing is that even if you have this like relatively weak early mid game, once you hit a tier and once you hit level 6, you just clear waves anyway, and you just don't have to fight people, and then you turn up to these skirmishes hopefully later on with a boatload of gold and sort of outpacing your enemy laners for DPS. We keep focusing up on this top side and, you know, looking at Horda just making Moose Hater's life absolutely miserable. Like, this is just the epitome of depression if you are a tank player in the top lane, to be honest with you. Trying to negotiate these fights, negotiate this lane must be brutal, and you can already see Kizno has forfeited that bot side Scuttle Crab to add just an extra element of safety to his Vayne in the top lane.
Yep, if you can guarantee that Hoarder just gets to sit here one-on-one, you don't even have to get involved. He's just going to make life difficult for Moose Hater all on his own. Darkwing's got done a little bit low in this mid lane as well, so Kizno might charge up a little Flash Vault Breaker here, but a stun connects on a Manui in the bottom lane, getting a big chunk. Oh, okay. But just at the worst moment, Dun wanders up too far, taken down by Kizno.
You know what, Jungler could gank me from the top. Oh no, I've been punched in the face, and immediately it's a swift exit. Manui, though, in trouble.
Yeah, there's going to be knockups coming on across. Tyson nearly low enough to be taken down, but the reload is just a little too long for Aaron. Will not be able to find the execution, and both AD carries kicking themselves that they didn't have that last little bit of damage.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness to Jin, he runs out of bullets. So, you know, you can flash afterwards, but if you're still reloading, then you're not actually going to get away with anything. And yeah, it's just, again, you feel bad for Dunn in this instance because he knows, I think I could get ganked at this timer, and then immediately gets ganked.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel bad for Dunn at a lot of moments throughout this tournament. I mean, this guy has been kind of thrust into the limelight playing with so many of these veterans on his squad, and we called out some of the mid laners he's had to play against earlier. He's had a tough time of it, but he's you know, held strong throughout the majority of it, even while constantly facing the Victor bans. That's one of those must bans against friendly fellas that Tempest have not neglected. We'll see if they're going to be able to make this work around him. It is the first blood, but he's definitely not out of this game yet.
Moose Hater's crying in the Discord call right now. Can we please swap? I do not want to play against Vayne for any longer than I have to. And fortunately, you know, shout out to Wixie for giving him his reprieve.
What a bro.
Just gone. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can get out. That's fine. And he now gets to lane up against a Jin, which is just the complete opposite, right? Two ends of the scale of tank killing. You have Jin on one side and Vayne on the other. Laning versus Jin as a Zac is Christmas.
Yeah, having a really solid time there as the Zac trying to get himself a little bit back into it. He's down a couple of waves of CS, but
that, by the way, this interaction we've just seen in the mid lane is why the Anivia is so good versus Cassio. You land one Q, Darkwings goes, hey, I have some terrain to walk around, and immediately can do nothing about it.
Yeah, Serpentine Grace gives you a little bit of movement speed, but doesn't give you any actual methods to get over the wall. So a tough position for the Cassiopeia to be in, and yeah, constantly has to be calling for support from Griffin, from Tyson, to be able to, you know, even be able to farm and exist in this lane as he's wandering up. He's very close to Manui, but Manui will retreat. Tyson at his back will be enough to force them back away, and it does look like they have the numbers advantage here for these grubbies. Already one secured for the friendly fellas, and they should be able to get all three.
I mean, if this swap isn't responded to by Tempest, this is actually really good for friendly fellas. They get the Zac out of the miserable laning phase. He's actually able to get experience, get gold, and, you know, make a decent run of things through this bot lane where the Vayne, who had previously been completely dominating in the top lane, is now up against an Ashe who's, you know, outranges the Vayne in the 1v1, and yes, he's down a couple of levels, but just looking at that minimap as well, not quite sure where Horda's looking to go to. Was pathing back out toward the bot side, but not looking like Aaron was happy to match that, and instead, Horda will return to that top side. So I think for the time being, friendly fellas should be really happy with how they've navigated this particular swap.
Yeah, they've gotten the lanes they've wanted. They've fallen behind in every lane in order to do so, but they do finally have some matchups that they feel comfortable with. So if they can kind of stop the bleeding here and say, all right, we're down 500 gold, not too big of a deal.
They are, and for reference, 20 gold behind right now is Moose Hater on the Zac. So, you know, that early disadvantage that we saw, gold-wise, hasn't really come home to roost at all. Now, there's probably a little bit of an experience disparity that Horder has in favor of the Zac, but, you know, to be even on gold at this stage is absolutely incredible, to be honest. It's better than good. They should, the Zac should be so far behind right now.
Yeah, they've kind of done the pseudo swap now, where Horder is the marksman laning with Manui, and Aaron finds himself one-on-one with the Zac. And yeah, they're going to try to get out of that as quickly as they can. But this is a no TP Vayne, so it's, you know, it's not the easiest task in the world to just keep swapping around every chance that you get. He's going to walk on down bottom, but you know, you are always one little summoner spell press away from Moose Hater just ending up on the opposite side of the map again.
He has got tier 2 boots, at least Horder, so he's able to, you know, relatively quickly make his way down to that bot side. You know, there's arguments for, you know, one of the old school YouTubers to return, and Ghost to lane can maybe have a return for Tempest as Horder makes his way down to that bot side. We'll catch the majority of that wave underneath that turret, and we'll get to see whether or not it's responded by Moose Hater walking back out to the top side, because he's channeling recall right now, and yep, he's just going to walk top lane. You can see already on the resets as well, Wixie channeling is back, Tyson doing the same thing, and Moose Hater has had enough. He's seen the Vayne in the bot lane, I'm going back up to top side.
Yeah, I mean, what's important here, though, is that Tempest are not dropping waves as they make these moves around. Friendly Fellas have been losing a little bit here and there, but it does look like they'll be able to catch these ones in time. Dunn is so low in mid lane, though. Darkwings just solos him out. Griffin arrives, but it's just to watch his mid laner die.
Yeah, and you were talking about lost waves. Well, unfortunately, Dunn is going to miss out on a huge one underneath the turret. This is, again, it's such a hard matchup for the Casio. It's a beautiful R5 from Darkwings, but it's one thing to know what a good matchup looks like. It's another to be able to execute on it, and execute on it so well as Darkwings has been in this game. Up to 15-20 CS now, a second kill in favor of the Anivia now as well. And whilst we've been talking about this Vayne versus Zac matchup, it's all been Darkwings here.
Yeah, really good job to continue to keep the pressure onto Dunn there and force these guys back away. Griffin dedicating time to mid lane to try to back up Dunn, to try to give him some kind of semblance of safety, and doesn't end up coming through. Darkwings just getting further and further ahead on this Anivia, who we know will be a wave clear machine coming into the later game.
And I mean, look at the items as well for the Anivia, right? It's to be matched by the Casio, but it's tier plus Rod. So this is, I'm doing nothing for a good few minutes in this game, and then I will be a threat. Then I'll be scaling and dealing damage as we move later and later on. So not expecting a lot from the Anivia early on, yet we've still found a couple of kills, and the first to broach that 100 CS marker. Darkwing's playing incredibly well. And then you're looking at that backline threat. Well, the good news is that they've got a Zac, they've got an Alistair, they've got a Viego. There's plenty of stuff that can get into that backline, but trying to get through the Jhin traps, the Anivia, the Rakan as well, might be quite difficult.
And now Kisno waiting around on the flank will get spotted by Hawkshot. Wixie is going to know that that buy engage is on its way, and they will take a safer route back around, but it looks like Dunn might have been found in mid lane. Kisno's getting onto him with the ultimate. He will be forced to flash over the wall. Dunn nearly dropping there.
And all this time, once again, it's Horder generating an advantage up on that top side, looking to find more gold, find an advantage over Moose Hater, whether it's turret platings, whether it's a kill, whether it's health, whatever it is. You can see the Vayne whittling away at that Zac's health bar, and now stuck in the pit. There's going to be some flashes burned.
Tempest looking to challenge. Charm already comes on through. It is a successful smite for Griffin. Manui taking a big chunk of his health. Darkwing's falling back, doing his best to keep Dunn away from this fight. But remember, there's no tanky frontliners here on the Tempest squad. Kisno going to be forced to flash back over the wall. Stun connects on to Manui to get the first kill of the fight. And Aaron is going to be the next target. Bit down by the Twin Fangs, and it's going to be a triple kill for Dunn on the Cassiopeia. And out of nowhere, Friendly Fellas claim the feat of warfare.
And Dunn gets out of mid lane and tears up a bot side fight. That dragon was a bait that Tempest Gaming took hook, line, and sinker. Worst of all, they didn't even get the objective either. They all walked in expecting to come away with masses of kills, but Aaron's not strong yet. Darkwings didn't have quite enough mana or quite the right position, and Dunn was able to just free fire for the entirety of that fight. It's a great arrow, which stops the charm and the knockup in its place. Manui getting caught out a little bit by that one. And then the frontline capabilities, Tyson is just tanking up all of these Jhin autos with Unbreakable Will on, with the damage from the Anivia coming through as well. There's not a lot that was left in the tank. That damage coming through from Kisno isn't really reliable. It's a buy, it's quick in and out bursts of damage, and Dunn was able to consistently rain DPS down, got past that wall, got into a position where he could start fanging out, and did exactly that. Now finished that Rod of Ages, and is looking good.
Yeah, Darkwing's on a 1-stack Rod of Ages for that fight, too. So, you know, kind of delaying his power spike a little bit further to get that value later on, but means that he doesn't have the mana or the damage to actually be able to show up huge in that fight despite his one-on-one advantage up against Dunn. And just like that, Dunn is right back into the game, has a Rod of Ages of his own. Yeah,
and it's a small thing, right? But being able to so easily close that gap, now all of the hard work that Darkwings did in that laning phase is effectively undone, and you know, the pun in the name there, but you know, it's removed very quickly, and Dunn on this Cassio is going to be very, very strong. And again, moving into that late game, we highlighted 2 hyper carries, 1 for either side. It's the Vayne versus the Cassio, and the question of who can best who.
Indeed it is. So going to still be a lead being built up for this Vayne. Will be a threat once she gets a couple of items into her pocket. And still is continuing to bully a Moose Hater, but not so much that he's out of the game, right? He's down only about 10 CS. That's not bad at all for having to play tank against Vayne top. Friendly Fellow's using those swaps to make sure he is able to get some farm into himself. And I mean, really, he's kind of just kept it where it was at about 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, losing gracefully, right? This is what we call that, where yes, you're behind, but it's not been catastrophic. It's not been game defining, right? This Vayne hasn't walked out of the top lane and just torn FF apart. They're quite happy just accepting that, yeah, there's going to be a fed Vayne at some stage, or at least a farmed Vayne. Maybe fed's not even the right word, but once that Kraken Slayer is picked up, Horde are definitely going to have a large amount of pressure on their head. Because we, again, highlighted how the compositions want to function as we get later on into the game. Tempest Gaming don't have that true frontline. They don't have anybody to sit and absorb damage. And we're looking at Griffin on this Viego. He's going to just take whichever soul he can, get that reset, claim their body, and start to run through that team fight.
Definitely. So, looking around, 90 seconds to go on the next Dragon. Could potentially be a spot to take a lead in that department for these two squads. And we are, of course, 45 seconds away from that Rift Herald spawn as well. Tyson, though, getting caught in rotation here. Wixie's going to commit the ultimate, trying to bail his support out, using the Unbreakable Will to be tanky enough to survive. And Tempest are forced to back away as they see Griffin coming in on that Tri-Brush Ward, and they say, we can't win this 3v3.
Yeah, I mean, they had mid-move as well, so Darkwings was going to be there first. Maybe a little bit hesitant, but they're looking for the Cassio mid lane.
Yeah, going on into Tyson, and that's shutdown gold now to Kisno. But a fight breaking out in bottom. Aaron has been dropped by Wixie, Griffin, and Tyson. They saw all 3 down here, but Wixie just loses the memo, and they're able to collapse and get the kill after all.
Yeah, it's Wixie who comes out with that kill there on the Ashe, and it's Aaron who, unfortunately, you know, like you say, misread, wasn't quite familiar with how around, I guess, Griffin still was. It's going to be a Rift Herald traded on this top side. It's going to be a Dragon you would like to think started in 30 seconds, but there's still a little bit of time for maybe some repercussions to happen. Also worth noticing that mid-tier 1 turret did actually fall, so that Bastion for Dunn to try and rally behind is now gone, and again, this is one of those really unique situations, but Dunn is 100% kill participation in this game, is 100% of his team kills and deaths.
Nice move by a Hoarder there, using the Condemn to interrupt the Elastic Slingshot and get a nice trade on the Moose Hater. And half health Zac, with Hoarder still having final hour available. It's too dangerous to stay in this lane. Manui's going to find him. It's Moose Hater back in there. Final hour is popped. Hoarder thinks he can pick up this kill, and with Manui there, it's going to be flash forced at least. Moose Hater will be able to find the recall.
Well, Sure, he clears the wave. He also gets Final Hour out, so maybe the tier 1 turret's going to fall off the back of this as well, but you're actually never really killing the Zac there. Still has passive up, and that's going to be an incredibly difficult position to ever take the Zac down in. You can see here, look at Darkwings constantly jockeying back, attempting to avoid Petrifying Gaze if it ever comes out. Instead, he's able to actually just stay safe, take the kill anyway. And then we didn't quite get to see what happened, what broke out down on that bot side, but it cost Aaron their life and got a kill over. And just as I say, you're not killing the Zac, it looks like that's actually exactly what's happening.
All right, Hoarder on the board. First kill of the game there. They get Hater right afterwards, but here's a dive coming into mid lane. Aaron is locked down again. 0-3 for the Star 80 carry at Tempest Gaming. And Friendly Fellas, they're going to take that mid turret right back. Dunn now thinks he's found Darkwings in the rotation. Heartbreaker over the wall. Griffin trying to layer down the damage, but the shield from the Seraphs is too much. It's a jump right back over.
Okay, we are getting scrappy here. And looking at the top side as well, Kisno just barreled down that top lane, decided he wanted the 700 gold for a tier 2 turret. Tyson's still going. He's got Wixie by his side. We are getting into some shaky League of Legends right now where people are just deciding to throw fists at turrets and largely coming away advantageously.
We're trading turrets like it's 2017, Rudy. Yeah. Everybody just getting inner turrets for free here. Mid lane goes over to Friendly Fellas. Top lane goes over to Tempest Gaming, and that's going to keep the gold about where it was. It's a faint lead over to Friendly Fellas. Maybe collapsed just a tiny bit in the last couple moments. Okay,
and again, I think the beauty of these two compositions and what sort of had me at a loss for words to begin with was the nature of how flippy-floppy these two comps are. That it probably is just going to come down to who ends up coming out on top. I do think that Cassio later on versus a Vayne is going to have a pretty decent time with things, and I do think that Hoarder's job gets a lot harder as he moves later into the game, and it means that he has to play pretty much perfectly on the Vayne. Whereas there's an element of safety for the Cassio as well, just because Dunn is going to build up so much more HP just by the nature of the Cassio's build path, and the damage that she's going to do is still going to be comparable.
Yeah, and I mean, seeing how that dive transpired in mid lane just looks disrespectful from Aaron, right? He kind of sees all the pieces face up. Does get tagged, though, by the engaged Tyson. Nice dodge from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but Manui taking some abuse on the opposite side. If Kisno over the wall, diving back onto Wixie. He's out of summoner spells, but Manui has already been melted down. Fourth shot comes through from Aaron, but Dunn with a massive petrifying gaze. Catches Hoarder on the backside and makes that into a 2-for-1 for Friendly Fellas. Tempest Gaming forced to retreat.
And just like we said, Gordo, one piece of CC, you go down. Hoarder has to play frame perfect. He needs to spot every skill shot, every piece of CC that's coming for him, and react appropriately. If he gets caught by one of them, like a petrifying gaze, he's just going to go down.
Darkwings has been harassing these three the whole time they're in the jungle. Curtain calls opened up by Aaron, fresh off the respawn, trying to get some of that damage on across. Tyson taking the bulk of it, does pop the Unbreakable Will, but he's still in pretty deep. Dunn now has an angle in on a Kisno, landing these twin bites, but it's Aaron arriving back to the scene to try to lock Dunn now. Now there's not going to be any ability for Manui to get those dashes on across, but it just doesn't matter. Kisno continues to punch away.
It's scrappy, and I love it, Gordo. This is what I was hoping for with these two compositions. When you don't have that innate front line, you just have to throw your faces at them, and you have to use that HP as a resource as, squishier members. And fortunately for Tempest Gaming, it works out there. Dunn, a very good single target DPS, but when there's four people all there trying to wail on you, you just don't quite have enough left on your side to find that kill, to find enough ways to get out of it. But there's going to be a Rylai's picked up pretty soon here for Dunn, and at that stage as well, for what is also a relatively low-range composition on Tempest's side, they're going to struggle that bit more. We've got a Drake spawning in 1 minute. It's 2-1 currently in favor of Friendly Fellas, and if it is that Cloud Soul, I think that this game that is going to be incredibly important for both of these sides.
Before the Dragon, Griffin looking for a play on top. Hoarder gonna have to walk out of here. Does spot out the Viego in time, so knows that he has to retreat away. It is going to be a quick little replay here to see how this play broke out.
Yeah, and Dunn, you can see he's just a little bit too greedy, looking for kills that he might have been able to get if he's, a little bit closer to the action, but ends up costing his life in the back half of it. Not quite able to take out Kisno, not quite able to take out Aaron either, and both of them are just playing on that edge, knowing how much damage they can take before they have to back away, and knowing that they can back away as well.
It's an early Voracious Otacon again for Tempest. This time traded for an inner turret on top side. Another big injection of gold into that's going to be Moose Hater, as gotta not say the in-game names. Here comes Dragon. Potential started up for Friendly Fellas. They should be able to take this unless Manui has something to say.
Yeah, they're all a bit too far, unfortunately. So the Drake's going to go down, and it's all about the fight afterwards with Voracious. You can see TG want this.
Yeah, they want it. There's an open up from the curtain call. So far, they've been able to isolate Moose Hater. They will successfully take him down, and that's going to be it. They get their third Dragon, but it does sacrifice them to Zach.
Okay, and importantly as well, I do want to take a quick glimpse at the build path that we're seeing from Moose Hater on this top side, because a lot of people would just probably not recognize this item. This is Bloodletter's Curse, which is a magic damage item which reduces the magic resist of champions that you target. So this is going to be really beneficial. It's effectively a Black Cleaver, but for magic damage. And when you have a Cassio on your team, that's going to go really well also, despite the fact that in the picture-in-picture we are seeing Dunn go down. Ideally in these 5v5s, it's going to look pretty good.
Yeah, it also just boosts up your Sunfire Cape, and it is in and of itself an item with some AP on it, so it's going to bump up the damage that Moose Hater's bringing to the table. Will sacrifice a little tankiness for it, though, as you did see him getting blown up in that last Dragon fight, and yeah, they need to find a way to be able to keep Dunn safe, as when Dunn's off the map, their ability to actually produce DPS is a little bit more limited, and it just opens up so many avenues for Tempest to play the map.
I mean, this is, what, the 5th time that we've seen this sort of same rinse and repeat play happen for Dunn, and there's only so many times. Oh, okay. Dodge on the arrow.
It's going to be Hoarder getting moved on by 3 members, make it 4 with the addition of the arrow. He flashes the headbutt combo. 4 people go top, Hoarder walks away. Meanwhile, the team is taking mid lane. That's how you respond to these cross-map plays, Friendly Fellas. This is what you wished happened with your Garen in game number 1.
Oh, and it's a turret down on the bot side as well. Darkwing's able to get 700 gold in his back pocket. The map now wide open for Tempest. It was a pretty much even gold game up until this point, but just one move into this top side as Tyson's still up here, still fishing, trying to find Hoarder.
Yeah, I don't know that opportunity is creating itself. And by the way, that full send of 4 members towards Hoarder, he's still wearing the Otacon buff. It would have been worth 200 gold.
No, that's true. And, maybe you get the Vayne off the map and you can argue that the value that that has and slowing down her scaling, but when it's compared to losing out on 2 tier 2 turrets in mid, in bot lane, the discussion becomes very short and quite redundant, as now the Drakes stacking for FF are their only real condition to maybe look good. It's the only metric that is looking particularly favorable for them. Everything else is definitely, even or behind. And when you look at the Baron as well, it's definitely Vayne's territory. Vayne and Anivia are going to be more than happy to take down those neutral objectives. Anivia very good at controlling chokes as well, so she can put the ulti down to try and DPS the Baron. She can also cut off an entire choke point with that ulti.
Definitely can, and it's just going to be tough to approach from this angle when Darkwings is over on the other side. Manui waiting and watching.
There we go.
That Glacial Storm plus the wall. It's just the whole team is walled off. They can't even get in here now.
And one of the small things as well about Anivia, hold on, maybe fighting.
Yeah, junglers going to find each other here. Moose Hater up there in the front, going to take a big chunk already and not going to be able to find any of the CC. Deadly Flourish connects over on the other side, going to lock down Griffin, going to get a little bit of damage on towards him, and Hoarder already in that final hour gets the stun onto Dunn. Everybody over the wall trying to get onto the snake, and they will be able to take down Tyson instead. Now curtain call opened on up. Moose Hater going to jump over to interrupt it, saving the rest of the team, but sent into the cell division. And Dunn just doesn't have the damage to be able to keep Hoarder at bay. They will be able to finish off the top lane tank. It is a 2-for-0 for Tempest, and they are marching towards the Baron.
And it all comes down to the execution, the engage from Moose Hater, not quite hitting quite rightly. Tyson not able to get in there and cause enough disruption. Instead, just uses his HP to go down. And it's a really good condemn from Hoarder that starts it all up. He spots out Dunn, who's just a little too far forward, slams him into a wall, which baits the fight. Dunn has to flash over, and at that point can't actually deal any DPS. The Baron's going to go down, and Tempest now with complete control over this map. Only a 4,000 gold lead, but again with a composition that thrives when they're setting up these sieges. The Anivia in particular is going to go so well. You can just zone an entire side of a turret, look to walk up with double marksman and try to take it down.
Yeah, the Anivia not really flashy in that fight, but the threat is so important. The fact that they're able to control space so well, that there's so many avenues that Dunn and Wixie can't take to actually be able to show up and deal damage, it results in fights like that where 2 members drop and Tempest is perfectly safe.
So we've got 10 seconds on this Cloud Soul for FF. The only real way back into this game is that insane amount of movement speed to outplay in these team fights. If they take this, there's still a chance, but you can see Manui, he's trying to flank from one side.
Tyson trying to get in there. Hoarder going to be able to tumble back away. He's just too quick to be knocked up by this Alistar. Miasma doing a little bit of work to slow them down, but as soon as it expires, it's Hoarder into the back line, right on top of Dunn. Kizno going to lock down Wixie. A triple kill already to the side of Aaron. Hoarder cleans up one more for himself, and just like that, it's only Moose Hater left standing. Dragon Soul was picked up, but it's about to be an ace for Tempest Gaming.
And it might be more than an ace, Gordo. This might very well be FF getting sent home with Baron at their backs with a 1-0 game lead. Tempest Gaming are breaking open the base.
The team was assembled to take down Doublelift Squad to send Near Airport home. They lose on that front, and now in the lower bracket, they will be denied a chance at a rematch in the NACL. Friendly Fellas are sent home. Tempest Gaming move on to the qualifier.
And a 9k gold lead to do it, and a Vayne top in the game point to get them in to that qualification matchup. No better way to do it, really. No bigger statement to make than to pull out something so off the wall, so crazy. Vayne on 4, Anivia on 5. Absolute mental scenes from Tempest.
Yes, congratulations to Tempest again. They are one step closer in securing their spot in the NACL. I believe on the other side of the bracket, Citadel was able to take a 2-0 against Dogfan, so I believe we're going to see them face off in the next match. But let's talk about a little bit about that game earlier. We saw that they were a little bit even in that early game, especially Dunn with his triple kill in that like mid-section fight there. Can we talk a little bit about what happened with Friendly Fellas, what happened with Tempest? What did they do to take this win?
I think it was quite close for probably the last 20 minutes and maybe 5 to 7 minutes of that final game was really all that there was, where it actually became Tempest favoured. It was definitely one of those games that could have gone either way quite consistently. I was really happy with actually the swapping that came through from Friendly Fellas. They kept the Zac really relevant in a lane that probably shouldn't have been, but then they very wildly commit to a topside play onto a Vayne who's got Voracious Atacon. So the max that they're going to get is 200 gold. They lose tier 2 mid lane, they lose tier 2 bot lane, and then the kicker to all of that is that they just didn't quite fight right. They had the mid lane fight where Moose Hater goes in, but he doesn't have the support, and then he re-engages again and still doesn't quite have that support. It was just a little bit desynced, and it cost them really dearly in the end.
Completely agree with you there, Rude. There was one fight this whole game where they had good lines set up for Cassiopeia and Ashe to actually be able to deal damage, and that fight was a triple kill going over to Dunn. Right, it was actually a very, very winning position for Friendly Fellas, but they just weren't able to replicate it consistently once they started getting into those later game fights. Once they started being in kind of spread open map states with all the turrets being down, it was the control that this Anivia provided. It was the threat of this Vi jumping on a given target and the follow-up CC and burst there that just constantly ended up favoring Tempest.
Yeah, and what kind of were like the highest points for Tempest? Like we saw how they were like utilizing their fights and utilizing themselves as like a team. They had that Vi, like working together with them. We saw Jen getting caught out quite a bit throughout this game. Can we talk a little bit about that, like the positioning and like the format of these like team fights?
So I think that the Jhin getting caught out, this is, I guess, why utility AD carries are ruling the roost at the minute, is that Aaron may have died and been 0-3 in this game, but he was still playing Jhin. You're still going to press R and do damage from afar, or at the very least provide some semblance of CC, but that felt like the only avenue of attack for Friendly Fellas as well. And you can argue maybe Aaron shouldn't have fallen prey to those attacks, and did when he might not have potentially been able to, but the response from Tempest Gaming was always mid lane. Done, I mean, this time round, it's playing versus Vi as an immobile mage. It is brutal in the best of situations, but when there's a Nivea to lock you in with a wall, to slow you on every auto and every sort of second as well, it makes your life that much more difficult. And I think that Kisno this game actually played a blinder, had a really solid performance, knowing exactly what the area of the map to target should be.
Yeah, as Alan called out there earlier too, I mean, it's going to be a matchup up against Citadel coming up here, and I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but Darkwing's going to be the player to watch. What a tremendous series from him here today. He had such a great performance in that game, number one, and now following it up with a pocket Anivia, a pick that a lot of folks probably wouldn't have even expected from him, performing on it excellently, really being a major factor in the victory here, and now looking plenty dangerous coming into a qualifier series here in just a few minutes.
It's so powerful to be able to just lock in something like this that, again, the idea that if this had to go to a 5th game and that they could play Anivia and Vayne and come out with a win like this is terrifying. It speaks to the deep pockets that they've got. It speaks to the power that these players do have and the versatility that they've got as a, as a 2-man, 3-man, 4-man, however many of them have got those deep pockets. It's genuinely terrifying to think of. And as Citadel going up against them in another best of 3 after this, promises to just be really good action.
Yeah, as we're about to head into our next match against Citadel versus Tempest, what are kind of the things you guys want to see out of Tempest against Citadel? Like, kind of the things that will get them into that win? Like, what are kind of, how do I say this? Things that would, like, prove themselves and emphasize themselves into the next games?
I think for one, it's more so about them. Sure, I mean, for Tempest, they did pretty well for the most part. They recognized their win conditions, and I think that game 2 they got maybe a little bit overzealous in the draft, let's say, with Vayne and Anivia, but they found a way to do that. I don't think they're going to get given the same luxuries versus Citadel, but if they can use that red side as well as they did in this series, I think the Anivia 5 was inspired, and it really got them where that win, maybe not off of its own back, like only reason why they won was this Anivia, but it's definitely a really big piece.
And his competition level is about to really step on up here as his next challenge is going to be Bradley, right? Who is definitely an incredibly dangerous and NACL level talent in his own right. We'll talk more about Citadel after our upcoming break here, but definitely want to highlight Darkwings here, especially because he is going to be winning our series MVP here.
Yay! Congratulations to Darkwings again. Here he is in our lovely graphic. Yeah.
It's worthy. I mean, game number 1 was our match MVP. I think I would argue for Kisno to be game MVP for this one. Just on the Vi was making so much happen, but series-wide, right, Darkwings was phenomenal. And even in this game on the Anivia as well, it wasn't like Darkwings was just along for the ride. He was constantly having miraculous performances, really playing these team fights out again about as well as you could hope for on the Anivia. So Darkwings, kudos and a credit to Tempest for this series.
Yeah, and I really love the way how Darkwings was able to support himself throughout these last games. As we saw from the Syndra and Anivia, he was able to space himself quite well and put so much pressure on these teams, which I think really shows how strong he is as a player. And I would like to know his run. Like, what was his history? What has he been? How long has he been in competitive, and what has he been up to?
I mean, I think at the very least, since I've been at least knocking around the American scene, so like 4 years, had a stint on AoE, where they were really looking good in NACL and the OQs to get in there. I mean, Darkwings had been for the most part one of these tier 3 mid laners from what I can recall, and then finally got the tier 2 call up. Gordo, I don't know if you've got more color to add to this.
Yeah, he was on, I think he debuted on Dignitas Academy way back when. Did end up flickering back and forth a little bit, but in the NACL era, he's been a mainstay of the league, right? He played on Wildcard for a while when they were running most of the St. Louis University team, which he did also win a CLOL championship with just last year. Surdy, a name that a lot of folks will know, who is also on that team. So former teammate of LTA player Surdy there as well. And then most recently was playing on Winthrop University and just the last split of NACL. So this guy's been a mainstay around the scene. Has always been kind of one of those mid to upper tier mid laners, and if he could take one more big step up, he'll be in that list of names that you're talking about for LTA. So definitely a player that you want to see back in the NACL. It'd be a tragedy to end up losing him here, but the same can be said of a lot of the Citadel guys. So it's going to be quite the match either way, and a heartbreaker for someone.
Yeah, and it sounds like I believe we're going to be heading into a quick little break before our next match. Stay tuned as we go see who's going to be promoting into the NACL, which is Tempest versus Citadel in the next match. So yeah, see you guys very, very soon, and don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the NACL Open Qualifiers. My name is Alan, joined by Gordo and Rudude as we go in the last match of the NACL Open Qualifiers, Tempest versus Citadel. Who qualifies for the NACL? Let's talk a little bit about Citadel since we did talk about Tempest earlier. So yeah, let's intro them.
Yeah, absolutely. So Citadel Gaming, another team filled with NACL vets and even some LTA vets in there as well. From top to bottom, it is going to be Philip, Armeo, Bradley, Instinct, and Trevor. So plenty of familiar faces for NACL fans and maybe even a couple for LTA fans who have been especially engaged. We ran this stat yesterday, but I'm willing to run it back. 187 Tier 1 games played across all of these players. Most of them on Armeo, but there's a little split in there for Philip, a little split in there for Instinct, and even one whole game for Bradley.
One big game for Bradley to add him into that as well. I mean, Trevor, right, the only person not to have that Tier 1 experience, and yet Trevor yesterday in the series that we got to see him play was phenomenal, a true playmaker for this side. So will feel right at home in this Citadel roster, right? I think that top to bottom, these players look very well matched in terms of there's not one side of the rift that you're looking at and going, that can very easily win, where actually this side of the map might look a little bit weaker. It's just not the case for Citadel. Yeah,
Citadel had a pretty long run throughout the NACL Open Qualifiers.
Yeah.
We saw that they lost their first match, I believe, against Friendly Fellas, but you know, nevertheless, they still made it out to the end anyways. So we're gonna have to be talking a little bit more about Citadel, Armeo in specific. So yeah.
Yeah,
Should
Armeo,
be some stats. Did we pull them?
Where
I think we have some stats here.
We can manifest it.
But
Here
well,
it
we're
is.
talking about Armeo. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. A tremendous run from Armeo here so far. And this is a guy who, you know, your average LTA fan, I think, are a little tired of the name, but he's been so dominant at the NACL level before, and he's even had some really solid LTA runs as well. This guy gets the short end of the stick, right? He was really good on that Evil Geniuses roster he played on with JoJo and Revenge, as well as Unforgiven. That team was really, really good, and you know, he's gotten 2 wins in an LCS Grand Final with Team Liquid before when Santorin had to substitute out. So he's had himself some very good Tier 1 runs before, and he has been positively dominant at the Tier 2 level during his years on Team Liquid Academy and such. So definitely a favorite to be able to make it back here, facing off against some new blood in Kisno.
Okay, we do start off our draft then. Reminder that this is going to be just a quick run through of who is being played where. We don't get the pick order necessarily, so we'll let the champions get themselves locked in. But what I do want to remind people of, I think that we've been hitting this narrative over the head, but just in case, you know, you've joined us for the final qualification game, this is Citadel's 8th best of 3 that they will have played in the lower bracket to make it to the NACL, if they can make it in. So they've faced off against 7 opponents before now. They now get another match up against Tempest, and they have, you know, like I say, ran this incredibly long gauntlet to make it this far, and to stumble at the final hurdle. It will be heartbreaking for them.
It's a tough format to try to get through this route, by the way. A call I made pre-tournament was that whoever ends up making it through the lower bracket will have had 2 tries, right? Because it's so much easier to play a winner side, lose, then come back the next week, play fewer games, be geared up and ready to qualify. But that has not been the case, right? Dog fans and Friendly Fellows both eliminated. It's going to be Tempest versus Citadel here for that last spot. Definitely some pre-tournament favorites here, though. It's going to be a powerful draft for them as well. Philip on this Mbessa, definitely something I want to highlight. It's a highly prized pick. He gets it on R5 as the counter pick up against this Gnar, and Philip is a permanently underrated top laner in the NACL, in my opinion. This guy has run so many lanes. He's so dangerous when he gets his picks, and I think this Mbessa should be qualified among them.
Yeah, and talking straight about the draft, like you said, we got some nasty team comps, some nasty champions. So I'm wondering, is there any specific players that we should be looking out for? Any specific like matchups that we should be looking out for? What do you guys think?
My initial draw to these compositions is just the insane wombo combo, probably on both sides, to be honest, right? Like Gnar, Victor, Misfortune as a trio, that team fight combo goes crazy. You've got Hui, Ezreal, Rel again as a duo, like the team fight that comes through there. Both of these sides are geared toward death ball and geared toward being able to dive in and find that 5 versus 5 quite successfully. Looking at, again, both sides of the coin here, we've got good dive with a Maokai and Nautilus, a Gnar that can go forward on one side to potentially make Bradley's life quite tricky, but then on the flip side, I'm looking at what I can expect to see from this Misfortune. Well, you're going to get battered by Vi and the Ambessa and the Quaid from afar as well. There's a lot of backline access for both of these sides, and it is going to be a struggle for either of these, marksmen really to try and play this out.
Yeah, totally agree with you, Darren. Again, I just can't emphasize enough. It's almost unbelievable that one of Bradley and Darkwings are not going to be in the NACL next split. One of Instinct and Aaron are not going to be the NACL next split. Like, these are players that have been in this scene and have been competitors at the Tier 2 level for a long time, but just the way the bracket broke means that one of them is going home and is taking a trip back to OQs, at least for spring split here. So much to play for, so much pride on the line for all of these guys.
And I think as well, by that token, it is a little bit of a transit, potentially a transition as well, depending on obviously our victor. This is Horda Kisno, who are attempting to establish themselves in that tier 2 space versus Philip and Armeo, who have been so frequently dominant in the tier 2, and as you mentioned for Armeo as well, in that tier 1 space, right? Like, this top jungle disparity in terms of experience at the very least is definitely something to keep track of, and something that Horda and Kisno now have to try at the very least to put the preconceived notions that experience matters behind them, say that they're the young upstarts, they're the rookies on the block that can actually make the difference.
Yeah, and experience means a lot, especially in these competitive play here. So I'm wondering, since we're playing into all these veterans on Citadel, what does Tempest Gaming need to do to, I guess, match the veteran experience on that team there?
I think you have to rely on your own veteran experience as well. Like, you've got a couple of really high key players, and the power of having so many voices is that typically you're going to make better, well-rounded choices as a 5-man core of people that have played for so long versus maybe just the 3 or so. But they've got some really powerful voices in their own right. We know that Aaron, Manui, and Darkwings have been in and around the NACL and the tier 2 space for quite a while, so you actually have to rely on them, leverage a little bit of their experience. And honestly, it's not like Kisno and Horda are dumb players coming into this as well. They've made it this far off the back of very intelligent play also.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gordo and Rudu. They're going to be bringing you guys on the Rift in this last match on who qualifies for the NACL. And yeah, I'll see you guys very, very shortly as we watch Tempest versus Citadel take it out in this last match.
Thank you very much, Alan. Looking forward to getting on to Summoner's Rift here for game number 1. And it looks like we got a couple seconds here. Oh, here we go. I want to highlight Horder and Kisno here as well, just a little bit more, right? Because they're not the ones maybe with as much experience as Armeo or Philip, but they've been hyped up as next up for so long. This is their moment to prove it. This is their moment to surpass the veterans and try to show that they deserve a spot here. Definitely going to be players to keep your eyes on throughout this series.
No, absolutely. And it is... I really, honestly, telling game number 1 that we're going to have Philip picking the Ambessa into the Gnar. Again, you would think that we might see a little bit of a fight here, actually. Hold on.
Yeah, Kisno maybe a little bit spotted here, taking a little
Never
shot.
mind.
Trevor flashing in to get the knockback onto this Maokai, but Kisno is just a little too beefy. They don't quite have the skill shots to be able to take him down. Cooldown's too long at level 1. But it will be a flash forced out of Kisno in trade for a flash from Trevor.
Yeah, there was a bit of a split decision there. Are they going to commit to the first blood, or are they going to just poke and prod away? Because there's a world where, Bradley can scale E at level 1, where Instinct can continue to chase forward, and had those things been pre-discussed or maybe just a little bit more well-identified, there's an opportunity where that kill comes through. But either way, it's a nice little trade. A good advantage early doors to force Kisno to either clear with a little bit less of HP, but also have to burn his flash in the jungle.
Absolutely. So Hoarder and Philip getting a little bit of their trades in early on, as both junglers have started on the top side, so they are both paying a little bit of heed towards their bot lanes. We've seen how much fighting both of these squads love to do, and already it's going to be a lot of damage onto Aaron. Manui first to fall back, blocks some skill shots to stop Instinct from dealing too much damage to his marksman.
Yeah, and in this in this 2 versus 2 rather as well, combat summoner spells in favor. Good flash from Instinct, actually. I was going to say combat summoner spells probably in favor of Citadel. They've got barrier on Instinct versus just the cleanse, so you can stop the CC, but you don't actually get to block any of the damage. And actually not even using cleanse for the ignite means that there's actually an even bigger advantage now coming through for Citadel's bot lane once they hit that level 2 spike.
Definitely is. So, going to be a big threat of that engage coming on through. So Armeo does make his way down towards the bottom side. Seems to be keeping pace with the Maokai quite nicely. Have seen Kisno make his name known in that bottom lane early on already in today's series, and it was on this pick in the Maokai. So eyes to see if he's going to be able to sneak into that bush, if he's going to be able to find an early play onto Instinct and Trevor, and if Aaron and Manui are going to be able to find that bait the way that they did in their previous series.
Early recalls coming through, though, down on that bot side. So, Aaron, again, if you're just joining us, the IGN Chrome is Aaron, fabled bot laner from SLU, from many tier 2 teams, as well as the live server perks / debuffs. Nice to see the Citadel are keeping our jobs nice and easy, but Chrome is Aaron, for those unaware.
Indeed, indeed, and you know, that St. Louis roster maybe not together anymore, but looking to stay in the NACL in practice, even if they can't do it as the St. Louis University squad. Aaron and Darkwing staying together here to see if they can make it under the Tempest banner. They've looked really good today so far. Armeo already looking towards mid, but Darkwing's falling back towards Kisno on his top side.
And I want to talk a little bit again about these compositions, since, you know, we get the draft coming through, we kind of have to break it down and on the fly, honestly, quite quickly. But we have got a lot of range from our carries and a lot of dive from those from the frontliners, really. So, you know, we talked about Vi and Bess are going to be able to dive quite well. You'd like to think that North plus Maokai Nar can do the same thing, really. But what we're looking at is what should be a relatively okay top matchup for Hoarder. We can already see that this Nar is bullying the Ambassador to begin with, and this was a matchup that was initiated by Philip, right? He saw the Nar, decided he would take the Ambassador into this, but Hoarder is so far controlled that wave quite well. Has already based and TP'd, in fairness, so Philip now going to match that with his own teleport. With a pickaxe in the inventory, might be able to start looking for some of those aggressive trades as well.
Good look from Hoarder here. Again, can't emphasize this enough. The one player out of all 10 on the map right now who has not played in the NACL before. He is looking to get himself in there for the very first time, and he is showing up against these well-established top laners and building himself a lead up against Philip on counterpick.
Making sure as well that if he does get in, it's because he's taken down one of those NACL staples in Philip, as Darkwings is spotted, but yeah, probably pretty confident, to be honest. The amount of HP on Bradley is not threatening at all. And Darkwings has done a really good job continuing his momentum, right? Was MVP of our first series of the day, and he's looking to, honestly, bounce back and do the same sort of thing in the second.
Just giving our man the death glare there, saying, I dare you to come on in here and Vault Breaker me. I will trade it back, and I may have backup behind me. You don't know for sure. Kisno will start off this Dragon, calling over his bot lane for assistance as they have regained the push, and it's a forced recall in mid lane. Bradley's got to get out of there, so they're going to be disadvantaged, although Darkwings is not on his way. Trevor overcommits, though, in way too deep. Bramble smashed away by Kisno for first blood.
And it's first blood here for Tempest. They're going to take the Dragon off the back of this as well, and that was completely apropos of any of the mid lane antics as well. That's just a sheer 3 versus 3 that goes in their favor. The Maokai able to come out with first blood, those Fated Ashes doing work, and the Dragon will go down. You can already see Kisno booking it up to the top side. Look at Minui on the minimap as well. He's moving his way up to that top lane, and they are going to look for complete neutral objective dominion.
Indeed they do. Trevor making his way up towards the top side, not dissuaded by that early takedown, wants to come and have some influence in the top lane matchup. Trevor has shown himself by disabling that ward. Hoarder has got to get out of here, flashes away from public execution, but stunned up by Trevor anyway. Still able to hop himself out to safety, able to absorb that gank.
Hook goes wide, so Bradley's able to emote his way out to safety, it would appear. He's down a couple of farm as well, so just needs to be a little bit careful off the back of a couple of rough trades as Instinct and now Aaron battling out down on that bot side. Remember, this is barrier for Instinct versus cleanse for Aaron on this bot lane Misfortune, so if Instinct can get on top and use that barrier effectively, we'll have that combat advantage.
So now move up towards the Grubs. Is no going to be on there. Oh, Aaron and Instinct one-on-one! And
Even
Aaron wins it out! Expended its summoner spells for both, but the Misfortune comes out on top.
Yeah, and Instinct is operating here with, 200 HP more, and he still goes down in that 1 versus 1. Aaron finding a second kill for Tempest, and so far it's just sheer outplays. The mechanics are better for Tempest, and they're finding this lead.
Well done by Tempest here, and they are not the players that you would expect to be making these mechanical outplays in these matchups, right? These are the Citadel guys are the guys who have been picked by LTA orgs historically for their mechanical supremacy, but it's Aaron performing here one-on-one up against Instinct.
Not even. Wow.
Just coming up with the solo kill. Instinct over-emphasizing or over-exaggerating his damage profile there.
Yeah, I mean, it feels a little bit rough for Aaron that you flashed there because you're flashing, preempting a Mystic shot coming out, right? Like, you can't flash auto attack, so it's a skill shot that you're looking to flash, and he wins without it. The barrier goes up also, and fair play to Aaron because he's able to just come out on top in that 1 versus 1, and now the Misfortune, again, one of these champions who is starting to see a lot more of a resurgence in Season 25, and we'll hold it because Trevor might be dead bot lane.
Bullet time opened up right in Trevor's face as Manue holds him down, just barely missing the Nature's Grasp. If that cat had been just a tiny bit longer, that would have been Trevor going down. That's
sponsored by Manscaped. If you can do the mental gymnastics for that one, then good job you. Like, that one was as close as it gets without Trevor actually falling. The cat's not quite close enough to make that one happen, and you can argue Trevor there, lucky to get out with his life.
Skin of his teeth there. Trevor does stay alive, avoids going down a second time, but it is going to free up some space in the bot lane for Aaron and Manui to continue to get their push, to continue to find their advantages. And let's check in on top lane again. Hoarder is just keeping this lead up. He is continuously keeping Philip underneath his turret, and he's finding really good harass off these constant boomerangs and hyperprocs.
Yeah, so you have to imagine, right? Philip will have known that this lane can't have been amazing for him, but is working on this Ambessa to use it for team fights, to use it to get on top of Aaron, to get on top of Darkwings, and make sure that their life in these team fights is a lot more miserable than they might have initially hoped when they locked in these champions. Again, Vi and Ambessa are two exceptionally good dive style champions, and the Vi's point and click, which sets up for the public execution for Philip as well.
A plate and a half, though, secured by Hoarder there, so he's going to have that little bit of extra income when he takes the recall and TP's back to lane. Will just match the TP from Philip here. Armeo knows that recall TP is going to take a little time, so is looking to get in here, but he's spotted by Sapling, and he backs away immediately.
And an attempt, at least, to do something in the enemy jungle, but quite quickly just sort of moved away, and now with our little bit of a glimpse at the gold, who's got the advantages and where. 500 gold top lane, 300 in the jungle, 300 in the mid lane, and then the big kicker as well. 700 gold for Aaron over Instinct. That little bit of a solo kill coming through, plus some extra assist gold. Maybe a plate or two, in fact 2 plates having already gone down. This Misfortune looking pretty darn strong. Hasn't quite finished the Bloodthirsty yet, but is very close to having that completed and will be able to start really walking over this bot lane.
Yeah, definitely got themselves some additional plate gold as well off that last round of pushes. 2 already in the pocket of Aaron. Dragon number 2 spawning up here in just about 15 seconds. Already the push is secured in mid, the push is secured in bot. Kisno is already here. Tempest Gaming are all over this objective, and they should be well set up to secure it. A very clean game from them so far as Hoarder gets a big gnar into the wall in top lane to extend his trade with Philip.
Yeah, might be just looking to try and bait out the public execution from Philip, knowing that there's a dragon going on. So if that ulti's not available, then the potential roam impact is pretty low, but neither one of these top laners look like they're particularly particularly keen on going. And looking at the map, actually, Trevor is booking it up to that top side. Horder has got flashback up and available, but not going to be the case that they actually find anything, and the Drake's going to go down with very little consequence here as Kizno more than happy to take that for himself. One of the small things that I do want to point out about this bot side as well, and why it's so important that Aaron has got that advantage. Misfortune with this Bloodthirster rush does very well versus the Ezreal. Ezreal, a champion that thrives off of poke. The thing that poke gets countered by is this lifesteal, is a Bloodthirster getting picked up so early, and those extra little bits of gold injection are going to be brutal.
Horder getting focused on it is a third visit from Trevor, and once again, Horder is able to nullify it. He does have to expend the flash this time, but it's hard to ignore that Citadel keep on visiting this top lane, and they are not able to stop Horder from getting ahead, and they aren't able to get any of those kills.
No, I mean, he's a massive pressure sponge at the minute. Like, he's just soaking it all in and not really giving anything back at all. One grub already picked up by Kizno is going to look to take the second one, and maybe they'll get up to 5 without, or 4 rather, without really any issue. It was Armeo looked to have stolen one away a little bit earlier. You know, he sort of goes wide.
Yeah, going to be Trevor in really deep here, but getting focused down. They're already getting that burst onto him. It's a 1-for-1 trade, support for support. Armeo falling lower and lower, but Bradley still does have the Chaos Storm, was able to get one of those kills on through. Armeo now looking for the re-engage, knows that Kizno and Horder are low. A great dodge from Kizno on that Severing Bolt, and a great slow from Horder, but a flash in from Bradley to find his man. Picks up a third kill to Citadel.
And it's a great team fight for Citadel. The bounce back in the top side that they needed. They're able to put stop to those grubs going down entirely. They're able to find a skirmish in the top lane, which actually looks favorable for them. You get Bradley with a massive spiraling despair, cashes in onto 2. The AoE damage is beautiful, and that link up may have just given them the way back into the game that they were looking for. It was looking a little bit dicey for the first 10-15 minutes, but we break 13, we see a fight around the top side, and all of a sudden it starts to go well. It's Trevor once again. Engaging is what this guy does. A little bit of a fake out. He's jockeys backwards, flashes on top of Darkwings, gives him no real chance to escape, and Armeo finds him with that cease and desist, able to put in the final touches of CC to get the damage.
And Trevor on these engaged champions, never a player to give up looking for angles. He is always just looking for the next fight, no matter how many times he's been punished for it. And this time around, he gets cashed out. But now in the bot lane, looking for a dive. Instinct already low. Kizno leading the charge with the twisting advance. Instinct trying to blink himself out to safety. Will be able to build the space. Aaron wasn't able to get the last shot. Manui is full sending it, but hooks a minion. Will get gunned down by this Ezreal. Meanwhile, Kizno was found by Armeo. It's a 2-for-0 over to Citadel. Make it 3 as Horder's been solo killed in the top lane. It's all going wrong, Rudude.
It's a disaster for Tempest. They were so well poised to slowly, methodically control this game to a victory, but in the space of 2 minutes, Citadel have found 5 kills. They've turned the game on its head, and Bradley is sat 3-0-2 on this Hwei, and the access to this champion again, the Hwei, can play at such large ranges that even though that dive of the Gnar of the Maokai theoretically can be quite high, if Bradley's got the range to sit back, he's going to be absolutely welcome to do so.
All right, Philip finds himself a kill earlier on. It says time's up, unspeakable violence. Philip just takes this dive deeper and deeper, tanking multiple turret shots the whole way to clean up the kill.
Yeah, and I mean, it feels bad for Tempest that Instinct doesn't go down here. It's like a matter of literal milliseconds, smallest amount of damage, and Bradley's going to survive in the mid lane as well, as Armeo able to come in and clean up Darkwings. Once again, just the smallest amount of damage would be the difference. It's just the damage that, unfortunately, Tempest do not have at the minute.
Now Tempest feels like panic is starting to set in as some mistakes have been made, and they are
get
followed up by more and more mistakes, and here might be another
3v3.
one. Although Kizno waiting on a round to make it a full 3-on-3. They do get the lockdown onto Armeo. The kill goes over to Manui. Would have liked that shutdown gold for Aaron, but it is a kill back, and it does kind of break this streak that Citadel had going.
Stops the momentum, and that's pivotally important because Citadel were beginning to just completely run away with this, and they find one kill. They can deny the pace with which Armeo was honestly dictating this game in the faces of Tempest. There's a Drake spawning in 30 seconds time. That'll likely be our next big ticket window for action, because there's 2 kills already on the side of Tempest, and you know that Citadel with this current run of form are going to look to try to stop that. little replay of what happened in the mid lane. It's just a really easy execution for Citadel. Armeo comes in, cease and desist down onto an immobile Victor with no flash. Really easy, really straightforward, but job gets done anyway.
And must have lost track of Armeo. There's just no other way to put it. If you recognize that the Vi can be there, it's inexcusable to be up that far. So Darkwing's going to move into bottom lane. They're going to rotate the bot lanes over towards mid. There is a lot of work already done on this mid lane turret, so that could be a first turret opportunity for the side of Tempest if they do get on over to it. They have already gotten those feats of warfare, but still would be great to be able to open up that mid lane for themselves. They're starting to pressure onto Instinct. He's being forced to retreat away, and they will get some time to fire away at this turret. They're going to take it, Rooted.
Okay, and I think this next team fight is going to be a really big kicker, and I actually like that Tempest have sort of backed away from it. Looking in particular at Bradley's build path, this is a very early Medjay Soul Stealer to go for. He is still going to be under a large amount of threat. He's an immobile Hwei, there is a Nautilus ulti, there is Maokai, there is Gnar, all again theoretically champions that can get access to that backline, especially if we get a bullet time layered over the top and there's a single bit of CC that connects onto Bradley, he will be done for. However, if the fight goes the other way and he's left untouched, he's able to reign free, he could very easily begin to take over this game with just an abundance of magic damage early on.
A big confidence move here from Bradley is 9 stacks is not gold efficient. You need 10 to be able to have this Medjay's purchase be quote-unquote worth it versus buying something else. He seems to think that he's going to be able to get those additional kills and assists, get those stacks up, and be a big threat. He is plenty of the way there, of course, but a death would definitely put him a little in the dumps compared to what Darkwings is building up here, as he's already secured himself the stasis. Definitely wants to have that when facing down a Vi.
Yeah, the general rule of thumb, hold on, they're looking for the 10th stack now.
Get in right on towards Order, a nice flash away,
flash.
Still did get hit by the Spiraling Despair, and they can't take this dive any further. Turret amp up damage is a hell of a drug. It's really difficult to withstand against, and now that he's Mega Gnar, he's definitely going to kill you if you try to redive him here. He will back on away. It does give them alone time with the turret, but that is being matched by Darkwings in the top lane.
Yeah, so it might just be that turret-for-turret trade, and also this Herald going down. Tempest have seemingly halted that assault that Citadel had. There was this sort of 2-minute spell where Citadel could just do no wrong on the map, but now things are starting to get traded. It's becoming this game of chess where you're just giving more gold to your carries. Darkwings and Bradley, both of them, getting larger and larger gold influxes into their bank accounts, and the disparity in which way these mid laners have taken that gold is definitely quite intriguing. It's Seeker's Arm Guard picked up for Darkwings, knowing that Vi and Bessa are going to be targeting him like homing missiles, where Bradley, as we've already highlighted, went towards that Medjay, is opting into being that flat AP threat.
A classic duo there, or soon-to-be classic duo. I guess Ambessa's probably still a little too new for this to be a classic duo, but going to be a mainstay of competitive for years to come, I'm sure, as that easy-to-access lockdown combo is so difficult to survive if you are able to get it on off. There's so much range that the Ambessa can get in onto you from. It's just a hard-to-land skill shot. Vi makes that a plenty easy.
And again, I do want to, touch back on that Medjay's a little bit. You've talked about the gold efficiency and the power of the 10 stacks, the sort of maybe lesser known and more valuable quantity of the Medjay's is once you hit that 10 stacks, you do get extra movement speed for an immobile champion like Hwei. 10% movement speed on 10 stacks is very, very powerful and incredibly important to get to. So Bradley going to be looking for that very quickly.
Manui getting on in there, maybe a little bit early, but Hoarder has shown up for the backup, so he's making me a liar right away. Armeo gonna get taken down before Philip even arrives, and they're looking for a little bit more. Slow still being found. Hoarder going to be able to transform here soon. Darkwing's finding some nice poke damage down on towards Trevor, who will have to fall back along with the rest of his team. It's a nice, quick little fight for Tempest Gaming, where they come out 1-0.
Yeah, hook in, flash out, Manui baiting in very efficiently there as everything gets blown onto the Nautilus, who just flashes out to safety, uses Locket, and actually barely loses any of his health. And now Atakan getting started up again.
A 20-minute
Not necessarily the easiest
Atakan
objective, but they're going for it.
It does so much damage to you. This is really dangerous territory for Tempest, as here comes Philip on the flank, already finding Manui. Manui solo will get taken down by Instinct, but the Atakan has been secured for Tempest. Trevor is blown up by a combination of Chaos Storm and Bullet Time. and now Tempest going to look to retreat. They have a clear path back to their turret. Darkwings is found by Philip. An easy solo out for the top laner, but Aaron is looking to trade it right back. Shut down gold into his pockets. Hoarder stays standing, 2 for 2, but Otacon to Tempest.
And importantly as well, they got a lot of the flowers there off the back of that Gordo. I think maybe 4 total Blood Roses go their way, or go to Citadel, whereas the rest go to Tempest. They were very efficient at sticking around, made sure that they're able to pick up all of that experience, all of that adaptive force that's going to come through as well. Just get to see a little fight off the back of this. Manui buys a lot of the time as Instinct and Philip catch themselves out down on this bot side. It's a little bit of a split decision for Trevor as well, doesn't know whether to go up or to go down, ends up getting caught in the bullet time and goes down anyway. And despite the trade of flashes, Ambessa has far more dashes than a Victor. An easy pickup means that Darkwings falls as well. We're starting to see the nature of this potentially very scrappy team compositions when they get into these 5v5s come to play. We have 30 seconds before that Drake spawns, and again, now another catch.
Really nice from Manui there, waits for the crash down to come through before he pops it, and now he sees
another.
Armeo and says, all right, let's get both. I'm gonna throw down depth charge. How many can you send me? 3, see if 3 is in the cards, but they're not going to get over Philip, and they aren't even gonna be able to finish off Armeo. Still, huge health bar advantage for Tempest as they get to siege this inner turret.
Again, reminder that Kisno, Hoarder, 2 players that are paling in comparison when it comes to experience at the tier 2 and tier 1 play versus their counterparts. Armeo, time in abundance in tier 1, in even more abundance and success in tier 2. Philip has been a mainstay top laner for the NACL for years upon years, but at the minute, they are losing to Hoarder. They're losing to Kisno, 2 newer, fresher faces in the top and jungle role who are holding their own and performing astronomically well in this series.
And Aaron too, right? He's been an NACL face for a long time, but it's often on some of those lower towards the bottom of the table teams, but he's always a player that we have heard so much hype about. He has always been a name that was talked about as this guy can take a big step up this year, and that's been the case every year. This may be Aaron's year if he's able to keep up performances like this, just straight up outperforming Instinct in this game number 1.
Yeah, 5-0-2 on the Misfortune. Quietly, once again, I feel like there's only so many times that we can say this, but nothing, it doesn't feel like there's been anything flashy from Aaron. There was a solo kill in the bot lane, which was honestly Instinct overstepping, and then outside of that, it's just been, again, firm knowledge and just an outright understanding.
Oh, here's a full-on engage, though. Aaron going to be the target. He flashes out, opens up with bullet time, interrupted by Armeo, but the rest of the fight has already gone his team's way. Citadel Gaming sell out to take down Aaron, and they find themselves bankrupt. Bradley and Instinct, the last 2 alive. The map belongs to Tempest.
And that was a 4v5 as well, Gordo. Hoarder was not a part of that at all. There was no Gnar there for that fight. Bradley and Instinct try as they might to do some form of defense. They were not able to help out their team nearly enough in that skirmish, and Philip and Armeo, like you say, they were able to go in, they were able to take down Aaron, but it cost them 3 divers' lives.
And now the map that belongs to Tempest, they get themselves plenty of vision control around this top side. Baron is up in 15 seconds, 3 minutes to go on the Dragon, so this is the focal point of the map. If you can hold this control, they're taking a reset here simultaneously with Citadel, not giving them a chance to be able to fully retake. Manui's gonna be here when Trevor comes to try to get the sweep on through, and it might just be another pick.
Yeah, he's already a little bit too called out. I will have Crash down though, so get to call that one out. Manui might have liked to hold on to the hook like we've seen him do a couple of times already, but Hoarder on this Gnar, I mean, 2 items is going to be a menace in that side lane as well, with that Black Cleaver, with that Trinity Force. Gnar, a notorious Trinity Force champion, comes online on that 1-item spike, and with a second in his back pocket, might be able to go toe-to-toe with Philip, but I do like the idea that Philip trying to split push here. He's actually, even in items, and you could argue, the Ruby Crystal versus Pickaxe and Double Longsword might be a little ahead, but we're going to get to see the 1v1 anyway.
I mean, Hoarder's going to transform here shortly. Knows that he has the opening angle with multiple hyper procs. Now looking to take the fight the rest of the way. Doesn't get the Gnar into the wall. It's immuned by a public execution from Philip. And this one-on-one has turned around real quickly, Rudude. Kisno going to try to bail out his top laner with the Nature's Grasp, but Trevor is waiting over the wall. Here he comes with the Magnet Storm. Not fast enough. A hyper proc off the shift into mini form. But Armeo comes in. Another ultimate for Hoarder. He's stayed alive for so long, will finally be taken down, but that's so many cooldowns.
Trevor recovers there, misses out on the kill initially, but fortunately, Shattering Strike destroys shields. The locket goes up in an attempt to save the top laner's life, but it is immediately thwarted, and the kill comes through. Hoarder batting off just a little more than he could chew. It was some great mechanics coming out from both of our top laners here. Philip immuning the Mega Gnar, using the public execution to do it, and the same to be said for Hoarder as he does a quick step back to get a double jump to continue the engage for the 1v1. So teleport in from Bradley, to teleport in from Darkwings as well. So both of our mid laners now a little bit stranded on the map wherever they end up going, but still this game could not really be too much closer. Our gold lead within 1 to 2,000 gold, and every single time we get to see these fights, it's a new winner.
Love that matchup knowledge from Philip, using the public execution to immune the Gnar, prevent himself from getting thrown into that wall, because that would have been the solo kill condition. Hoarder stays alive for so long. I could have seen a turnaround here from Tempest, but they are just fast enough on the Citadel side to get this kill and get out before Aaron can get here and open up with a bullet time.
And maybe if there'd have been a slightly different flash or a slightly different path taken, Hoarder could have gotten out to safety, but we need to look forward now. Moving on to the soul that is spawning in 30 seconds for Tempest, and the current run of the game, the momentum, just slightly in favor of Citadel. You can see they have got a little bit of prio down in that bot side jungle. We're able to use this time where Hoarder was off the map to establish just very shallow, don't get me wrong, but vision all the same, so they can see just a little bit of an approach that would happen into that river. Hoarder still looking to control that side lane, but you can see the way that Tempest are posturing. They're moving up toward this Baron. They want to try and flip this and try to take a trade.
Such a good state for Tempest here, right? They're the ones on soul point, so Citadel have to have some emphasis on this dragon. Armeo is down there right now, but it gives them the chance to start off the Baron. Hoarder and Philip in the one-on-one again. The Mega Gnar is not here yet. It's about to come on through, but the fight is already over as Bradley is hunting for Hoarder on the other side. They're going to take the fight. 4 versus 3 on the opposite side. Nature's Grasp moving on across the rest of the team. It's a hook back in onto Armeo. He's melted down by the bullet time, and Instinct is forced to retreat back over the wall. Now he's cut off from the rest of his team. Aaron's still trying to find angles to shoot, but Manui's been focused down. Spiraling Despair nearly going to be able to take down Kisno. It will be a 2-for-1 in favor of Citadel. They turn it back away. Once that bullet time's down, they know Aaron can't touch them.
Yeah, 3 items on the MS, so oh my god, Instinct there with a crazy arcane shift forward. He's able to just sort of ego his way out of it more than anything, but Darkwings definitely bearing the brunt of that damage. You're quite right though, the 3 items on the Misfortune mean that she does a lot of damage with her ulti, and those auto attacks, if she can fire them, do go pretty hard, but Bradley forcing Hoarder in.
Now Hoarder forced to retreat here, but he's getting blown up. Philip going to be able to finish him before he's able to go Mega. The Rage Manifestation not going to be there. The management needs to be a little better from Hoarder for him to be Mega in these fights. Him going down means that this dragon belongs to Citadel.
21 stacks now on Bradley's Medjai's Soul Stealer. We were talking about cost effectiveness early doors. Well, he spent 1,500 gold for this, and he's currently getting a boatload of AP for it, so he's going to be more than happy with how much he's getting from this. But this is a 2-man startup from Darkwings and Aaron. Now Armeo spots it out. Manui's there, but this is a little bit risky. They're probably going to have to call this off. I like the idea, but Armeo, wise to it, moves his way out to that top side. And as we hit Gordo, 30 minutes on the clock, the gold is separated by 100 total. These two teams could not be closer. There is 1 dragon separating them. There's 1 cannon minion separating them. And the kills are as even as they get.
Are here, Rudude. You got to call out that Otacon buff was secured earlier on by Tempest Gaming. They're going to get a little bit more beef out of these objectives they've been able to secure. They have the Void Mites in their favor thanks to the Grubs. They have 1 more dragon, are still on that soul point, but it hasn't been enough to push them over the edge up against Citadel. The game is too close to call. but the Baron will be started up here yet again, and Citadel seem to be a little out of sorts. They're not grouped together. They would be approaching this from many different angles.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Tempest were just sort of forcing it to see if they could bait anything out. Bradley has got teleport, so he's welcome to go down to that bot lane, but when he's already on this top side, we're just going to see a lot of those waves down in the bot lane probably go amiss. Philip's actually walking his way down there, but without teleport, that's a bit tricky for him. So we're going to sort of sit in this limbo state where bot lane kind of gets left by the wayside until both teams sort of respect Handshaker and go back to base, give somebody some time to head their way down to that bot lane, and it's Darkwings that takes that initiative, moving, at least it looked like, toward that bottom lane, but an attempt now for Citadel to try and clear out some of that vision, have established themselves, again, just the most finite amount of gold as both of these mid laners working their way ever closer to that Rabadons. You don't really want to fight as either side until those big ticket items have been hit for your mages, but I'm looking at this for Aaron, 4 items on the Misfortune, now has an Infinity Edge, 100% crit chance, with a, you know, missing out actually with the Bloodthirster coming in. But even still, very strong on the MF. Definitely something that he should be looking to leverage and something that Tempest should be looking to fight around.
I want to call out, Darkwings was forced to take that previous recall because he exchanged some blows with Bradley, but this guy's 4 items deep with a 21 stack Magi. His damage is absolutely ridiculous, and he is the player to keep your eyes on to carry these fights for Citadel. Getting a little bit of poke damage on a cross, but Darkwings desperately needs this Rabadons, maybe regretting that tier 3 boots purchase here if that would have given him that last bit of gold, because he needs a little more damage. 2 items, it's just not enough to make Bradley feel the pain when you find these lasers.
Oh, okay, we're going in.
Public Execution finds its way onto Hoarder. He will be disengaged from immediately, going to be in that mega form soon, but he's going to look to take that recall and TP back, Rude.
I mean, that's a big win, though. The fact for Tempest, excuse me, that Public Execution's now down, access to Aaron halved almost in an instant. Armeo can go in, but now they don't have that diving partner to make it work. And you can see Tempest, they've recognized this. Hoarder can TP back in, be full HP, and just as much of a threat. Ambessa doesn't have that tool.
Manui pulling the trigger a little early here, takes a big chunk of damage. The rest of the team's got to peel off the Baron, but they've already lost their support. Trying to get some damage onto Philip on the opposite side, but Darkwings and Aaron are stepping forward in towards the mid lane. Bullet time opened up right onto Bradley. No defense available for Citadel, as it is a double kill going over to Instinct, but the rest of the fight is getting swept up by Tempest. It's a 2 for 2, but critical carries down for Citadel.
And it's Armeo who sells out his mid laner. Twisted advance, and the Vi pulls hit the Maokai all the way back behind Bradley, who has no flash, to just line up for a crispy bullet time and take the Hui down. Yes, the Spiraling Despair went wide, but take a look. Who is it actually that pulls in? It may not have been Armeo, but the Maokai gets flung into the backline here. Trying to keep our eyes on it is. It's Armeo who brings back the Maokai, sets it up for Bradley, who just gets bramble smashed into Misfortune ultied. It's a brutal combo, and unfortunately hard done by his own jungler there.
Yeah, it was looking a little dicey as Manui pulls the trigger early, but Manui looking for these fights so consistently on the Nautilus as a fresh role swap. You gotta respect here, having spent so many years having to keep yourself safe on the marksman, now having to full send it. First in, first out in the form of those deaths, but building fight scenarios that Tempest Gaming can work with.
Yeah, that's you know, sometimes as an AD carry you can think, I just need a fight to start, and maybe he's got that sort of philosophy in his head at the minute as well. As Aaron now full completed 5 items, just a couple of tier 3 boots when he's ready, but the Misfortune we know has got enough move speed to get it going for her without them. Now moving into a soul for Tempest if they can get this once again, but Citadel will be looking to pave a way through this bot side into the bottom of the river, stop this dragon from going down. Remember, Tempest don't have an obligation to be here. Denying this dragon is good to get them the soul, but they don't have to be here to deny it from Citadel. They can make a play mid lane, they can make a play around the Baron, or if they get the opportunity, they can just look for a big fight. Trevor spotted, though, on this control ward. His angle now known, giving them the way to go in.
Hoarder at a perfect rage bar here, looking for the engage angle, just going to slam them right into the wall as they melt down Armeo. It's Philip into the back line. Bullet time is opened up and gets interrupted instantly. Hoarder is already dropped down, but Philip is so low on HP. Trevor going to be the next one to fall on down. It's a 3-for-1 team fight so far for Tempest. Darkwings has got the Rabadons, he's got the damage. Aaron is kept kept safe, and Tempest will take the Dragon Soul.
The Mountain Soul goes the way of Tempest. Minui.
Minui's still looking for it here. Darkwings flashes over the wall, sees an opportunity to make a mark on the game, and Instinct is in a 60-second death timer. Just like that, Baron is on the menu, Rudude.
Minui will be more than happy to take that. Swaps his for the life of an Ezreal, and at this late game stage, that is a trade you are more than happy to take. Kisno's alive, Armeo's down, the Baron is on the menu, and Tempest have taken firm control of game number 1.
And all game long, the Rage Bar management has sucked, Rudude. Hoarder has been caught out without Meganar in these teamfight situations, and it has cost them. But finally, he starts off the fight at half a bar. He gets everything he needs. He gets the engage onto Arveo, and it is a fight win for Tempest right away.
And it's just exactly what they needed, and Armeo, he steps in to catch the kitten. But look at this again, a second spiraling despair from Bradley in as many team fights that doesn't quite hit the marker. 4 items on a Hui and the ulti goes wide. That's a massive burst of damage that you are missing from these team fights. And it's Minui again. He has 100 HP, but he's saying, look at me, we can turn. He doesn't care if he dies. He knows that his life is less valuable than that of an Ezreal, but if he can give it up to take him down, it's absolutely worthwhile. They force Bradley's flash as well, and it's just an incredible heads-up play from this role swap support.
Massive move from Minui, the player we needed to step up to find these fights, to find these engage angles. Does it big time. It's 18-18 on the kill score, but the Dragon Soul buffed up by that Otacon buff that they got earlier on is so big for Tempest Gaming here, and they have got themselves the gold lead to boot.
And now what can they do with this Baron for a game that has been on tenterhooks for so long? It took us 32 minutes, 33 maybe, before we actually got a decisive advantage going either way. Now with the Maokai ulti called topside.
Bradley is rooted, he's caught, it's bullet time, opened up by Aaron, and already the unkilled mid laner has fallen. Magi stacks to the wayside, and Hoarder charging forward to find the next victim. Tempest Gaming take the fight. They take 2 down, they take top inhibitor, and they are 5 members strong. Baron at their backs, looking to take game number 1.
And they might be able to do it here. They've got all the tools in their arsenal, and there's only 3 people left to defend.
Public execution whiffs. Kisno's right back in there. Philip is down. Instinct and Armeo must retreat back underneath their fountain, but Tempest Gaming looking for a spot in the NACL. They are going to start this series off 1-0.
And they put their best foot forward here. The momentum from that previous series paying dividends. Once again, it's an incredible performance from Tempest, and honestly, either side could have taken this game. It was 30 minutes of back and forth, metronome swinging League of Legends. Nobody knew who was going to come out on top. It was impossible to split hairs between these 2 teams, but in one team fight where Tempest stepped into the role that they needed to, it was a standout performance and a great timing on a Hoarder fight, on a step in from Armeo, which is just a little too close, catches himself out, lose Soul, lose Baron, lose the game.
Absolutely here, and what a run from Tempest over the course of those last couple of minutes, finally finding the fight that they needed, finally getting the engage angle, and then it's Kisno coming up on the top side, recognizes they're defending this turret with just 2 people, and just like that the game ends. They get the final mistake that they needed to see out of Citadel. They capitalize perfectly, and they find themselves up 1-0 in the series, which now that's the best of 3, Rudude. They are halfway there.
Yeah, exactly, right. One more game and Tempest, your final representative for the NACL, joining Apex Mission Impossible, joining near Airport for 3 of 64 teams that have made it. This massive gauntlet run that Citadel have been on, the glorious road that they have gone down, could very well be stopped at the final hurdle.
Yeah, it'd be a disaster there for Citadel for certain, but what a massive move it would be for Tempest. And I mean, both of these squads were built to qualify. Both of these squads were favorites to qualify. It will be a massive loss for whoever doesn't make it. But based on how close this game number 1 was, I don't know that we'll be done after just 2, Rudude. Throw it to a quick break here, but we will be back for the second draft in just a couple minutes.
Welcome back to the NACL Open Qualifiers. Again, my name is Alan, joined by Gordo and Rudude, as we break down our last game, Tempest versus Citadel, in the last series of the day and all of the Open Qualifiers. Tempest won up against Citadel, but yeah, let's talk a little bit about that last game.
I mean, where do we want to begin? 30 minutes of back and forth nail-biting action, or one fight that just decides the whole game? Like, that felt like the story for game number one. And honestly, I'm here for it for another two if we can get it.
Completely there with you, Rude. It would be a shame to call this day after 4 games when these teams are playing so neck and neck. Hoping we at least get another nice, long, close game for game number 2, because Tempest Gaming really showing on up there. They had the dominant early game. They faltered a little bit in mid-game. Citadel were able to make the complete comeback. They were looking like they were in control for a little bit, but Tempest wrests control back in the last moment. They finally have the pieces come together, right? They finally get Hoarder on the right Gnar bar. They finally get Manui finding the big engages on the Nautilus, and they finally find great angles for Kizno to get Nature's Grasp on through.
Yeah, in that last game, I was wondering what were the strongest points of Tempest Gaming, because we saw from that bot dive that Citadel kind of had that like favor in that bot dive. They like sent 4 bot lane, got a lot out of it, but I'm not sure what they were able to do after that point. How was Tempest able to come back from that situation?
I think that the large part of this, again, was just really good trading on either side. And the idea that any team had an advantage for really anything more than 2 to 3 seconds at a time is probably a disingenuous one, because it was always this game of chess, right? People moving pieces around the map, getting one turret on the top side, trading it on the bot side, and you know, maybe a good dive coming through on one side, but then a couple seconds later there was this cross map that would happen, and there was a little sequence of events where Citadel actually sort of bounced back a little bit, where it felt like they could do no wrong and sort of became superheroes for a brief second. But I think that for me, that the real shining star was Aaron. On this Misfortune, had an absolutely incredible performance from start to finish. The only death in that game was when he got triple sent on by 3 people who all died, and the rest of his team were able to quite easily clean up. And it's one of those where you look at it as an AD carry and go, yeah, somehow that's a good death still. And you know, outside of that, Aaron was an absolute superstar with incredible bullet times, great positioning, 1v1ing instinct as well. Like just everything that you could wish for, he had.
Yeah, I want to shout out Kizno there as well on the Maokai. I think did had some great impact in the early game, was able to find some of those successful ganks, and really was very disciplined in his holding of stuff like the Nature's Grasp, right? It's such a non-committal engage. You can frequently see Maokais, especially at this level, just chucking it out there every time you see a champion, because you know what? Maybe we get the pick, and maybe we get the fight, and that'll work against a lot of teams that you scrim against at this level, but not the very best who are looking to promote into the NACL. But he doesn't do that. He waits until the moments are right. He waits until he has the setup. He waits until he knows he's going to land those crucial roots, and it's a big factor that set him up to win these team fights.
Yeah, and another player I want to recognize too is Manui. You know, despite his role change, he was able to, outperform in this throughout this game, and alongside with Aaron as well. So it's nice to see that he was able to, position with Aaron and kind of like, I guess, peel for him necessarily, which led Aaron, to be able to capitalize on a lot of these team fights and utilize a lot of the damage as well. So it's nice seeing that coming out of this bot lane here.
yeah, having a role swap as well, and there's a long story, a fabled story almost,
yes.
Is that the best supports are just AD carries who are sick of having bad supports on their teams, and Manui, I'm not gonna speak to the supports that he's had on his team, but has certainly made that role swap and knows what his AD carry is going to want from him, right? He's stepping into these positions where he's just playing incredibly aggressively, right? Like my mind goes back to a bot side fight that when they kill Instinct and Manui is on 100 HP, sat around the banana brush, and you're just thinking, in what situation would an AD carry step up on 100 HP like this? But because Manui's on this Nautilus, on that support role, he's happy to just sacrifice his life with very little abandon just to know that he can take out an Ezreal and take out somebody who's a much higher target. And again, AD carries will tell you that the power of AD carries come from their supports, and in the lane as well, it's 90% decided or however much decided by a support, they have more impact. And even in this massive exchange where, yes, they find Aaron, he's even able to get out and take down a load of damage on his way out as well. Like the bot lane duo we'd highlighted at the start of this series is going to be something that's incredibly important to keep our eyes on. The matchup of these two bot lanes, and I think game number 1 was a perfect exemplifier of it.
Yeah, and that's great to hear because I want to mention a lot of their team fighting skills too. Like Tempest were able to utilize their champions so well. We saw that Maokai ult, the Victor ult, alongside with the Nautilus ult and the Misfortune. So they were all able to capitalize on so much of the pressure of the map. And I'm wondering what could Citadel do to come back from this point, come back from team fighting as well? Because I feel like one of the biggest things was the team fighting. It was one of their biggest struggles, and I'm wondering what can they do next game to improve from that.
For me, Bradley's playing great. I mean, you got to look at what he was able to do out this way, right? He was unkilled for forever. He had so much gold, so many Magi stacks, and then they lose that one fight, like Rudud called out, that seemed to decide the whole game, and then he dies immediately after, right here on this replay, and those are his 2 deaths for the whole game. So if he's able to get on some of his signature picks, he's been really, really good on the Azirs. He's played some Cassiopeia. He's played some Orianna. I'm excited to see if he can get onto one of those picks that have been tried and true for him all tournament long. Not that his way was bad by any means, and really be that X factor that pushes Citadel over the edge.
Yeah, I mean, for Bradley as well, right? It's a really tricky game because I would argue, 98% of it, he played exceptionally well. You pointed out all those positives, but the small issue came from those 2 final team fights where his ulti goes wide and then him getting caught out on the top side turret. That's a misstep from Bradley. Him being underneath that tier 2 is unfortunately too far forward, not a position that he should be in, and is one of those situations where in those high pressure situations it is just one mistake sometimes that can cost you the game. And in that situation, we can make arguments as to who it was that told Bradley to be there or why he's there in the first place, but he made the decision to walk up there and try to defend that turret where he had really no business being. And again, this is not to try and bash on him at all, because he played and probably kept Citadel in that game for a lot longer than they might have had any purpose being in. But in that one split decision, he ended up going down and being a large contributor to how they lost that game.
Yeah, and despite, Tempest being up 1-0 in the series, we're still in a best of 3, so Citadel has an opportunity to come back. And what kind of difference do you guys want to see in composition in this next match, especially from Citadel, and especially when you guys were emphasizing Bradley on his biggest mid lane picks? What do we want to see?
I think, yeah, I mean, Gordo touched on it perfectly, right? And yesterday we also got to see a Bradley Akali game that went pretty crazy as well. So there are plenty of picks that are very Bradley coded that we could still see. He's had a pentakill on Orianna already versus Flippers for just a shout out some of the great team names that we've had in this tournament. But there are so many champions that we could see this mid laner play, and that Bradley can go back to. The time spent in top lane as well is going to have only added to that champion pool. I do think as well that getting instinct on something quite maybe utilitarian, so your Ashe, your Varus or something like that, then gives opportunity for Bradley to play something a little bit more flexible, a little bit more hyper carry-esque in that mid lane as well.
And that's been kind of the bread and butter for this team comp for what Citadel has been drafting for most of the tournament, right? Instinct's most played this tournament is the Ashe. Trevor's is the Leona. They want that bot lane to kind of have the lockdown for them. And then Bradley's been playing the Victors, the Cassiopeias, the Oriannas as their primary sources. Another big pick that we got to see when we last featured Citadel yesterday was this Volibear from Armeo. We'll see if it continues to be banned, but he's been a monster on that pick. He's looked so dangerous on it, and it's just that little bit different than what you frequently see out of Armeo, right? You really associate him with the full tanks, but Volibear, he gets to go Cosmic Drive now. He gets to go a little bit of additional damage, and it makes up a big difference.
Yeah, and very shortly we're going to be announcing our MVP. I know it says Chrome there, but it's actually Aaron from Tempest, so congratulations to Aaron again. We had a remarkable performance throughout this last game. Would you like to break it down for us?
I mean, you know what? You know the rules, unfortunately, Aaron. If you want your name to be said on air properly, then you'll make it your in-game name at the end of the day. But even still, Chrome with the IGN, or the player Aaron with the Chrome IGN, was our MVP. I mean, was just a monster, honestly. Again, consistency. I think that this is an MVP for this game, and probably one that he could have definitely vindicatedly earned in the previous series that we got to see, and also the series we got to see yesterday as well. There's so many times where we just sat looking at Aaron and going, yeah, this guy's not doing anything wrong. And that's just what you need. And that's the kind of high-end consistency that you look for out of an AD carry.
Yeah, no, definitely been an excellent tournament for Aaron all around, and that was the reason that this is one of our featured matchups, right? Both Instinct and Aaron have been near flawless for their teams throughout their runs so far, especially in the lower bracket. Which one was going to come out on top? And, you know, right down to a straight-up 1v1 in that first game, it was Aaron for the first round.
Yeah, congratulations to Aaron again, as we're shortly about to get into draft. We already got the bands out here. So yeah, let's discuss a little bit about the draft here. What do we want to see? What do we want a little repeat of?
It's okay. I've seen now what's going to come up on everybody's screen, and I know what I'm going to see get locked in by Hoarder.
Oh my.
Oh,
yeah. It's whooping time, baby. We're going in. Nasus gets locked in for Hoarder. This was on 3. This was seen in response to the top side 3 picks that we see from Citadel. The Nasus was picked into the Jace, the Nocturne, and the Azir. And yeah, Hoarder continues to deliver. This wide champion pool, we saw Vayntop to send them to this series in the first game, or the first series of the day. And now in their potential qualification game to the NACL, he is playing Nasus.
Look, Rude, they may have eliminated the dog fans to get here, but the real dog fan is inside all of us, all right? And Hoarder shows that right here, right now, as he locks in that Nasus. That's an R3 Nasus, by the way, in response to the B2 Jace. It's now we get to see what the rest of this draft is going to transpire for. Kisno now getting back to his carry roots here a little bit, snaps up the Pantheon very early on, but I also do want to call out Citadel looking absolutely great now that they get Bradley on the Azir. This is kind of what we were asking for, Rude.
It is, and I do apologize. We're attempting to fix here, but I've been stolen. My frames have gone away for fear of highlighting this Nasus far too well. And I mean, as much as we're looking at both of these compositions, and I'm looking at the Nasus in particular and thinking, what has led them here? Again, the idea behind it stands firm. You've got Azir, you've got Kai'Sa, 2 champions that want to auto-attack quite significantly, and then you've got Wither to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, clearly you guys are very educated on this Nasus pick coming out of Hoarder. So I would like you guys to educate me on this amazing top lane champion pick we have here.
Yeah, it's going to be a party. I think you often find, well, there was a time where the Nasus mid lane was a really big pick, was kind of the new hotness for a while. Those times are a little bit past us now that there's not quite as many marksmen mid, but a lot of that same philosophy will apply to the Jace, right? Wither going to do a ton of work. Wither does a ton of work everywhere, and when you have 2 kind of attack speed-centric carries, the fact that Hoarder gets to just press W on one of them and kind of fully shut them down, going to really be a massive boon to the rest of this team. We'll see how he actually does when it comes to trying to fill out the rest of it. Rude's too blurry. We've had to cut him from the broadcast for now. He's still here in spirit, though. Rude, can we hear you?
I don't know. I don't want to throw you off.
All right, we got you. We can hear you.
All good. We can just keep discussing, no problems. Anyways, let's talk a little bit more about this composition. Tell us a little bit about what you enjoy more. What do you kind of like seeing? What is like kind of the identity of the teams, and what like can they play to their strengths towards?
Yeah, so I mean, for me, Citadel's side is really going to be looking to have Bradley have another one of these big-time performances, but this time it's going to be on the Azir. It's going to be on something that has maybe a little bit more power to solo turn around a fight, whether it be from a massive engage, pushing everybody back, setting up for Instinct, or whether it be just getting the actual fight lines himself and finding angles for the soldiers to just wail away. Definitely can be a major factor. Meanwhile, though, I mean, Hoarder's going to be able to shut down exactly one person, and I think they have a really powerful early game snowball here from Tempest.
Yeah, would you think they want to typically play towards that grub, especially since they have a Hoarder on that Nasus? And we know Nasus is kind of notoriously known for that kind of like split pusher type champion. Do you think we're going to be expecting to see that in that next match?
I wonder. I mean, I think there's a world where Hoarder goes a little bit more tanky and just is kind of a, you know, utility bruiser, shredding magic-resistant armor, getting slows on across onto key targets, and just being a big dog in the middle of the team fight. That's definitely something we can see as well. But it is Hoarder. I mean, he might play a little bit of a different build. He might try to emphasize the split pushing and carry nature of the pick just a little bit more, especially when these are the side laners he has to go against. He clearly feels confident playing into that Jace, and I don't think the Azir sure is going to be too much of a different story.
Yeah, and we're talking about this Azir pick versus the Syndra pick in the mid lane. Both control mages, both champions that can do a lot of pressure and bring a lot of damage as the game goes on. But let's talk a little bit about this bot lane matchup. We got that Jhin Rakan versus that Kai'Sa Alistar. Would you like to break that down a little bit for us?
Yeah, I do think we have Rude in the background. Rude,
really?
you wanna weigh in here? Okay, all right, I got
I
got you. I just don't want to cut you out. So, yeah, I definitely think in the bot lane, this is where I probably expect Tempest to maybe pay a little bit more attention. This is where you want to use the early game pressure that Pantheon provides. Get down there, set this Jhin or Rakan lane up. You'll be able to find engage angles onto stuff like this Kai'Sa. You could maybe even make these dives happen, and that will really set up once again for Aaron to have a similar performance and get massively ahead. Because it looks like we're getting on to the Rift here. So, Alan, we will see you after the game.
All right, see you guys.
Yeah, nobody needs to check you out on the actual game, Rude. Welcome back, my friend.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
Absolutely. They definitely are looking for more out of this Citadel team. A little bit of a late entry to the Open Qualifiers, perhaps one of the last rosters announced, made up of some folks who were originally expected to be on other teams, but definitely were immediately thrust into the limelight as a team that folks expected to be one of our qualifiers at the end of the day. They now are going to have to reverse sweep this best of 3 if they want to find a way to do it. Kisno absolutely has been, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do with the early pressure provided by this Pantheon. He is going to be able to get so much done in the early game here. Yeah, all right. Luckily, I got an eye on the other monitor. I'm finding that apparently Rudu cannot be heard on stream, so hopefully we can get that resolved. I'll take some longer terms for the time being until we can make sure that we get that resolved. So we do find that Philip has got himself a little bit of a push going here in Armeo, going to be looking for this early dive. Hoarder stuck underneath the tower, and it will be Armeo coming on in for a dive, trying to get the knockback onto Hoarder, and first blood will be secured for Philip. He will be off to the races here for Citadel Gaming. As we do check on out what we've got going over towards the mid lane, though. Kisno is working on this counter jungling, could potentially have an angle inward on towards Bradley. And now we're going to keep on checking out here while we set up everything here. We have Alan, do we have you in here? You want to join up?
Talk about a little bit about. Oh.
All right, Alan is also not able to be heard, so we'll just keep it with me for now. We'll keep it for now. I do not know what I'm getting some conflicting information here, so
Oh,
go
it
to me,
seems that
Hoarder.
I am on the cast.
Oh,
right.
Alan is on the cast. Welcome aboard.
Thank you very much. All right, now where were we?
Yeah, so we're just checking out mid lane for right now, but we've got the resets coming on across from Tempest. There was that first blood onto the top side coming on through for Philip, so he's got himself an advantage in that matchup, and it's kind of spilling over into quite a big CS lead.
Yeah, it seems that Kisno's going to be starting up from that top side there. We do have Drake coming up at this moment. Going to be having a little bit of trading in the bot lane. Nothing too serious going on. Seems like we got a push going on Jace in the top lane as well. And yeah, it's like you said, pretty simple, pretty normal. Going to have a pretty much full clear from opposite sides of the jungle. And yeah, it's pretty much what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, so now we find ourselves here with Kisno making his way down towards the bottom side. I really do still want to see some early emphasis there from this player, and it's already Aaron and Manui building up leads in that 2-on-2. I mean, if you look at them, they're nearly 2 waves up already, and they're zoning Instinct and Trevor away from the wave. This is a tough matchup to play out as the Kai'Sa-Alistair duo, and they're definitely finding themselves on the back foot in this match. Now going to be Armeo setting up for the Grubbies. Should be able to get himself this first spawn. It doesn't look like there's a plan to contest from Tempest.
Yeah, on the other side of the map, we do have Kisno on that Drake, and like you said, it's really important for Pantheon to get ahead in this early game, especially if it's like his strongest point. I feel that Pantheon's a little bit difficult to play in the long run, especially in the late game, and it's very hard to play into that Alistar and that Azir. So it's really important to see Kisno potentially work towards a dive bot lane is what I would like to see, but we'll just have to wait and see.
We will. Oh, another fight breaking out down there towards the bottom side. Going to be a nice snare connected by Aaron as he gets a little bit of chunk damage there onto the Alistar, just keeping them at bay, keeping them on the back foot as Kisno is lurking around, taking away another spawn of the birds. Did we have Rude? I don't think we did. I think he's just sound checking in the background, but... Oh, Rude is back. Rude, are you here? Can you hear me?
Allegedly. So they tell me.
Amazing. I'll leave it to you guys now.
Thank you very much, Aaron, or Alan, rather. I'm getting my A names confused. We got Aaron on the riff, we got Alan on the cast. And thank you very much for stepping on in there as we are rejoined by Rude.
Okay. Woo! Okay. We have first blood. Gordo. Philip got a kill. Tell me how. I missed, unfortunately, the shenanigans.
It's okay. You know what? Shenanigans are aplenty here. We're going to get ourselves plenty more before time is out. I know you've been focused on your audio over the game state, but not too huge of a lead developed either way. I mean, Kisno's been on the counter jungle game, which is a little bit of a surprise from a Pantheon. He's got a little bit of a CS lead going for himself there, but now did also secure the first dragon in trade for the Grubs. The only kill has been in that top lane, where Hoarder's counter pick, it's not working out in the early game at the least.
No. Okay, so let's look at this early. We can take this early game aside. Let's look a little bit at that late game and talk about what Citadel have got for this late game, because oh boy, do they have a late game with Kai'Sa, Azir, Nocturne, and Jace as well. They have got so much flexibility actually with this composition. They can go in with Nocturne and the Alistar. They can play poke with Jace and Kai'Sa, but also that Kai'Sa can help them with the all-in. And then they've also got the ability to attempt that front-to-back team fight. Trevor is going to be their only front line really as Citadel, but Armeo can buy space. The Jace even with this grasp is going to have quite a little bit of HP to try and play with. And if you're sitting playing this far back style where Bradley and Instinct can free hit, there's a very real possibility that they can get some solid team fights down as well. The damage that they're going to have in the late game is not going to be matched by this Tempest composition. I heard Alan, comment on the fact that the Pantheon struggles as we get into the later game. And it's exactly right. Kisno has that little bit of emphasis in the early stages of this game to have an impact.
Yeah, I need to see a little bit more than just a couple extra camps taken away. Again, would expect to see some emphasis towards the bot lane, where Aaron and Manui are building up a lead on their own, but need to see just that little bit of extra oomph coming on in before too long. Otherwise, this Pantheon just going to find himself a little outscaled, as Armeo does have access to that paranoia. The first cast, always such a point of emphasis. Darkwing's up a little bit deep. Bradley going in, shuffling him back alongside the Nocturne, but Kizno's here for the backup. A huge spell shield from Armeo to save himself from the majority of the damage, but he'll work through that Nocturne. Either way, it's a 1-for-1.
I mean, that's a trade overall, but it's your jungler going down versus your mid laner going down. As Citadel, I'll take this every day of the week because I'm looking and I can get to see now Bradley's going to be able to farm up. There was also a lot of commitment from the bot side of Tempest there as well, so just giving a little bit more time over to Instinct to get past this really generally quite weak early game Kai'Sa stage.
Definitely a big focus point to get Instinct rolling. Wasn't able to get anything on that first kill, but check a little bit on the replay how this pick happens. It's a great angle onto Darkwings. And look at this. Oh, it's just a missed Q from Kizno. That's a little bit rough, but they get the kill regardless.
Yeah, I mean, would a hit Q maybe have changed that? I think that the kill still comes through, and it's a 1-for-1 overall, so I mean, that's the solace that you can take as Kizno, is that it probably wouldn't have made too much difference in the long run anyway. Bradley didn't actually get a chance to find a recall just yet, so he's sat on relatively low HP versus a Syndra. Once that ulti comes back up off cooldown, might be a little difficult for Bradley to step up, and probably means that these grubs are going to be forfeit. Armeo might try to snipe one of them away, but realistically, without a mid laner, they shouldn't be able to do too much here, unless the TP comes in quickly enough.
Definitely Manui coming in from the bottom side. Knockup connects on towards Kizno. They will be looking to try to get this CC, but the damage is here aplenty for Citadel. Kizno going to be focused down first. Manui looking for another target, but the damage still just isn't there. Darkwing's getting some dark spheres on the side, but he is forced to back away.
Yeah, and Philip is running this game right now. Hoarder was not a part of that fight for so long, just a massive wave under his turret that he didn't want to give up. Wasn't feeling confident to move at all, and have a look at this. So one wave going under the turret that Hoarder feels compelled to go and catch, and then as soon as he gets there, recognizes I've actually got to make my way down to the team. But at this point, it's already too late, and the Nasus misses out. He gets the worst end of both worlds, where he moves to the fight, does nothing, and doesn't get any gold anyway.
Yeah, Tempest knows Bradley's on a reset, so they're trying to take advantage.
Oh, okay.
Manui is just getting a fight started. Kizno comes in with the Grand Starfall, but they won't be able to finish this kill onto Armeo. They're trying to hand it over, but he's just too quick. Finally, Darkwings will claim that kill, but what was expected to be a player, they could maybe get more. It's just the one.
Okay, so ultimately 1-4 Dragon. You know, I think that Citadel are going to be happy. Tempest probably going to be happy as well. Armeo 0-2 and 3, not the best Nocturne scoreline that we've seen, but is more than happy, really. I think with the 2 deaths that he's had, he's been getting things for them, and it's not like Kizno is hyper accelerated off the back of this either. The one, you know, situation that we do need to be very conscious of is this Jace, and how easy is it for this Jace to be killed, because at this stage in the game Philip is looking like the be-all and end-all of a win condition. But we'll hold that point as we get to see quite what happened to Armeo. He able to find a quick snipe onto the Dragon, but just a lot of CC in the opener, and then people are looking toward Bradley thinking, okay, we can probably take down the Azir as well, as his ulti, in fairness, does go wide, but he's not quite able to go down off the back of it, and we do see Bradley navigate his way out to, I will call it, safety.
For sure. It's going to be Aaron working still to try to build up a lead on the bottom side. See that lane state has a reset now. He's got his collector in tow, so still looking for what action might transpire around these future dragons, because top lane is cooked. Rude. Hoarder has fallen so tremendously far behind. He'll get there eventually, maybe, especially if he's stacking up on this siphoning strike, but it's gonna be a while. He is got nearly 2k gold behind. No, actually just straight up 2k gold behind compared to Philip right now.
No, you said it right, to be fair, the first time, and in fairness, he is cooked. We don't need much elaboration past that. We'll now have to wait and see whether or not this Nasus W can have any impact later on, because that's kind of what we're playing towards. Maybe at some point, upon the completion of a couple of items, he can threaten Bradley, but I think even then he's just going to get shunted by the Azir wall. He's going to get knocked up and bounced out by Trevor. Potentially hit by a fear from Armeo as well. There's a fair manner of tools that we can expect to see used to punish this Nasus. And you can see as well as resorted to putting a few points into that Spirit Fire, into the E as a form of wave clear, just to try to get CS.
Yeah, trying to clear out waves, trying to do anything, getting all into by Philip here. Kisno has arrived, but Armeo is present as well. Big stun, trying to create a little bit of space, trying to buy some extra time for the dog to do his work, but Kisno will drop as well in this 2v2. Citadel reigns supreme. It's a 2-0 win for them.
And it's looking good for game number 3, Gordo, with Citadel coming out to a very early start, a very early lead in this series, or in this game, I should say, because they are running away with this early game. The early gank onto the top side has completely snowballed, and Horder with this again another unique pick, but this time finding much less success than we saw in the previous series. Philip with that demolish has taken all 5 turret plates and the turret itself, and then a little bit of a pivot from Armeo. I like this, turning onto the Nasus, trying to get the damage down where you can, and then once again Kisno Q goes just wide. That's a 5-stack spear that would have executed out on Philip, but just not quite able to connect. Good little movements from Philip, keeping himself safe.
Kisno coming in from the top, Darkwings from the bottom. They think they have a pick on Armeo, but he does immune the first stun. Still, only 1 spell shield in the tank. He will drop to a follow-up from Kisno.
Yeah, this poor Nocturne is just taking every single ulti and every single chance that Tempest have got, but again, we're looking at the flip side of the map. What is it costing Tempest? It's almost a tier 2 turret going down. I don't know that Philip will be able to take all of it, but actually swaps back to the hammer, and with that, that's 700 gold into a Jace who was already super accelerated.
Philip is tremendous this game. He's already got 2 items before that injection of 700 gold. He is the biggest champion in this game by a country mile. And I just don't know how you answer him as Tempest from this position.
No, I mean, he is beyond Chovying at this point, right? Like, the standard is 10 CS per minute, and you're typically quite happy with that. But we're hitting Doinby levels of 400 CS 24 minutes, you know, like Rise Hack CS levels at this stage of the game. 3-0 and 1 as well. It's not like he's been shying away from fights to go for the farm. He's been everywhere and doing what he needs to as well.
And it's just going to be so difficult for Tempest to answer here. I mean, it's Rift Herald time. Philip is on this half of the map. That should be sending off massive alarms for Tempest. And yeah, they just have to decide, you know, we're not going to do it this time. We're going to go clear out mid waves. We're going to give Hoarder some time on bot, because everything on the top side of the map belongs to Philip and Citadel.
Yeah, we'll try to do something elsewhere, and then it becomes what can Tempest do on the cross map, and for the most part, it's been focused out Armeo. Trying to focus Bradley is definitely a lot more difficult. The fighting mid lane, though.
TP, this is Philip coming on in, and Trevor is so tanky with the Unbreakable Will. As soon as Philip arrives, again, Tempest, at least they have the read on the situation. They have no kind of lies to themselves about being able to contest this Jace. Darkwing's going to take a big shock blast here. The Rift Herald is thrown down, so the mission now is protect the mid turret. I don't think anyone is willing to hop into this crab to try to challenge it, so Tempest Gaming will be able to keep the defenses up.
And now it's a control vying for this dragon. It's already spawned it with a second Drake for whoever it is that takes it, but just with the Jace by nature of him being present, gives Citadel free reign over the river. Nobody can really walk into face check. He's going to have that Mirror Mana finished on the next real auto attack or spell that he ends up using. So the Drake goes down. Armeo going to be able to pick that one up as well. And you know, Armeo, again, for better or for worse, is 100% kill participation for both sides. All of Tempest's kills are on Armeo, and every single kill that Citadel has got, Citadel's had some, or Armeo has had something to do with it.
For sure. So, going to be Armeo on the eyes for right now to see what he can get done for the rest of this squad alongside Philip. Philip is still just going to be a massive pressure sponge wherever he goes. You need to send multiple members to answer for Tempest, or you're just going to continue to be forced out, forced off of these waves, and forced away from your towers. Really just looking at Tempest now to try to make plays on the opposite side of wherever Philip is, but that requires Philip to show. He has been
Yeah.
keeping to the shadows for quite a bit.
he's yeah, just sort of walking around not aimlessly, but mysteriously. Okay, we've got Nocturne ulti.
All right, going to be popped here, looking for the solo onto Dark Wings, but the backup is not there. Dark Wings will have to flash, but he will keep his life.
I mean, that's a small win. It's not necessarily the win that you'd have liked to have taken, but getting the flash out of the Syndra is a benefit to you, and I think that with any objectives spawning in the next 5 minutes or so, the Syndra, who for me has been the real shining point for this Tempest gaming roster, having no flash is going to bode well for Citadel, and is again just an extra metric that goes in their favor, is that extra part of the piece that is most likely to lead us now to a third game.
This is the game that we wanted to see a little bit of an early game performance out of Tempest. So far, we haven't gotten it, and Philip is just absorbing these shots. They're going to full send it onto Philip, though. A dive in from Kizno, shut down gold to Aaron, and it's Trevor caught out as well. And just like that, Rude, we thought this game might be cooked, but Tempest making a big play to get back into it.
And it's ultimately Citadel stepping just that little bit too far forward. They didn't have the numbers, but Bradley lurking up in the wings. He's got Armeo by his side. It's like they're just going to go for a quick retreat to get out of there. And that mid-tier 1, it's sitting begging for Tempest to try and go take it.
They find their pathway out as we do hit the pause. So going to check out this replay one more time. It's just a little too aggressive. He thinks he's got the angle onto Aaron, and he is wrong.
Yeah, and in fairness, right, like on your screen, it's a 2 versus 3, but then all of a sudden, teleport from behind, the Syndra spawns in, and the Pantheon ulti comes down. Within a very short space of time, it turns from being a 2 versus 3 to a 5 versus 3, and one that, fortunately enough, for only really Instinct, he's the one who's able to get out to safety.
Welcome back, Rude. Oh, with the crisp cam as well.
Okay.
You got the whole package here now, brother.
I do what I can, you know. I just turn up, I sit here, I talk about League of Legends. If my camera looks good, that's a bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. You're heard, you're seen, and that's all that you could really ask for in this business. Going to be a really huge lead still over to Citadel, though. I don't really want to undersell this, but that shutdown gold, especially in Aaron's pocket, is what this team needed to be able to pull themselves back into competition and be able to continue to find picks like that.
Our MVP from game number 1, and one of the players who has had an incredible tournament, and I mean that with like all of the emphasis that I say, has been a standout in every single one of their lower bracket games, even in some of their upper bracket games as well, was genuinely phenomenal, and you know, has been a mainstay in the NACL for so long, has made himself known as this quantity, not just in the tier 2 NACL space, but in the CLOL space as well. There's so much pedigree to this player that getting to see him perform at an almost an expected level, right? I think that when you look at the caliber that Aaron has, this probably level should be a walk in the park for him. But he's up against somebody who you could say that just about as well. Instinct has played in tier 1, has played in tier 2, has dominated in tier 2 as well, has had incredible states and stints rather in that tier 1 profession, but is not quite hitting that same marker yet. Not to the same degree as Aaron, who now 2-0-3 on the Jhin with that Infinity Edge picked up as well. The raw AD coming out of this guy is going to be phenomenal.
And they're going to need to make the most use of it they can. They're going to need fights like that last one where Jace is caught, Jace is picked, and Jace is taken down before the rest of the team are able to get over there and support him. And they've got a composition built to do that here, dude. With the Pantheon, with the Syndra, with the Jhin, they can make these picks. They need to find more mistakes out of Philip where they will really be able to capitalize. Ball's in Philip's court to kind of play out the rest of this game as flawlessly as possible and trust that as long as he does that and as long as the team plays around him, they can come up with the win. They have a really strong late game team fight set up here with this Kaisa and this Azir.
And they're going to have to try to fall back on that as well. I mean, this is going to look to be this poke style of the Kai'Sa as well. There's a couple of builds that you can go which are just more raw AD, but Philip Armeo actually starting up this Atacon. You mentioned it in one of the last games, Gordo, that early Atacons do a lot of damage, but again, if you go unscathed, if you're not spotted, could very easily be picked up without any real contest and down to 3k. Horder's going to spot this, but It's too little too late.
Kisno has Grand Starfall, and Phillips low on health. They get tempted to go in for Hoarder here. Will it be an attempt?
Trying to get the
Hoarder's
funds.
challenging for some of these plants. Here is that Skyfall, and arrives does the Pantheon. Aaron coming out of here for the backup as well, but Hoarder has just been melted. And now Kisno's in too deep as well. Big scatter of the week out of Darkwings. Philip getting focused on by Aaron, but Philip will be able to flash away and keep himself safe. Minui has arrived at the scene as well, but he just gets knocked up by Trevor and is immediately head back out the way that he came. Bradley's right in there, stunned up by Minui. Flash back away from Aaron to be able to get himself out of that shuffle. Aaron still needs to show up big time here. Opens up with the curtain call, aiming for Bradley, but Bradley's just too quick on his feet. Drops the emotes, refuses to get shot. Phillips the only one who falls. It's a massive fight win for Citadel.
Gun to his head, and Bradley dances his way out of danger. All 4 bullets go wide, and Aaron not quite able to connect on a pivotal shot which would have given him an extra 500 gold. The Atacon goes down in favor of Citadel. It's another kill onto Philip, fortunately for Tempest, but they lose out on 3 of their members off the back of this, and the neutral objective as well. Hoarder goes in, tries to claim some plants, gets absolutely obliterated. Trevor just sees him and goes, "What are you doing, buddy? You cannot step up in the face of my Kai'Sa, in the face of my very fed Jace as well." And then you get to see as well the power that this Jhin can have. A 4th shot comes down, takes Philip from a half to a quarter HP, but he's only got so much range, so much power, and you ultimately get to see the power that this Bradley Azir will have as well. Flash and barrier forced out of the Jhin, and then again, fancy feet coming through all 4 of these shots. Now he goes for 1 on instinct to attempt to save Darkwings, but 3, 4 all go wide. Bradley more than happy to just dodge out on those.
Great footwork by Bradley there, showing off why he has been one of these hyped up mid lane prospects since he role swapped back over from his top lane days on Team Liquid. He's got the mechanics on these sorts of carry picks and really showing him off there as he refuses to get blasted. Could have been another kill to Aaron, could have been another cash out for him, and even more gold getting funneled into this Jhin, but not in that fight. He just has to walk away with a bunch of blinking health bars acquired and no actual kill gold. So we do find that it's been some farming time for Hoarder. He is still massively behind, of course, but he's at least getting to kind of play League of Legends now. He's got a few stacks. He's got about 300 of the siphoning stacks right now. Strike stacks. It's harder to say than you think it is.
Typical pacings for, I'll say solo queue Narcissus to give us a general gauge of quite how far behind Hoarder is. You normally want, as a conservative estimate, 300 stacks by 20 minutes. And that's in solo queue where we're expecting fighting to be a lot more abundant and just typically for players to be farming worse. Hitting 300 stacks at 25 minutes is bad. It is behind the curve and is really not the state of the game that you would like to see your Nasus in at this point. But it's where he is. It's what he's got to deal with. And has that Frozen Heart finished off? He's still 2 items, still going to be a bruiser with a HP bar that is somewhat difficult to take down. My concern is that looking at the magic resistance on this Nasus, I'm struggling to find any Gordo, and I see 2 Nash's Tooth. I see a Kai'Sa who's going to do a lot of magic damage. I see an Azir who is going to do an overwhelming amount of magic damage, and I don't really think that Hoarder has got any form of capability to step into this front line and expect to survive.
Yeah, I don't think he has any expectation of stepping into the front line at all, at least for this itemization level. I think this Frozen Heart is so that he can stay in lane with Jace and get to a 3rd item eventually. That seems to be the approach here from a Hoarder, and we'll see if he gets that opportunity, because they are still looking to keep him off of these waves. This inner turret going to be isolated as Bradley shows his face as well, and it's just another big bucket of gold dumped onto the heads of Citadel.
And okay, to try to find the silver lining here for Tempest and, you know, the world where they could maybe 2-0 this and take themselves through to the NACL, I do think that people who will be able to stand and withstand in front of a Syndra and a Jhin in the hyper late game is also very limited for Citadel, right? Like the sort of stand and deliver power that a Jhin is going to have when he hits 3, 4, 5 items. The Syndra went with that Rabadon's death cap rather finished. That's a scary Syndra, right? We're 3 items now for Darkwings, who could very easily take this game right back into their own hands. Almeo sniffing around on this top side. side. He's got no magic resistance to speak of either, but that Sterak shield, I get the impression, is going to do a whole of a hell load of work.
He's been so clutch with the spell shields as well, but Manui thinks he's got to pick on the Instinct. Will force that flash out, but here's Armeo trying to turn it back around on a Dark Wings. Flash over the wall from Trevor, but Dark Wings is still safe. Dark Wings has got the fight lines. Manui's even escaped with his life, as Aaron's able to rain down a couple more shots. Philip now going to be the next target as the curtain call connects with one shot, and the rest of it's used to fend them away. Hoarder gets his revenge finally, as he picks up a kill, and that's a 3-for-1 taken by Tempest Gaming. They fight their way back yet again.
The most cathartic +12 that Hoarder will have in the entire game, as he slams the cane down on Philip's head, gives Tempest an opportunity now to take the Baron, and one that they will take with absolute ease.
Definitely, and what a move there by Manui, flashing in to start the engage off, forces resources out of Instinct, and then Instinct cannot get back in to contend. He gets the rest of his team killed effectively with that engage found, and now it's Baron on towards Tempest. They're still down in gold, but they have control of the map.
And it's Manui who forces a flash out of Instinct, and then the overcommit from Armeo, who goes just too far forward. Hoarder pops Ghost, walks in, cues Instinct once, and then immediately bails out of danger. Bradley, this entire time, just can't auto-attack. There's no way for him to get in. There's no way for him to do any damage. They're going to have to repeat that, though, Tempest, and they're looking to do it first off here.
Right back in there, getting onto Armeo, but it is Manui isolated on the opposite side. Will it be the support for support trade? Trevor still alive with the Unbreakable Will. Instinct into the back line. Killer Instinct, aptly named, as he finds himself more. It's a triple kill to Philip, and Tempest Gaming are taken right back off the board.
And the soul will go over to Citadel. The metronome swings back in favor of Citadel. They have ran this lower bracket from day one. They found themselves in the lower bracket and are 7 best of 3s, 8 best of 3s in. They had 2-0'd their way through the lower bracket up until now, only finding their first loss in this very same series. But they have stood stalwart in their defense, and they are not going down without a fight.
This is not a team that throws leads once they get them, and it's rarely a team that doesn't get leads. Citadel still in control in this game, still 4K in their favor, and when they start to look for a greedy fight onto Armeo, Citadel is the squad to punish. Watch Instinct in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, Instinct, you know, he's just playing at such good range as well, knows exactly when he can and cannot go in. I think the idea that Manui was actually really not a part of this fight is a massive indicator for how poorly it ends up going for Tempest. You know, he sat up, he had ulti, full HP, but then the second he gets engaged upon, he's just literally obliterated. Goes down so very quickly and is never able to perform any form of CC on anyone. Means that the rest of the fight becomes so much more difficult. They don't have that opening, the engage that they've been relying on so frequently, not just in this game, but in the game before. Manui going down there really cost them.
Yeah, and there's the Undying Despair picked on up here for Philip. So going for a little bit of extra tankiness on the Jace, wants to make sure that he can't get picked off the way that he did in that mid lane earlier on. It says, hey, you know, I'm so far ahead in itemization. These 3 damage items that I've got, the Shojin, the Black Cleaver, and the Muramana, that's all I need. I just need to make sure I can stay alive to use them.
Yeah, and it's because he's getting so much attention from really everybody on this Tempest Gaming roster. And, you know, quite rightly so as well, because he is so far ahead. But it's definitely one of those tricky positions, yeah, where he's able to now sit 100 CS up over his counterpart, over Hoarder, who on this Nasus you would think would be farming pretty darn well, wants to be farming pretty darn well as a Nasus anyway. And as far as Baron power plays go, that may be the worst one that we see from the qualifiers as well, as Philip charging his way through on this top side, able to clear out yet another wave, extend that gold lead just that little bit further. And for now, Citadel, they're beginning to reach critical mass, where we've now got 4 items on Instinct. He's just 1 away, probably getting that death cap finally. But he's already poking out, starting to look pretty scary with those. Bradley, 3 items on the Azir as well, with Nashes and then just flat AP as well. The amount of damage that is coming out of this entire Citadel roster can be very scary. And again, we're looking at the power that Tempest Gaming have to stand up to it, and we don't see it.
Yeah. Hoarder is scaling in more ways than just gold. He just crested over 400 stacks on the siphoning strike. I'm no Nasus expert. I'm pretty sure that's behind pace
Yes.
for where you should be at 32 minutes. But I don't know exactly where you should be. Kisno forced to flash back away as he gets found in his own jungle. That's going to be the signal for Hoarder to retreat on the top side because, hey, there's 4 people in the
they're
top
TPing
side
for
jungle.
Bradley.
And Bradley
Yeah.
just still holding it down to the bottom side. Will they be able to make this
Deep
pick,
TP.
though? They TP for it. Hoarder deep behind enemy lines has the big blast cone to get himself to cut off the remaining route. And this is a kill for Tempest, no doubt.
Unfortunately enough, there's nothing on the other side here, so Citadel, a little bit of a sleep at the wheel here, not having all of their ducks in a row when they try to make a play, and importantly as well, where Bradley tries to make a play. Doesn't have a stasis to keep himself, you know, potentially baiting people in, didn't have any tools to stay alive, and what that is a massive kill once again, going into Aaron's pocket. A lot of gold sat on that shutdown of Bradley, so the Jhin goes back to base, finishes off his 4th item of the game, now sat with a good amount of penetration in the back pocket, and you know, who's going to be able to stand up to this is Kisno.
Kisno doesn't have the flash to close that gap, and Instinct would have the cleanse, but trying to see if he can force out some summoners anyway. Trevor now trying to run interference for his AD carry, will be isolated by all 5 members of Tempest as they get another kill. That is a 40-second death timer, Rudude, and the Baron is going to be back in 40.
And they're just, again, just these small mis-executions where probably didn't need to engage there, Trevor, and even with his ulti, he just gets obliterated. It's teleport in from Bradley as well to stop the onslaught. Again, we're looking at those objectives timers, 20 seconds on the Baron, 13 seconds on Trevor, so he's going to be up for when the Baron spawns. He's going to have to make the journey over to the pit. But then I'm looking also at that Elder Dragon. If Tempest Gaming fumble, if they stay around this Baron for a little bit too long, there's a very real world where Citadel can just pivot down to this bot side, pivot toward that Dragon.
Instinct, little cut off from the rest of the team, looking to see if he can find some of these Void Seekers. Try to poke them down a little bit, but Tempest Gaming with control over that area of the map. Trevor has respawned, of course, now, is making his way back over. Tempest going to look to get the fight started before he can arrive. Armeo just barely spell shields the Deadly Flourish in time, and Philip finding good damage from the flank. Hoarder stepping up in the front line, will have that form up soon, but there's going to be the ultimate popped by Manui. It's Instinct into the back line with the Killer Instinct, pushed back away by Darkwings, but takes it down Darkwings with Trevor's help right afterwards. Kisno going to fall as well as Philip goes on a rampage, and Tempest Gaming, they can't fight Citadel at full force. Once Trevor's there, the fight is done for.
And Darkwings comes out of stasis and Instinct just nukes him off the face of the planet. Now it's up to this bot lane duo plus Hoarder, who's been just taken out of this game. I mean, Kaiser Azir, that Baron lasts 10 seconds maximum. Everybody walks out of the curtain call, and that's about it. 10 seconds on the Elder. Look at those death timers. Kisno, 25. Darkwings, 25 seconds. Citadel, they've got time to get back, get out onto the map. Probably take this Elder as well. You've got Grand Skyfall on one side, you've got TP on the other, so it's not as easy as maybe Citadel would have hoped. But I think they can still start this up.
Yeah, they're doing everything they can to do it as quickly as possible. Philip going to pull it out with the Shock Blast, but Manui is going to force it to reset. That's a clever heads-up play from the Tempest Gaming support to
just
try to guarantee as much time as they can. They have to get here. Darkwings is TP'd already. Grand Starfall coming in here before too long. They won't be able to get the Elder, and now that buff is available for Citadel in the 5-on-5. Kisno is the first one to drop. Philip is going to be able to hunt down Hoarder. 2 members fall for Tempest, and it's an Eldered up Citadel sieging the base of Tempest.
And if you thought it was going to be that easy, Tempest, you have got another thing coming. Baron with Citadel, Elder with Citadel, the game in their sights.
Looking to be able to close this one out here, and it is all odds against the Tempest squad as they try to defend this. 3 versus 5. First Nexus turret is down. Manui is blown up by Bradley, and they engage onto Darkwings is all that it takes to end this game right here, right now. We're going to game 3 for the NACL qualifier.
One final game will decide it. Citadel claw their way back from defeat, find themselves another chance, a second opportunity at getting their NACL spot secured up against a Tempest roster, again, who fought back valiantly. There were a couple of times where maybe if they'd have played just a little bit more wisely, if they'd have got just that little bit extra from a play, they could have turned this game back around. But Citadel stood resiliently in their faces and kept the game in their hands.
It definitely did, and like you said, some really clever little picks there found by Tempest to be able to try to fight their way back here and there. But I mean, top gap. I hate to say it to you, Order. Philip with a tremendous lead, a flame of horizon, and a completely unstoppable Jace coming into these fights. It's a miracle the Tempest were even able to find the angles that they did, and this tremendous lead is just so hard to overcome, though, after Philip has dominated the lane that hard. It keeps just infusing his team with gold from all the turrets that he's able to take.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Philip, without a doubt, gets our vote for MVP. I mean, we'll probably fly that at some point in the pre-show for the next game, but this was the Jace show through and through was pretty much the top and bottom story of this. I mean, I think the Instinct, again, quietly had a pretty decent game on the Kai'Sa, so I have to give credit where that's due, but it was all about this Jace for so much of this game that it's hard to take away from him.
Yeah, no, just nothing else to look at, really, when the scoreboard shows that much of a difference in a given lane. Props to Philip for his performance here. We'll highlight him a little bit more after a quick break, where we will be back with game number 3 draft to determine who the final team in the NACL for spring 2025 will be.
Welcome back to the NACL Open Qualifiers. Again, my name is Alan, joined by Gordo and Rudu as we go into Game 3, the last match of the series to determine who will be promoting into the NACL, which will start on March 26th, by the way. Anyways, let's talk about that last game. Again, we're 1-1, Tempest versus Citadel. What happened?
Top diff. Next question. I think Philip had a stellar performance. I think he was aided by a gank, and I think that when you give a champion or give a player resources and they pay it off that well, it speaks to the caliber of player that you've got.
100%. I mean, Philip, I called him out for game number 1, right? He's been an NACL mainstay for a very long time. He's been one of the best top laners we've had in that league since the branding shift over to the NACL, and he's really shown it so far in this series, especially in that last game where he just giga-gaps Hoarder. I mean, saying it's not your time yet, buddy. We'll find out which one is really going to be able to get in there to the NACL and see how they show up against some of the other talented top laners already qualified. But this time around, the bow goes to Philip.
Yeah, and as we're about to get into the match highlights, I think this is what the specific fight that kind of led to the upset for Tempest. Can you guys break it down a little bit for us here?
Yeah, I mean, we do get to see the really lack of power that came from the Nasus off the rip there, as I think that this is a great little highlight for what Instinct was able to do. He'd got to this 2-item Kai'Sa spike and, dove his way into the backline, finds an assassination onto one player, is doing his best to take down the rest as well. And this is also just a great little highlight of some small mechanics that Bradley's able to exhibit, as well as he stood on a ward for all 3 of these shots and is just giving the dancing shoes a good little test out. Yeah, and the BM as well. Don't get me wrong.
That's 2d6 psychic damage right there. You got to get that in anytime you get the chance.
And I mean, you get to see as well some flubs, it's worth saying, from Citadel, right? Like, it's not without their woes, their own concerns. A couple of fights that didn't quite go their way, but they're immediately responded to by fights like this, where Instinct, again, kind of goes crazy, dives into the backline, is seeking almost out to take his opposite number down, and does so without really too much hassle.
Yeah, and the thing I'm wondering is that, since we saw these last 20 champions into the 3rd game here, full fearless draft, are we ever gonna see any more like wonky picks, especially like since we saw that Nasus top lane in this last game?
I mean, Hoarder's shown us some crazy stuff so far. Maybe, just maybe, this makes him calm down a little bit. Having had that Nasus work out the way that it did. But he's got some signature picks that you won't see from a lot of other players in this tournament already. The Olaf going to be the main focus for me here. He played him a lot in the first couple of weeks here. Hasn't played it yet this week, but it's a pick to be feared, and if he would be able to get onto it, that would be a treat.
Yeah, sounds great.
With the bearing in mind that we have got things like Olaf, Darius is locked in. Darius, I think, has been banned away, in fairness, to keep the top lane demons at bay, let's say, for Hoarder. And you get to see as well just how this game quite closed out with Elder, with Baron as well. It becomes quite fundamental just trying to take these games. We mentioned it in the pre-game for game number 1, and then also a little bit for game number 2 as well. Ashe has been notably absent from our drafts so far. I think that will give a little bit really of a tool to either of these players to look for that snap engage on the bot side, to go for some fights that they're maybe deeming a bit more appropriate. And when you're getting to as well the 3rd game in this Fearless, you are beginning to scrape the bottom of the barrel of these engaged supports, and I think that those have been so indicative for both Trevor and Manui so far this series, that we now need to start thinking about, if those are starting to get pinched that little bit further, how that changes what the bot lane dynamic will be.
Yeah, and I love that you bring that up, Rude, because it's time to look towards what these support champion pools really look like and how deep did they go. Trevor still wants to play engage, but he's got a few more in the tank that maybe are a little less traditional. He's shown us the Poppy a little bit already. He's been one to play stuff like that from time to time. We still haven't gotten to see that in Leona yet either, and he has busted out a tiny bit of Senna throughout this tournament, so could be something to find out. Meanwhile, Manui, he's played a ton of Karma so far this tournament. Would love to see something like that end up coming out. He's played a little bit of Bard, he's played a little bit of Galio. He's definitely got the kind of pool that has a lot of different champs that I think really compliments going into a deeper Fearless series. Now, Citadel, they might have some more too. I do want to say, the reason we may not have gotten so many spicy picks out of Trevor yet is because they keep 2-0 in all their series. So
Yeah,
they never get here.
Yeah, and very shortly we're going to be announcing our MVP. Here we have Philip, who had an outstanding performance in that first game, especially on that Jace with that damage and putting a lot of pressure, especially when they were controlling that Drake. We saw a little bit in that bot river. So yeah, tell us a little bit about Philip, a little bit about his history.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go for this game specifically. He kind of went a little bit nuclear. I mean, the MVP was pretty signed, sealed, and delivered from the first 15 minutes. And then as for history, has been a mainstay for NACL for a good couple of years at this point. So seeing him, fighting for his spot really to stay in the NACL, it's good to see that sort of awoken in him. Down a game, one game away from not being able to play again in 2025 or be able to play in the NACL for this first split. It's good to see that it ignited something in him to just unleash himself and become a massive monster in game 2.
I can talk about his history a little bit. I mean, Philip will be familiar to many LTA fans / LCS fans, as he did come in and play for FlyQuest back in 2022 very briefly, very, very early in his career. He had only really played a split of Academy, got thrust right into the big leagues. He did okay. But after that, coming back on the FlyQuest, playing on their Academy team for several years, eventually swapping with Cincinnati Fear did FlyQuest Challengers, sending Philip over there, bringing Faisal over to the Fly Challengers side, and he played out there for as long as Cincinnati Fear existed, up until this split, where now he finds himself trying to make it into this league on a third different roster, as the two rosters he previously played for no longer here in the NACL. We are in a new era now.
Yeah, and a little bit going into forward and what's going to be happening is that after this match, whoever qualifies for the NACL, which we know it's going to be starting on March 26th, would you guys like to talk about a little bit about the NACL?
More so than anything, it's the idea that we get it's going to be a Wednesday games, right? 26, I believe, is a Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
There's a lot of fresh faces in there. There's a lot of new rosters as well that maybe taking some teams a little bit by surprise, maybe not taking some teams by surprise. But the idea that we're going to get to see not just near airport, Apex, Mission Impossible, and whichever one of these two teams goes in there as well. I think that the way the formation of that league has gone, and the idea of Fearless in it as well, whatever that ends up looking like, would be quite exciting.
Yeah, I'm real pumped for NACL here. So first of all, I'm going to plug my own podcast real quick. I have a podcast, The Salt Mine, over on YouTube. If you want to hear anything about NACL, we'll be doing a big preseason breakdown there. But just to give some little previews here, Luminosity, a team to definitely be excited about as they come on down with a lot of the folks that you may recognize from the Shopify Rebellion roster last year, looking to re-qualify up, try to take that spot from DSG. That's where Insanity and Tomio and Fake God have all found themselves. And then there's Maryville University will be the team to look at facing off against them as our kind of reigning champs here. They won under the Dragonsteel banner just last split. Scary Jerry moving on up to LTA does mean that they will now have their own new 80 carry in Sejed, fresh off FlyQuest Challengers, a player who is very, very exciting to check on out. And it's definitely one of the best 80 carry prospects we have in the region. So him joining up with that Maryville University team, they're contending for favorite status right alongside that really stacked veteran Luminosity roster. So that's going to be a really exciting top end of the table to check out.
Yeah, since you guys are already here watching the open qualifiers, why not come and support us on March 26th on the NACL as well? But before that, we're going to be talking a little bit more about Tempest and Citadel as we go into Game 3 very, very shortly. And yeah.
Take a look at a little bit about Instinct as well. Again, one of these players who we've had such high expectations for has largely delivered on those as well. And I think in the last game really showed the capability that they have on the Kaiser. Very, quite literally killer instincts in how well they were playing. 9.8 kills per game, the most out of any player so far in the entire run, which again, massive statement to be making, that you've got the most kills in the entirety of this tournament.
making that statement is pretty darn huge. And again, it's about being backs against the wall and coming out swinging. So frequently we've seen 2-0s. I mean, this stream has had a couple of really good 3-game series, but the majority of these series throughout the entire tournament have been 2-0s left, right and center. But we make it to that final do or die series, and Instinct again, I think right behind Philip for the highest sort of prospect on that team for reasons why they won, and Instinct, you know, has been that consistent factor throughout not just this series but also throughout every other series really that they've looked to play.
The funny thing about this stat, actually, is Instinct, you know, this was the stat coming into the weekend. It doesn't include yesterday's games or the games played earlier today. But once you factor in yesterday's games, yeah, those were a lot higher level. They had a lot fewer kills. So Instinct's number drops significantly. It goes down to 8.2 or so, and he's still number one. He had plenty of space left to fall and still lead the entire tournament. So really, really impressive stuff out of Instinct this tournament that you just have to be looking at when you watch these two AD carries show down how crucial they've been to their teams. And we've seen so far in this series, whichever AD carry gets the gold early, they're the ones who end up coming out with the win.
Yeah, and we were highlighting Aaron earlier in this series as well, especially with his potential to carry and with his support Manui, who was really on support. So it's nice to see that the two contrary distinctions between both of the ADCs, and it seems that they are both, you know, pretty competitive and doing what they can to perform, or I suppose outperform themselves throughout these series.
Yeah, it's always nice, right? We came into the series at the top of this half of the day, I guess, and said that the bot lane is going to be a real determining factor, and so far that they delivered in that aspect, right? We got to see Aaron pop off, get MVP for game number 1. Instinct, were it not for a Flame Horizon and an absolutely monstrous Jace game, could have quite easily seen Instinct an MVP for this second game as well. And it is about which of those two AD carries is just stepping up that little bit more to give their team the win. And so far it's been a nail biter. It's been quite close either side. We've got a series rather, that is split down the middle. We are 1-1 with one game left to decide who finds their spot in NACL, and it is a massive game for them, because this is now dictating how their competition plays, or the competition that they play at for the next 2 months or so. What kind of scrim partners are they going to be able to get? What kind of established organization is there, or what kind of organization they're going to be able to establish themselves with? What does that mean for them? Is he either a OQ team, or are they going to be a tier 2 team? The distinction and the difference that has is genuinely massive.
Yeah, and also wondering, since we've seen these two teams, it seems that we have Bradley versus Dark Wings. Who do you guys think is the biggest clutch potential out of these two here?
Ooh. That's a tough question.
Pick tricky questions. No, I mean, it's a good one to try and pose. I mean, both these mid laners have been standout. I mean, I would err on Dark Wings, and it's a close one. It's tricky, but this is probably just my own personal bias and what I've seen from this tournament and previous iterations of various players. I think that, and this comes down to Darkwings' tenure in mid lane, where Bradley has been just chopped and changed around a little bit, maybe, you know, just that time spent in top lane. You do lose something from not having those 2 years being played in the mid lane role. And this isn't, again, to try and colour Bradley as a worse player than Darkwings in any way. I think that these two have gone blow for blow, pound for pound in this series as well. But I would just give a slight edge over to Darkwings in that sense. But then you look at the champion pools, and then I start to think, well, actually, I've seen Bradley's Akali go absolutely monstrous as well in some situations where it probably shouldn't have done, and maybe that sways me another way. So I could flip, I could flop, I could do anything.
Yeah, and you do have to remember for both of these players, as we do bring up the draft here, they've both been in this kind of qualification position before. Darkwings dropping down with AoE back in 2023, had to fight to defend the spot and ended up being able to do so. Meanwhile, Bradley just last year, coming into the summer, were just absolutely slammed through open qualifiers with CCG. Him and Instinct both. So they've kind of had their experiences winning these kinds of critical promotion tournament games. Now they're going to have to do it once more if they want to stay in the league, as we do see a Rumble coming on through for a Hoarder, and an Ornn from Philip, a Philip from Ornn. Mix it up however you like.
No, I mean, it's exactly right. And again, we get to see, I've got the draft on this side of my screen. So if you're looking at me panning across, it's not because I'm consuming anything other than the draft and how it ended up breaking down. No, exactly. I mean, the draft itself, you can see very AD carry oriented with those second rounds of bans as well. I think, you know, there's 6 ADC bans plus the 4 ADCs that aren't getting picked anyway. And you're going to see, spoiler alert, Aaron ends up playing an AD carry as well, Nadoi. So we'll get to see what that one's going to be without throwing everything to the wind. But already you can see for Citadel, team fight, Ornn, Wukong, Orianna make AD carry's lives miserable. There's going to be a... that's the wrong fish, Trevor. That's the wrong fish.
Trevor, we've been told it's Nami. Trevor, please.
And you know what? I'm going to believe it's Nami as well. If it's Nami or Fizz support,
Yeah,
I think I know which one
that's
I'm
a weird
picking.
looking Nami.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. It was a mistake. The lobby is being remade.
Thank
with
you,
Trevor.
Trevor.
Surely playing Nami. This can't happen, Trevor. Not here. Not on Citadel, my friend. Not in Game 3.
Well, we get to do all this again. So for those that missed it, well, I'll just give a quick run through. Tempest, Rumble top lane, Xin Zhao jungle, Tristana in the mid lane, and then Sivir Karma going to be going into the bot lane duo. And then on the flip side, Citadel going for Ornn in the top side, Wukong jungle, Ori in the mid lane rather, and then Corki Nami going to be rounding out on that bot side. Notable picks in sort of ordering. Rumble was taken first of all as the B1. Ori, Wukong were the options that were immediately responded to, and then the R5 was your Fizz/Nami.
Your fish of choice. Yeah. I love this team comp for Tempest here, right? They've got so much mobility for the whole team between On the Hunt from Sivir and the Karma ult E. And there's definitely going to be a little bit of a old school Sivir comp, just group and win kind of deal going on here for Tempest. And they do come up with a really powerful team fight comp for that. But Citadel, they get Bradley on his Orianna. Put that fish away, Bradley. I'm not here to see the Fizz. We know it's not in the draft. He'll lock in the Orianna, of course. And it's going to be a really powerful duo with Armeo on the Wukong, of course, to try to team fight right back. But it's also a pick that he's played more than anything else this tournament and has been absolutely tremendous on. Regal last game, when we brought up the little stats here, he did get a pentakill on this pick up against the Flippers.
Ooh. Yeah, and I know you guys were favoring this Tempest draft here, but there. Excuse me, sir. Anyways,
They're just having fun. Don't pay them heed.
I'm favoring on the side of Citadel there. I really like the traditional like team fight, like you said, the Wukong, the Orianna, the Ornn. It's like very traditional, very like in your face, on paper, textbook like type of team composition that I personally like to see. But I want to hear what your guys' opinions are. What do you guys, think about these matchups? What do you guys think on a side of Tempest?
I mean, I think you've pinned that Citadel composition down perfectly, right? It is just 5v5 death ball, attempt to team fight you. And I'm looking at the bot lane in particular. Corki versus Sivir tends to be a pretty decent matchup, but the Nami versus Karma can be, quite volatile. The Karma can look to trade pretty aggressively, but Nami has those heals, which is, some of those tricky positions where you can take even trades, but then Nami starts to heal you up and you end up winning in the long run. Mid lane wise, again, Tristana has a very lethal all-in at level 2 if she fancies it. And then for that top lane, Ornn, I mean, nothing really beats Rumble early on. Nothing beats Rumble as a melee, so Ornn is like the best of a bad situation where you're just picking for teamfight and hoping not to get absolutely slammed early on.
Completely agree with you there, and I mean there's going to be an early game lane angle here for Citadel as well. This Corki is so strong in the early levels, and when you're paired up with a Nami, when your autos can slow, can keep them in that Gatling gun, can line up for a really good Frost Bomb, you'll be able to shield one of those things as Aaron, but it's definitely going to be a challenge as he tries to scale up on this Sivir in the early game.
Yeah, and I want to run a little bit of a quick prediction here. Who are you guys favoring? Are you guys favoring Tempest, Citadel? Which team composition are we leaning towards here?
Okay, the AD carry in me says Tempest. they picked 2 AD carries versus just the one of Citadel, so I'm going down Tempest and I'm picking them for this game.
For sure here, and Citadel, meanwhile, I kind of like what they've drafted for themselves here, especially given the players in hand, right? I think Corki's ridiculously good champion right now. I think having this kind of duo to set up for Bradley on the Orianna, they're playing towards the pieces that have made them so good throughout this entire tournament. Yes, Philip popped off in game number 2, but this whole run has been about the carries. It's been Bradley and Instinct having massive games, and they're going to default back to that here in the final moment of the tournament.
Yes, and this last game is what it has, like the last stake for them to promote into the NACL. So I'm wondering, what do these teams need to do to capitalize on to get that spot, secure that spot in the NACL, and just, you know, take away this win?
I mean, for Citadel, it's try to play it a little bit standard, try to get to 2 items or so, and then look for those team fights. I think once they hit level 6 as well, they've got a pretty decent team fight. So honestly, might not even need 2 items. Look for that early game. Once they've hit those ultis, start trying to find those fights. For Tempest, though, I mean, double AD carry really does go astronomically crazy as you make it into the late game. Just a little bit of spacing between Dark Wings and Aaron, and they should be able to pretty much tear apart Citadel, especially when you're looking at a Deathball composition versus a Sivir as well, who's got those ricochets, which are going to go crazy in a team fight. Obviously, Tempest lacking a traditional front line, let's say, but what they do have is a Xin Zhao, first of all, who's going to buy a lot of space with his Crescent Guard, but also a lot of Karma shields that we will expect to come through, which can not necessarily act as a front line, but give you space and give you time to facilitate space buying more so than be a tank in that front line, let's say.
And they have Karma Xin Zhao for the early and mid game. That's a hell of a duo to be able to put yourself together here. If they're able to sync up in and around the mid and early game, if they're able to have some influence towards some of these lanes before we really get to that true team fight stage, that can be a place where Tempest can take themselves an early lead.
All right, thank you so much for that amazing analysis, casters. This is going to be the last match for the NACL Open Qualifiers, so take it away. We'll see you guys on the Rift, and I will see you guys at the end of this game.
Thank you very much, Alan, as we are on to the Rift for game number 3. It all comes down to this. Tempest Gaming taking on Citadel for a spot in the spring 2025 NACL.
We have got 1 spot left. 64 teams started this journey. 2 of them have already booked their place. Near Airport, Apex Mission Impossible, they're already through. But Citadel and Tempest Gaming are in a do-or-die game to decide who is going to be that 10th representative.
Both pre-tournament favorites, both expected to make it. Only one can match those expectations, and an immediate flash forced out of Instinct. Manui spotting him out with the Mantra Q.
For a bot lane that we were expecting to be quite volatile, I think that Enchanters can have this misnomer that they're just going to sit back, you're just going to be farming. Actually, these can be the very volatile bot lanes where you are trading HP very aggressively. And even things like that quick little Frost Bomb for Instinct are going to bode pretty darn well for the bot lane of Citadel. But not having that flash could be a very real indicator for maybe quite bad things to come down on that bot side if it does get quite aggressive quite early.
Completely agree. I think Kisno's going to start up on top side because he sees the gank alarm being sounded down towards that bottom lane with Instinct already down some crucial resources. Could give over an opportunity for Tempest to be able to take the lead in that bottom lane, and it's all about these marksmen this series. 2 NACL veterans, 2 highly touted prospects going head-to-head in a late-game team fight comp for both sides. Doesn't get any better than this for Instinct and Aaron, and they're going to each look to one-up the other in this final game of number 3. Darkwings, of course, naturally getting the push in mid. Is Trevor going to get snared up here, just barely able to create the space, but an early level 2 for Aaron and Manui already paying dividends.
Yeah, summon a heal used to break the tether. And, that's another summon spell burnt now, right? Manui still has exhaust, still have double flashes for both of your bot laners as well. So it looks pretty good for the Tempest bot lane as well. Good little early skirmishes, and the Karma certainly looking to come out on top, and we'll get to see whether or not these boomerang blades from Aaron prove to be the difference maker. Also sat under the turret, a Sivir can do quite a lot of work actually, constantly forcing waves in, looking for little bits of chip damage with the boomerang blades, but you can see actually that Trevor seemingly full HP after being chunked out quite significantly.
Yeah, and a chow down on those potions that he had come to lane with to be able to regen back on up. But lanes across the board looking good for Tempest. Hoarder starting to zone fill up off of these waves. You see how Dark Wings has been founding those powerful trades in mid lane, and those summoners forced out in bot. Armeo going to have to turn one of these lanes back around because Tempest Gaming doing very, very well in their even matchups so far.
Yeah, and I mean, that's honestly a little bit of an expectation for these lanes, is that they are going to go pretty well for Tempest early on, right? We already highlighted that the Rumble's probably going to do very well versus the Ornn regardless of any form of impact. Dark Wings is going to have a pretty decent run of things early on as this Tristana just will do more damage than an Orianna early on. It's just the nature of the champion. Maybe also even able to take a plate or two, playing this very demolitionist style also more than anything else, as we get to see a little bit of a cross as well. Kisno made his way up to the top side for this crab prior to basing, whereas Armeo's actually taken a crab and already got a chance to recall. Now out on the map with double longswords and might have a little bit of a skirmish if he feels like it.
Yeah, absolutely. So moving back up towards the top side, Armeo just getting onto his second clear. Really wants to get to that level 6. Be able to have the most impact possible. Trevor is just getting all in 2-on-2 by Aaron and Manui, and will be forced to blow another summoner spell. This time, it's that prized flash.
Yeah, again, right, just because you have enchanters doesn't mean that you're not going to get action. Manui and Aaron pushing very aggressively down on this bot side, not quite able to find a kill, which ultimately gives a little bit of solo experience over to Instinct. Not necessarily the biggest advantage in the world for Citadel, but certainly something that could have some consequences a little bit later on down the road. Also want to quickly point out that we do see triple tonic in the inventory for Instinct, so again, playing very aggressively to have some sort of power through the early game to be able to maybe duel back against this bot lane.
To duel back, and then once you get that bonus ability level, I think Corki, one of those champions that will benefit from it, right? You want to put some points into all three of those abilities. Even the Valkyrie can be plenty valuable to have up just a little bit more often. So going to be happy to have that as well once the time does come. But it is going to be start off onto this first dragon from Tempest. Kisno making a beeline right towards it, and we'll see if Armeo even dreams of contesting it.
I mean, it's not necessarily impossible, but looking at the threshold that you're going to have to cross, it's a mantra Q from Manui, and at this stage in the game, those can be quite devastating. Yeah, there we go. A little bit of poke, and a little bit going anyway.
Yeah, going on forward. Darkwing's going to take a whole boatload of damage. Will be able to jump himself out to safety. Manui forced to retreat as well. They do manage to secure the dragon, and Kisno's just going to flash right out of there. Does not want to overstay his welcome. And Citadel, they don't get the objective, they don't get the kills. They are going to back away.
They do get 2 flashes, so Manui no flash, Kisno no flash, maybe something that they can look to exploit on that level 6 marker. We're at that window now where Bradley, Philip, they both hit level 6. Armeo probably 1 to 2 camps away from dinging level 6 as well, and a no flash Xin Zhao, no flash Karma certainly do look pretty good as far as targets for that ultimate may go. -1 for Instinct under the turret, but you can see with Cull stacking up for Dark Wings as well that this Tristana making their way through this early game quite successfully and winning out on these trades as well.
Yeah, popping that ultimate there just to get another stack on the explosive shot, just to really put a pin in that trade and make sure that it's winning for his side, as Kisno's going to come on over here, try to contest Armeo for these grubs. 1 grub was secured for Citadel, but the rest will go to Tempest, and that does mean the majority, the percentage of these early objectives, all going over towards Tempest. They secure the dragon, and they secure 2 out of 3 grubs.
I do like the value that just using your ulti for damage gives you in this mid lane matchup as well. When you've got an Orianna who so frequently wants to pair up with the team, making that prospect a little weaker, right, a little bit scarier for Bradley, has a lot of value, because if he walks into that fight with 200 HP extra, maybe he can make a bit of a difference, but because he's taken that buster shot a little bit earlier on, he has to play just that little bit more cognizantly of his health bar and make sure that he's not in lethal range from Xin Zhao Tristana. And you think about how much damage those two can do in an early game fight. It's definitely quite high.
Certainly would be that big early source of damage for Tempest. Kisno still on this Xin Zhao, hasn't been able to get his name on the board yet. Obviously nobody has, but the early game Xin Zhao definitely something to be feared. It's interesting that Manui hasn't really been choosing to leave bot lane to pair up with them because they've just been able to dominate the 2-on-2. Obviously, Instinct hasn't been dissuaded from getting any CS, so there's not really a true gold lead here, but Summoner's being forced out of Trevor left, right, and center. If they ever find an opportunity to capitalize, then they can really cash in on the investments made by that really strong laning phase.
But so far, Gordo, we are 8 minutes in. We're not really any closer to knowing who is going to be making their spot as that, 10th place, that 10th team in the NACL. A tournament, again, that started off with 64 participants. We're now down to the final, effectively 4, where we know where 2 of them are going to be. We have 2 teams battling for 1 spot. And I do want to talk a little bit about one of the narratives we were pushing at the top of the day and the duality of Horder, really, that we've had so far. Yep. In the idea that he played game number 1 pretty darn well. Honestly, didn't have too many notes for him, but then game number 2 comes out with a pretty wild Nasus pick, which does get absolutely obliterated. Philip ends up being the MVP. And the idea of this top matchup and the jungle as well, to a certain extent, is just the duality of tier 2 experience, where this would be Horder's, if he were to qualify, first chance in tier 2 up against Philip, who is a player who has been a mainstay, one of the better top laners the NACL has seen for the past couple of years. And it's that transition of, is Philip giving up the ghost? Is he, just that little bit too weak and can't quite handle Horder? Or is Horder not quite up to the challenge and Philip's still got that power, the ability to take on the new kids on the block and keep his spot in the NACL?
Yeah, I mean, Horder's the one guy, right? He's out of all 10 players on Summoner's Rift right now, the only one who has not played a split of the NACL before, who has never made it through one of these qualifier tournaments, who has never gotten a shot from a team already there to go in and compete, and it has been a long journey for him, trying over and over again in these promotion tournaments, always just falling a little bit short. It would be crazy if against Philip is the time that he finally does it, as this is the highest caliber of top laner he has ever had to play against in one of these promotion tournaments, bar none. Philip, traditionally, never one who's in these kinds of positions, never one on the team who gets relegated, never one who has to play OQs as they start to trade back and forth once again, and Horder is just cooking him alive as we hit the pause.
Okay, that's a problematic time to pause, but it does look like there was a little bit of a DC on the bot side as well. Trevor maybe disconnecting on the Nami there. That looks like it could be a pretty close 1 versus 1. They've both got flash still, so we could just see a bit of a disengage. And I think that the issue with these pauses is you now know who's winning that play, and you've got a lot of time to react to it. I think that the standard ruling typically is that you're not supposed to pause during fights because it now gives an advantage or an opportunity for both the players to figure out how that's going to end out, and odds are we just sort of see that peter out into nothing. But either way, with the game being quite so close as it is, it's a good time for us to take another look at the compositions, what they want to do as we move later. A reminder that for Tempest, they've got quite a decent, actually, double AD carry composition that could very easily scale quite nicely into that late game. What they're lacking is that true front line, right? Somebody to stand in the front and soak up the damage, let's say. They're going to be using Kisno to do that. They're going to be using the Xin Zhao with Crescent Guard to try and keep themselves safe. Whereas on the flip side, there is an Ornn standing loud and proud, nice and tall for Citadel, and in any effort to be that front line up against what is going to be a very potent double AD carry comp.
Yeah, and that's where you're kind of hoping that you'll be able to execute with this Rumble, right, on top of being able to execute with this Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao will play frontline, he'll use Crescent Guard, he'll be buffed up by the Karma to try to survive as long as he possibly can. You're gonna see a Sterix Gauge in that inventory sooner rather than later. That'll help out as well. But you also want to be in a position where you're able to layer down a really good equalizer from Horder's Rumble that'll kind of stop you from just standing there hitting each other front to back. You're gonna be able to force the side of Citadel to try to move away, to re-maneuver, and you're going to use that opportunity with the massive movement speed boosts from On the Hunt and Mantra Shield to just hunt them down, continue whipping away at their health bars, and eventually get those members down before the lack of frontline particularly matters.
Yeah, I mean, it's also worth mentioning, right, that excuse me, sorry, that we may not have seen Sivir in a decent amount of time, but Her ulti is now a reset mechanic. You get that first kill, refresh the cooldown. You actually, or not the cooldown of the ulti, but the duration on your ultimate, right? You get a second burst of movement speed, and you're playing Sivir, reset champion now, alongside the Tristana, who gets that kill, resets, can jump forward, find another kill. And when those two are paired in tandem, actually you get this situation where one kill becomes very impactful, and if you can take down the Ornn, the odds are that the rest of the dominoes are just going to fall quite quickly.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. So it is, a lot of responsibility on Philip's shoulders either way here, right? He might not be on that big carry, he might not be on the Jace, but you do still need him to perform on this Ornn as he continues to fall behind in farm. Two Hoarders rumble. As you called out there, Rudu, the pause kind of disrupts that one-on-one that we saw, so it will be a reset from both parties.
Yeah, like I say, you just kind of know after that who's going to win it and who's not going to win it, and it ultimately just ends up being people backing away and dealing with that as was. But we're still waiting for First Blood, but it is a second neutral objective, or rather a second dragon, I should say. This time it is going in favour of Citadel as they take that one for themselves. It's looking to be traded for at the most, for at least 2 grubs here, you'd like to think, so they can get up to 4, but with the amount of time that they've got on this top side, should be all 3, and a 5 grubs take for Tempest. So overall, the early game neutral objective war going their way. It's a small advantage, and it's one that's mirrored in the gold as well. Only 500, 600 in their favour, but very incremental advantages starting to be picked up by Tempest Gaming.
Very nice, very nice. Not too shabby for the double marksman comp. And may I make a bit of a prediction here, Rudude? I think it's
You may.
It's a voracious Otacon game. I'm gonna put my name on that right here, right
Feeling
away.
daring today, aren't we?
Yeah, I know. It's gonna be voracious Otacon here again. Saw a Reddit thread today about how, hey, is voracious Otacon even still in the game? We never see it anymore. It's in the game. It's gonna be here. You're gonna get to see one here before too long.
Yes, that we most likely will. Short of there being a 5v5 ace on both sides in the next 90 seconds. Yeah, we're getting ourselves some juicy respawns at some stage during this game. But we are starting to see the first glint of map movement from our laning assignments more so than anything else. Aaron already finished off with that Essence Reaver. Instinct actually going for something a little bit atypical from what we're used to seeing from Corki's first item, Bloodthirster. So normally the Corki build path is a tier into a Muramana, and then obviously Trinity Force coming through, and then you can go for your crit items after the fact. But Instinct actually opting into the Bloodthirster, and I like this specifically versus Sivir as well, a champion that, whilst it may not seem like it, but in a laning situation actually puts out quite an obnoxious amount of poke. Just if you have to try and stand close to the wave to prevent her from chipping away at your turret, the Bloodthirster actually a pretty good response to all of the poke that she's going to be putting down. And you can see the boomerang blades do come through, but just a little bit of free time with that turret. Instinct is probably going to be full HP once again, and offsets all of the damage that's coming through. Does come at the cost of a little bit of damage in your own right, but you can see he's actually quite happy to take these trades because the damage is going to stick on the Sivir, where this Corki going to be able to heal it all back up.
Yeah, you can get it back in little chunks with the spell shield, but yeah, not going to be able to out-sustain that Corki by any means. So the mid laners have made their way to bot, but Trevor is waiting in the wings for Dark Wings to go aggressive. Armeo going to show on that control ward as well. So Dark Wings knows the deal. He's going to back on away, whether he sees Trevor or not.
Yeah, and this is sort of the Nami gambit right now. They don't really know where Trevor is, and Dark Wings is playing, okay, well, Armeo's down on this bot side, so I can't go too aggressively just yet. Ideally, Armeo shows somewhere else, and it might bait in the Tristana to jump forward onto Orianna, who's got a Nami in the wings, just sort of waiting. Looks like Trevor's gone for a recall, and looks like Aaron has popped his ulti prematurely.
Was that just to get the wave in faster?
No, I think he thought that Instinct was going to go forward with the Valkyrie and not backward.
Yeah, that very well could be true as well, as Dark Wings and Bradley trading there, exchanging ultimates back and forth. The Shockwave with plenty of damage, and Bradley coming out a little bit on top in the health bars of this trade. Inui does manage to get the root underneath the turret, but Instinct will be able to absorb that no problem as top laners are brawling yet again, Rudude, and it's Porter who is winning out.
Yeah, again, the Rumble expected to win out, and we are 15 minutes in, Gordo. Still no first blood. In terms of feats as well, because, I mean, at this point, it may well end up being the feats of warfare and the feats of strength that end up being the decider for this game. We've got, 2 notches on the objectives for Tempest versus just the 1 for the Dragon that Citadel have got. In terms of turrets as well, that bot lane tier 1 looks like it's seen better days if you're Citadel. The early pushing power of the Sivir certainly proving to have done something there. But we've got a Rift Herald as well, and I think that may well just break open both the turret and the objective feat, right? Because the objective, if it ends up going to Tempest, is going to be that 3rd notch on that belt. But if they're also able to get the Rift Herald, they can probably break open top tier 1 turret, maybe bot tier 1 turret with it, and quite quickly snowball those feats of strength into their pockets.
Definitely. Those feats of strength still something to be on the lookout for. Of course, without the kills, without the turrets, plenty left to acquire and could go towards either side for that little bit of extra bonus. Still going to be constant wave clear in the mid lane from Aaron as he just continues to beef himself up coming into these later game fights. And both of these teams seem to have their eyes set on the team fights. They're not trying to blow up in this game early and aggressively. They trust that they will be able to execute in the 5-on-5s. So far, been a neck and a neck in that department as faint gold lead for Tempest, but nowhere near enough to call the game done.
No, it is, really speaking to the pressure that is in this game. This is 3 weekends worth of grueling best of 3 series for Citadel. They've played 7 best of 3s that they've had to win with their backs against the wall, right, in that lower bracket, up against maybe less difficult competition than they're playing up against today, but certainly they got knocked down into this lower bracket for a reason. They found struggles in this tournament, and they've had to bounce back from them. Now having to do that for an 8th time up against your hardest competition in a best of 3 that is close, going to the wire.
Kisno getting in here, Philip getting dove, and first blood picked up for Hoarder. The top laners challenge each other to a brawl once again, and Kisno is there to turn it around. Tempest Gaming on the board first blood in their pockets.
So first turret did end up falling down in the bot side for Citadel, despite first blood going down for Tempest on this top side. Hoarder, he's going to TP, he should be able to get out.
Yes.
So does escape, which is quite nice for him, but even still, that's a teleport now expended that maybe he might have wanted to use for some objectives that will spawn up in the future. And we're getting to, first blood being 18, 17 really, we should say, minutes into this game. Again, just speaking to the scared nature of both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, you brought it up earlier here, Rude, right? Like, not only is this 3 weekends of time that you've committed to qualifying here, but for a lot of these players, Darkwings, Aaron, Manui, Bradley, Philip, Trevor, this has been their life for multiple years now, playing in the NACL, competing, and now with a spot on the line for LTA as well, it means more than ever, and some of them are going to miss out on this spring split. Based on the results of this game, it's a tremendous amount of pressure from being in this position.
Yeah, exactly, right. It's not just that this is the end of this tournament, it's what it means for the next couple of months that they're going to be going through, right? Do they end up in the 2nd division? Are they going to be playing through OQs and whatever the tier 3 system looks like for the Americas in the next split? Tempest so far with a 2,000 gold lead. It's a small advantage, and again, they've got a double marksman composition, which will scale quite well. It's a very good Sivir reset composition, so they won't be sad about how this game's going so far, but you have to imagine that Citadel aren't particularly disappointed either. They are very much geared toward a team fight if Philip can land those big ultis, if Armeo and Bradley can sync up together to get those big ults down. You have to imagine that they'll also feel pretty confident about their ability to take these 5 versus 5s. And as we see Aaron, 2nd item already finished, he's got that Navori Flicker Blade online, so he's going to have rapid fire spell shields already.
Definitely going to make a big difference here when you're trying to avoid getting Wombo combo, to being able to immune something like that, Call the Forge God or a Bubble. from Nami can be absolutely tremendous. They're going to commit that Rift Herald over here towards mid lane. Will be able to get the crash off for Aaron as a fight breaking out on the bottom side. They got a little bit of a route onto Armeo, but seeing the TP channeled by Philip will cause them to back on away. They will leave that mid lane turret standing. Couldn't quite get the damage on through before Citadel were able to send reinforcements.
And you know what, Gordo, you called it. It was a bold gamble from you, but the voracious Atacon has spawned up on that top side. Believe it or not, 0 kills pre-14 minutes was not enough to spawn the Ruinous one, and 16,000 HP strong. It's really a little bit of a glimpse at from Horder and Bradley as they both make their way up to this top side. Catching some waves, bouncing them back against each other, but nothing too exciting just yet.
For sure, although multiple teams, both teams sending up multiple members for each. So the top laners, or rather mid lane and top lane, brawl over on the opposite side. They do have Horder called over here, who is 2 items strong on this Rumble. He's absolutely tremendous right now and could definitely make a big difference in this fight if he layers down a powerful equalizer. So something to be on the lookout for if you are Citadel. Maybe going to look for a little bit of a jump here onto Manui, or at least going to bonk him on the head over the wall with that crushing blow to make sure that that recall doesn't come through in time.
Yeah, important difference right now is that we actually have to see Darkwings getting a little bit of alone time in the bot side, but it's coming at the cost of this mid-tier 1 turret. Philip has no TP, so he had to walk up early to try and make himself felt in this top side in case the Atacon did get threatened. Darkwings is going to get a couple of waves pushed in uncontested under this turret. Looks like actually Philip will be able to catch the majority of it, and they actually didn't end up losing that mid-tier 1 until this second bout of a minion wave coming in. That's not without Kisno fancying a bit of a skirmish.
Coming in behind, going to see if he can force some summoners out of this Corki, and he probably should be able to here. There's going to be the redemption coming out across. Instinct finally forced to flash here just in time as it turns around onto Armeo, but the equalizer turns it back for Tempest. Instinct is already down. They're going to look for the disengage as Philip has come through with the call, the Forge God, to make it a 1-for-1 trade. Each team loses a member, but Instinct critical for Citadel.
But again, Sivir going down, or rather Sivir able to push in that wave. The Corki going down, you'd like to think would give them an advantage in a fight, but with no smite on the map, them starting up this dragon here, you'd think would be a little bit risky, but they're just ripping this one.
Well, they're looking for the fight, Rudude. That's exactly how they're going to be able to make it happen, is drawing them over here for the dragon. But a lot of critical ultimates already expended. They do successfully secure the dragon. Armeo is unwilling to walk into 4 members for a chance at a smite.
And just in the face almost of the smite. They just walk in, take the dragon, and there wasn't really anything that Citadel tried to do to contest that. This is a replay of how all of that broke down. Kisno, knowing his own power level, there's still a little bit of time for these bruisers to have their way with AD carries, and Kisno's going to look to exploit that. Bubble comes through, and you're thinking, wow, okay, that's a pretty decent amount of damage for the bubble, but with the brittle proc on top, good to see that the Ornn is getting value in this game. 2-0 though on the Rumble at the minute. Horder, again, this top laner who is the only person in this Summoner's Rift lobby to have never played on the NACL stage. He is the person with the gold, with the big shutdowns, with the pressure on his shoulders to carry his team to that 10th NACL spot.
And Kisno's got that same mindset that you do, Rudude. He gets that first takedown, and he thinks he sees a chance to go for more, as Instinct had already dropped, but overexerting himself. The TP in from Bradley, the backup from Philip, does result in a 1-for-1, and only a dragon being the cash out. It's still a solid gold lead here for Tempest, right? They're not behind by any means. They've got that faint lead, but a massive team fight from Citadel could always turn this back around, and that's what Citadel are repeating to themselves in their minds. If they are cognizant of the team comp they drafted, they know that these little ticky-tack kills here and there, 1 dragon, 1 kill, it just doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. They need to trust themselves to execute in the team fights.
Yeah, and I like the build path as well. I mean, we highlighted that this is actually a reset composition for Tempest Gaming. Bloodthirster is going to stop some resets coming through just by getting a little bit of extra HP. The entire build path from Bradley is geared toward not actually dying. You've got a Zhonya's on one side, you've got a Seraph's as well for that extra shield. And then, of course, Armeo here, he's playing Wukong. He's got a clone, he's got a little bit of HP from the Trinity Force, but he's also got that Sundered Sky, which gives extra little boosts of HP as well. So everywhere you look, there are little bits and little tools actually that Citadel have picked up for themselves to prevent those initial kills from coming through. Ideally, looking at what this Tempest Gaming roster has drafted for themselves with that reset, you'd like to think that Citadel have done this with that in mind, and they're now the ones posturing on this top side in lieu of a Baron spawn.
Armeo looking on the flank here, spotted out by Manui as the Dragon does spot, but the fight is breaking out down here as they are potentially going in for the engage. It's a TP in, Hoarder's in the middle of everybody. He may have overexerted himself a little bit here, but they do manage to throw on down that equalizer. Tons of bird damage onto Philip, and they just work their way through the tank. Now Bradley might be up too far. Dark Wings with a big jump in, but will be matched by a flash from Bradley to be able to retreat. It's 1-0 in favor of Tempest so far. Citadel, they don't want to give up on the play, but they have lost their critical frontliner. Still some lower HP bars on Tempest are so tempting. Hoarder and Aaron going to re-secure their team to push in mid.
And what do they go for here, right? There's two objectives on the top side that they might want to angle for. Instead, it's going to be neither of them. And you have to remember, they got that first kill. They were looking to try to get an advantage off of that. They forced the flash out of Bradley, which is about all that they can get. Hopefully we get this feed fully fixed out. Looks like we're back for now. Do not worry, we're doing what we can to make sure that this is as smooth sailing as possible. But you can tell, again, just the tender hooks that both these teams are on.
Trevor! Caught
dead.
out by Kisno
Okay.
over the wall. Kisno finds the wind becomes lightning.
Yeah, illegal warding from Trevor as a Nami. You either have to be very ready to flash anything that flies over that wall, or you don't go for that ward. And unfortunately, neither of those two things happened to be the case, as Trevor ends up costing himself a little bit there. I don't think it will mean too much in the long run, but still a little bit of extra gold in the back pocket. This is a replay of how all of that broke down. Philip, again, is going to be that frontline threat, but Kisno is acting in that capacity also. He's the same thing with that Crescent Guard up, except he actually takes no damage from these ranged champions, as opposed to slowly getting it whittled away.
Definitely, and I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, Rudud, you know who doesn't get picked off in that situation? Fizz.
Who's that? True.
Yeah.
Swimmingly!
Oh well, missed opportunities, perhaps in a more fun timeline, but
That is
something
one
else
of
would be in a
Fizz
more fun
support's
timeline.
lesser-known qualities, is his ability to navigate wards. You're all quite right.
True. Now, but the other thing to bring up here is some of the hidden gold that is coming through for Citadel. The ornaments have started to arrive for Philip as he gets higher up in levels. And, you know, in a more fun time, I'd be getting to call how this is like Trinity Force becomes Infinity Force and stuff. But the fight's breaking out. Kisno a little caught out by the shockwave, but Hoarder's just burning them on the opposite side. He solos out Trevor as his jungler falls down, but Instinct is still managing to stay up. And the knockup has found its way onto Aaron. He has to flash back away. He has to turn the fight back against Armeo. He turns onto Bradley. He's got so much shielding. He's got so much damage. He blocks away the knockup from Philip, but Instinct and Bradley have just got too much in the tank. Dark Wings is coming in with a rocket jump as we've got the screen freeze. It should be able to come back here in just a second or two. I dare to hope, as it's from a pause earlier on. Oh my goodness, Rudude.
Oh, my little heart, it cannot take it. The moments before disaster. Pause, screen save. Yeah, it's tricky because Darkwings has TP'd in here to this fight, and he could clean house. He could also TP in and do nothing, and this is like the to be continued, where we have the little pause, the screen goes into like the sandpaper color, and TB continued plays along the bottom with the little music, the theme song in the background.
Play roundabout.
Yeah. So I have no idea if this is a good fight for Citadel or not. It's very much dependent on what Darkwings is able to do in the next 10-15 seconds. It probably has flash, depends if he burned it in the fight around the blue buff. I think if he gets the slow onto Ornn, then he probably gets at least that kill. Okay, to talk about what we can talk about, it's the without Darkwings, that was still a very close fight. When Darkwings is a part of those fights, this is looking pretty darn good for Tempest. Citadel do need to be worried, and I wonder whether or not that Tristana, who had taken a lot of time on that top side to maybe take that turret, is actually going to be a threat in these 5v5s. And if that ends up happening, what is Citadel's answer going to be? Because so far it's been fight when the Tristana's not there, and even that didn't look amazing.
Yeah, it's definitely been true here. And Tristana, I mean, wasn't even there for most of that previous fight, but comes in as the cavalry at the very end. I think we're about to see a Dark Wings pop-off here, dude. I think he's going to be, if he has the flash, he's going to be able to get in there. Maybe even without the flash, he's going to be able to find the first kill, get the reset rocket jump for some more. The health bars are low. Aaron did so much work in that fight, making the call as he kites backwards, takes down Armeo, realizes, I'm not getting out of this. I need to step forward so I can be in auto attack range to keep whittling Bradley down, and it's making the difference here. It's setting up for a potential huge team fight from Dark Wings.
It is, and you know the question then is, well, what if he was there to begin with? How much of a stomp could it have been? And you know, how do Citadel have approached that if they know that the Tristana would have been there? We get into this sort of really tricky position where there's a lot of whys and if buts and hypotheticals that you can start chasing the tail down a rabbit hole of. But we'll talk about the game as we have it sort of in front of us for when that comes back. And the idea of that is that this Tristana is scary. The Sivert as well has proven to be quite scary. I was also coming into this fight thinking that Instinct would be able to pop off as well. He's 3 items on the core key. He's got Essence Reaver, Bloodthirster, so you've got the sustainability of both health and mana, but then also has an Infinity Edge on the top of that. So this core key is absolutely destroying people if he gets a chance to free hit. But you called it out in the fight, Gordo, that actually Horder is going pretty nuts on the Rumble as well. We talked about him being the new upstart, the only player in this league, in this tournament rather, not tournament, in this best of series, this particular set of League of Legends games. We've got these 10 players who hasn't played in the NACL at all. He's the one who had the gold and had the chance to carry, and in that team fight, he absolutely melted the backline.
Yeah, did tons of damage there. I mean, Instinct surviving by the skin of his Bloodthirster to be able to get some of that extra regen, have that shield up front to be able to stay standing, and you know, that plus a little bit of extra work from Trevor, who does just get burned down. That's a fish fry if I've ever seen one, as he ends up toasted by the Flame Spitter. As we work through this technical pause, hopefully be able to get back into the action here before too long. Do know that the Spectate client can sometimes hit you with some of these when there's been pauses in the game. So we will work our best to get it back on up here before too long.
Yeah, I mean, looking now at what the rest of the game looks like, it's going to be a really tricky position. I do think for Citadel, they're probably going to be in a pretty tricky spot because this Tristana is probably going to clean house. And then the lead on from that is what do they get off the back of this fight, and what ends up being the consequence of that. Remember that this is a game that has been so slow paced that we had 3, maybe 4 kills, but Baron's live, Atakan's live. We are 2 for 2 on Dragons in fairness, so it's not like a Soul's going to go over, but there are some big ticket objectives to be claimed if there is a big decisive team fight in a team fight victory.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm being told it's going to be, we're getting back into the game, but we're going to have lost about 2 minutes here, so we're not going to see the end of that team fight. We're going to have to draw some conclusions from the scoreboard. Looks like Dark Wings got 1, and
Baron's
there is still a lead over to the side of Tempest.
Okay, this is fine.
And we get the mini-map fixed. It looks like we have the wrong mini-map. We have a screenshot of the mini-map over where the mini-map
Oh my god, look at Philip's health bar is just getting melted.
Wow, so much damage out of Hoarder here. Rocking the gold lead he got earlier on. Looking to finish off Philip as the burn damage is nearly enough, but now he's out too far. And Instinct is going to find him. He's trying to TP out. Can he get out in time? He's spotted by the Phos Bomb, and he will successfully join his team for the Baron. He doesn't have Equalizer, but it's better than nothing. Minui has to flash away from a Shock Blast coming in from Bradley. As it's Armeo jumping back over the wall. The Baron is falling lower and lower. Armeo's going to jump in. He gets thrown out by Kisno. Crescent Guard is clutch to keep the monkey out of the pit, as now wearing purple Tempest need to try to get out and salvage these buffs, and it looks like they're going to be able to do it. A potential engage coming from Armeo on the bottom side, but all 5 members are grouped up as one. They cannot be picked apart by Citadel.
Oh my god, Gordo, it is just so tense. They take the Baron, they get out all 5 members strong. They have the Infernal Dragon Soul spawning in, I assume, 3.5 minutes. So the overlap on those timers is going to be beautiful. They will be able to use their Baron to presumably take control of the mid lane and the bot lane. Change that into control of the bot side jungle and secure the Infernal Drake Soul for themselves. Use the double AD carry composition to fully come online and really start tearing these team fights apart. Again, the idea that Horder is never once set foot in semi-pro and is handling himself with such composure in such a high-stakes situation, incredible to see from this young player.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been so many splits where I was waiting for something like this from him. Actually, he's getting caught out, but a big equalizer on top of Instinct. Kisno's here for the follow-up. Philip has no choice but to throw himself right down onto the lava. It's 2 kills for 1. A positive trade for Tempest once again, as they're going to get into the base with this one.
And with the Barons at their backs, maybe they could have gone for a little bit more, but instead, again, just playing extremely conservative here. They can move back up toward that Atacon. Again, with it being Voracious, this is going to be a big buff for them to maybe look to have around that Infernal Soul point. The second that they can pick that up, they may look to, really take a fight and push the advantage with it. There's now looking maybe down on that bot side. Where's Bradley? What's happening down in the bot lane? Darkwings, is he going to TP out?
Yeah, we're locked on Philip here. There's going to be Darkwings getting on in. He pushes away Bradley with the shockwave on his head. Darkwings, which player is more clutch? That question may have just been answered right here. He won't fall down, but the time bought is crucial as it's Otacon secured for Tempest.
And he gets the flash out of the Orianna as well. Look at the items on these AD carries, Gordo. We have got 3 items, including Infinity Edges, for both of these marksmen. If Tempest can buy just 3 seconds of alone time, Philip has been struggling this entire game long. He's getting melted by the Rumble. If double AD carries are wailing on him as well, he's going to get melted by them as well. It is going to take a miracle for Citadel to not just win this game, but to find themselves a spot in the NACL. Players like Bradley, Philip Armeo, Instinct, mainstays of the Tier 2 scene, may not get to defend their place.
Players with professional experience kind of starting to struggle up against the long-time semi-pro veterans. Going to be looking for one big team fight to close it out for themselves. Shockwave lands onto 2. Aaron's still standing. Remember, they have the Otacon buff, so anything they get here is gravy, and it's a perfect equalizer. Landing onto so many members. The resets for Darkwings. He finds his targets. He gets the jumps, and he has 3 to his name. Tempest Gaming take down 3. Trevor will soon make it 4, and Citadel may have had the experience, they may have had the tier 1 reps, but Tempest Gaming are looking for a spot in the NACL. 1 Nexus turret down, it becomes 2, and Tempest have taken it all the way in this series.
They are your 10th team in the NACL. They will join Near Airport and Apex Mission Impossible, the 3 valiant victors of this grueling open qualifier that we have run. A massive congratulations to Tempest. A 3-game series, not for the faint of heart, but one that they will be more than happy to have taken the win for.
Absolutely, and it wouldn't be NACL without Darkwings, Aaron, and Manui here. We have had them since the very beginning in this league in 2023, and they will be reprising their positions. They've had to fight for their spots tooth and nail time and time again, whether it be on AoE, whether it be here, but they have secured their spot yet again, and they will be coming in to compete in 2025.
Let's bring Lynn back in. Let's get the full gang back together to wrap up the best of 3, to welcome Tempest to the NACL, and to say our very firm congratulations as well.
Had such a remarkable performance throughout the series as well. So I'm wondering, Gordo, what do you think was the highlight of that last game? Like, can we recap a little bit of what happened today?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was these equalizers from Porter, right? Showing up at just the right moment. He arrives to that pick on towards Instinct that starts off Tempest actually starting to win fights, that starts blood actually being shed in this game. It's Hoarder on the flank, landing the equalizer, pairing up with Kizno to be able to make these plays happen. It's the guys that aren't the career NACL players that really show up clutch for them, and it happens again in that final team fight. Hoarder cuts the entire lane off using the equalizer, forces members to be stuck in it. Kizno helps out there as well, and they are able to find the win off the back of his rumble as he finally gets his first time, his first split in the NACL.
And we so frequently use as like a benchmark for players, you must be this tall to ride. Well, Hoarder today came out 6'10", stacked up, ready to party with the best of them. Philip is by no means a slouch in the NACL. He is a player who can absolutely handle himself in the semi-pro level. But today Hoarder came out, and that final game on the Rumble was handling Philip in the laning phase, handling him in the mid-game and in the late game as well, shredding his health bars, and as Gordo's just perfectly illustrated, was single-handedly putting the team fights on his back for his carries to then step forward and dish out those final killing blows and take them to that 10th spot.
All right, we're going to be going into a little bit of highlights here. Rue, take it away. Tell us what's going on.
I mean, we're what, 25 minutes into the game, I think, at this point. So there's already like quite an explosive nature to the first couple of kills that end up coming through. But you can see the state of the map as well. It's really relatively reserved. Weren't really that many turrets taken. You know, the trades that were happening were honestly quite lukewarm in the most sense. But this is the final fight really that happened. Redemption comes through and does all the hard work that the shockwave comes through, and we get another replay of what was just a glorious Rumble ulti that comes on down, and the Sivir ulti on top. Darkwings is able to go absolutely crazy. You can see the ricochets did so much work as well, and Kizno also getting quite antsy for Trevor in the back half of this, able to walk it down. But for a 2-1 victory, Tempest Gaming just again thoroughly deserved. It really is quite a remarkable performance from them. Citadel were 2-0ing their way through the entire lower bracket right up until this series, only to be met by fortunately big enough wall that they could not come through.
I mean, it's so special to see Hoarder able to make it here. I know we've been harping on the player a lot, but I mean, hey, give us a break. He's the one guy that hasn't played here before. And you know, having watched his career from playing in little amateur leagues that aren't even Riot affiliated and being really powerful as a top laner there, winning some all-stars there, to just falling short time and time again. I think a lot of fans very likely had kind of started to lose faith that we were ever going to see that level up where he could be a big force in Tier 2, but he showed that here today, 100%, and I'm very excited to what he's going to show us now that he makes it into semi-pro.
Yeah, and I know that you're highlighting Hoarder's performance throughout the series. I'm wondering, what does this mean now that they qualify for NACL, excuse me? What does this mean for them as a team? You know, working together, getting up to this point, it probably is a lot for them. So
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing in open qualifiers, there's always that small element of, well, if it doesn't go well, then you know there's no stake in it, right? We lose and then we just find different teams. It's not the end of the world. But what this means now is that these guys are like they're bonded now. They've got a split of the NACL that they've got to play together with, and any sort of misgivings or issues that they have with each other, they've got to try and fix those. But also they can get to revel in the fact that they were in a group of 64 teams able to become one of the top 3, that they could come out on top and find themselves in this position now where they're going to be playing up against even stiffer competition in just a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah. I mean, so meaningful for the org too, right? This is an org that's making a return to League of Legends after taking a little bit of time off, but they used to be running rosters for a lot of these events going back to like 2022, 2023, all the way back to 2022. They had some NACL names you may recognize now, guys like Denethor and Mobility, who were on Tempest Gaming way back when they weren't even sniffing this league. And now they finally make it. They pick up a new team filled with stars, the new and old, and they're able to make it in. I mean, a massive achievement for the organization to make their return to League of Legends so triumphantly here in 2025.
Yeah, and it sounds like we got word about our MVP for that last match. Gordo, would you like to tell us?
Yeah, it is going to be Aaron for the series MVP, and I think definitely well-deserved for him to be able to come out on top. The Sivir performances were great. Again, we already broke it down pretty in-depth, but the decision-making in that fight that we had to pause during, to be able to step forward, continue to deal out the damage, knowing that he's doomed, but that he can set up a scenario for Dark Wings to succeed. That's the kind of self-sacrifice you want to see out of your semi-professional players.
Yeah, I mean, it's again one of these where we're playing series MVP off against game MVP. I think there's no doubt that Horder comes away with a game MVP off of that, but I think giving the recognition to Aaron for a mammoth Misfortune performance and what the Sivir did for this composition as well, it's worthy that he receives the series MVP in this instance, and for a player of his caliber, probably expecting this as well.
Yeah, and now that we're talking NACL, now that we're talking Tempest promoting into NACL, how do you think Tempest compares with the other teams in the Tier 2? I'm going to pass this to you, Goya.
Yeah, we'll have to see. There's a lot of rosters that aren't fully announced yet. There's been rumors floating around for a long time, but I don't know how much credibility I'm allowed to give on this stream to some of them. Let's just talk about the teams that we know for sure, right? We know Maryville's roster, we know Luminosity's roster, we know Blue Otter's roster. They have all announced, and we know Supernova's roster. They've announced as well. On top of that, we know that Near Airport has qualified, and we know that Apex Mission Impossible have qualified. Pre-tournament, Tempest definitely would have been ahead of AMI, and they never played Near Airport, but they were looking pretty dominant for this level, so it'll be interesting to see how they end up facing off there. And then with some of the rosters that aren't yet built, the kind of pieces you would expect those rosters to be built of are the kind of players that were on these rosters, right? So it's going to be very interesting to find out how they'll be able to stack up against some of those teams, but I think they're definitely going to be gunning for a playoff spot for certain based on who else we've already seen qualify.
Yeah, I think that the series that we've literally just seen get played is maybe the best example of teams that couldn't find a spot on those tier 2 rosters, and it was sort of the, not necessarily hodgepodge, but an amalgamation of those 10 players that were sort of thrown in and that had an opportunity to really have a go as a 5v5, and that is sort of as good as it gets. The idea that you get to see Citadel versus Tempest in this best of 3, honestly quite symbolic of what tier 3 has to offer, but when you've got that going on and when you've got all of this series sort of stake in the pedigree on them, that one of these two teams wasn't going to be able to get to make it, and what now this means for how they look in the NACL, as you mentioned, Alan, right? Like, what do they do in the NACL? It means that I think they could hold their own, and that expectation for what they can do, I won't say sky is the limit, but definitely playoffs, as we're saying, definitely something to be contending with.
Yeah, and
go ahead.
Okay, aside from that, we have Near Airport and Apex Mission Impossible, who are also making it into the NACL. So we can discuss a little bit about their teams. What are your guys' expectations for these teams going into the NACL? So I'll pass it back to you, Goido.
Let's start out with AMI. So
Sure.
AMI is a core that's been together for a very long time. They've been competing in these OQs for a while, just steadily getting a little bit better and better and better. So it's awesome of a story to see them finally be able to make it to this level, even though they weren't really pre-tournament favorites. They were clear pre-tournament top 10. Don't get me wrong, it's not completely out of nowhere. They were underseeded for certain based on the solo queue ranks. But for them to be able to make it on through here, a massive win in the organization, just on its face, regardless of how they perform in the NACL. But the player to look at the NACL level, it's definitely going to be 5mini, this 18-year-old mid laner, kind of making his first earnest effort in OQs here in this tournament, and making it all the way through, giving that team that last massive boost of firepower they needed to really break through and be a contender. He's going to be a big player to watch in 2025 NACL.
Yeah, and I mean, to take a look at the other side of that coin then, right near Airport, and their roster that played in this open qualifier, we know is going to be very stacked going into a tier 2 into semi-pro. I mean, they are a team with more Worlds performances than some of the teams have got tier 2 performances, right? Like it's a completely stacked roster. And then they've got, I will say, TF played up on that top lane, who I think came in as a somewhat unknown competitive quantity. Obviously, people know him for streaming, for being the Jax Aurelia player who can definitely be a mechanical god, but seeing that adaptation into competitive as well has also been quite exciting. Them going into NACL, I think they have the possibility to just top out in there. I also think that is the exact type of roster that could very easily go 10th fast and really struggle, and it really depends on what their commitment level is, like what they actually are willing to put into this, because they are playing up against people who this is their their bread and butter. This is what they want to do with their life, and they're coming into this as maybe a team that haven't found as much success in the competitive space as they might have wanted to, but that are also, they've tasted that success before, and that maybe tier 2 in the Americas is less motivating for them.
Yeah, and here's the other thing, Rudy. What you already called out. I mean, rookie superstar TF Blade making his NACL debut here.
Blade.
Obviously, a little bit of a new quantity here, but between what we're hearing about who's going to be on the Supernova roster, what we're hearing about who's going to be on the CCG roster, Phi Mini coming in from AMI, TF Blade on Near Airport, and now Hoarder on Tempest Gaming. What a race for Rookie of the Split is it going to be for spring 2025? I mean, there are so many new faces coming into the league, and that's going to be a competitive race for certain.
Yeah, and we started off the league with 64 teams, right? Now we're down to 3. I want you guys to break down a little bit of a recap of what happened throughout the entire open qualifiers for those who weren't familiar with it. So yeah, take it away, Gordo.
How long have we got?
Rude to start,
So-
please.
You got it.
I think that the maybe the best story and ultimately the most heartfelt tragedy of this series of events is the Citadel one, because they got knocked down to the lower bracket incredibly early on, and they fought tooth and nail to get to a qualification game. They made it to this qualification game, and then despite 2-0ing 7 games in a row, 7 series in a row, they get to the final challenger, the final team that they need to beat in Tempest, and they just don't quite have what it takes to make it work. I think that Citadel are the team that are maybe going to feel not necessarily most hard done by, but I think that their story would have been the best had they have gone all the way through. I do enjoy that Tempest are just the sort of stalwarts, the stoppers really, that put them in their place, and the idea that they were able to prevent that miracle run will feel a little bit good for them as well. Elsewhere in the bracket, we got to see a lot of collegiate upsets as well. I think
yes.
Notable mentions to Fisher College, who made the really good run through the lower bracket, and then we also got a couple of good shows from St. Clair, for example. Respawned, a new organization that came in, made quite a decent run in the lower bracket as well.
Yeah, I really want to give a shout out to Respawn here as well, as a roster kind of built out of we'll call them like true amateur talent, right? Because the thing about this bracket was there's 3 spots open in the NACL. That means there's 15 players who you would normally expect to be in the NACL at this stage of the year that aren't. And those players are the ones who end up filling out rosters like Tempest Gaming, like Citadel, who were able to make really, really strong runs, of course. Respawn, they have Shochi, of course, but other than that, they came in here with these kind of guys who have been at the top of OQs before, especially Sushi and Mixture, who are some of those promising young talents we have around, and just weren't quite able to make the cut here, as they do end up dropping on down. But definitely a big shout out to them. Big shout out to the Ducky Getters as well, showing that last split was not a fluke, as they come back in with a revamped roster, of course. But Draco, a guy who hadn't even been here in quite a few splits, RJS coming back onto the Rift here, and all of them together able to kind of reprise the Ducky Getters performance from summer 2024, where they were this massive upset that nobody expected to make this deep of a run. They make the deep run again, and it's a squad to keep your eyes on, even if they continue to change parts in and out. It just seems like they got the sauce.
Yeah, and very shortly we're going to be having a very special interview from a special player from Tempest. And we're going to be moving on very, very shortly. Going to be saying goodbye to our casters for a little bit. And yeah.
Oh.
Just kidding. They are staying. Hello, Hoarder. Welcome. Congratulations on your win in the to the NACL. How does it feel that this is going to be your first time playing in it? Like, are you feeling any nerves or anything like that? How are you feeling?
I'm very, very excited to play.
Ooh,
This has
yay.
been like a dream of mine since I've like started competitive.
Yes.
And it feels surreal that I'm finally in the NACL after I feel like getting very close, but not quite getting there.
Yeah, tell us what this means to you, especially since this is going to be your first time playing, right? What was like your history? What was like your I guess your startup point coming up to this point from now or from before to now? Oh, so sorry.
So basically, I started my competitive career. Or did you want me to go far back like that?
Yeah,
Or
go for
far
it.
that back? Okay.
Yeah.
So I started my competitive career, on a I tried to play OQs for in 2 separate occasions, but I wasn't able to actually get on a team that could qualify for the top 32 spots. But eventually I did, and from there I got onto a low OQ team. I think we were seeded 30th, I believe. But despite being that low of a seed, I think I performed very well, above expectations, and then I slowly climbed up to getting on a top OQ team. But then I kind of started getting stuck a little bit. I believed I was good enough to get into NACL, but I didn't get any offers, and I couldn't quite promote in. But now that it's finally happened, I'm really excited to show everybody that I deserve to be in the NACL.
Is there any specific thing that you're looking for going into the NACL? Any teams that you're specifically facing or any players? What kind of expectation do you have set for yourself and for your team in general?
I believe that my team and I think we're going to play very well in the NACL. And I'm excited to face a lot of the players, namely Levitate for one, because he's one of my good friends. There's a lot of NACL players that I'm friends with, or I talked with them a bunch, and it's nice to finally get into that league and play against them competitively. When I always felt like I was kind of outside looking in.
And I know that you're playing on a completely new team, like you said before. This is kind of like a group of friends, I would say, but I feel like you guys kind of work together so effortlessly to take on this win and to promote into the NACL. So is there any specific players or teamwork that you guys want to highlight on your team? Any specific points or plays that you guys had?
Yeah, I want to say it was definitely not effortlessly us promoting. We definitely had a lot of problems going in, even though we had started the tournament with a very easy run, because we had avoided most of the harder teams, right? But even despite that, I think that we were very we played with each other for a while, we were scrimming, all that, but we were always too nervous, we were too antsy. And then after our loss against Dog Fans, I think that really opened our eyes, and we just had to accept that whether we lose or win, we just need to play our best game, and we have to not worry about the consequences. And I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but it seems like after the loss, everybody just really locked in, and we just kind of breezed through the losers bracket. We would have 2-0'd every single series had I not locked in Nasus, to be honest. I kind of griefed the second game, but I'm really proud of my teammates because they really showed up today, and I'm really just proud of everybody.
Oh, and we're super proud of you too. Congratulations for promoting again. I just want to say, do you have any last shout outs for anyone watching the stream today at all? Maybe towards your teammates or maybe towards some coaches or anything?
Yeah, shout out to my teammates, shout out to Kizno, shout out to Dapshin for subbing for us. He's one of our subs, and he really helped us with our scrims. Shout out to Isaac, which is Darkwing. Shout out to Manui, great player. Shout out to Aaron. Shout out to my coach Bach. He really helped us with draft. He helped our mental. After every loss, he was there to make sure that we weren't too tilted and that we were prepared to go into the next game, win or lose. And just shout out to everybody who supported me. I had a lot of friends that were watching, and they were really supportive of the whole time throughout the series. So I really appreciate them.
This is so heartwarming. It's gonna make me cry. Congratulations again for your first time promoting into the NACL. This is Hoarder
so
on
much.
Team Tempest promoting again to the NACL, and we're gonna be bringing back the casters as we close out the stream. Bye.
Thank you very much, Ellen, and thank you to Hoarder for that interview. It's a huge joy to watch you finally make it to the NACL, my man. Very excited for this upcoming season that's starting very, very soon here. March 23rd, going to be the kickoff.
26.
26th, no!
26. But yeah, congratulations to Near Airport, Apex Mission Impossible, and Tempest for qualifying for the NACL. Thank you everyone for playing. We had, 64 teams, which is the biggest iteration of open qualifiers ever. Thank you for Liga Ace Esports, casters, you guys, talent in our production, and most importantly, you guys, our viewers, for coming to support us for the NACL. We couldn't do... Oh my gosh, I couldn't appreciate it enough for you guys to come out and watch us today. And we have NACL on March 26th. That's when we're gonna start. So, if you're tuning in here, come tune in March 26th for the NACL. You can watch Hoarder earlier, Tempest, Apex Mission Impossible, Near Airport, and yeah, watch them taking the lead. Any last words from you guys, Gordo and Rude?
Watch NACL. It's going to be a party.
Yay!
We can't wait to see you all there. And thank you very much to everybody who's tuned in for these qualifiers. It's been a party. We're ready to get into the next round here as the NACL kicks off. And of course, the spring round of qualifiers as all these players have plenty further to go.
Thank you guys. Again, this is Alan, Gordo, and Rude Dude wishing you guys all a good night and see you guys on NACL.
Do think that if they weren't 12, 13, 14,000 gold down, maybe Wixie could have done a little more. But the damage from Horde, the damage from Darkwings is just too much.
What a showing from these two squads to be able to close. Here comes Dragon. And she'll start it up for Friendly Fellas. They should be able to take this unless Manui has something to say.
Yeah, they're all a bit too far, unfortunately. So the Drake's going to go down, and it's all about the fight afterwards with Voracious. You can see TG want this.
Yeah, they want it. There's an open up from the curtain call. So far, they've been able to isolate Moose Hater. They will successfully take him down.
Use the way of Tempest. Minui.
Minui's still looking for it here. Darkwings flashes over the wall, sees an opportunity to make a mark on the game, and it's right back in there, getting onto our Mayo, but it is Minui isolated on the opposite side. Will it be the support for support trade? Trevor still alive with the Unbreakable Will. Instinct into the back line. Killer Instinct, aptly named as he finds himself more. It's a triple kill to Phillip, and himself. Shockwave lands on it too. Aaron's still standing. Remember, they have the Otacon buff, so anything they get here is gravy, and it's a perfect equalizer. Landing onto so many members. The resets for Darkwings. He finds his targets. He gets the jumps, and he has 3 to his name. Tempest Gaming take down 3. Trevor will soon make it 4, and Citadel may have had the experience. They may have had the tier 1 reps, but Tempest Gaming are looking for a spot in the NACL. 1 Nexus turret down, it becomes 2, and Tempest have taken it all the way in this series.